Trotsky's First Confessions by Matt Cohen, who was born in 1942 in Kingston, Ontario, and grew up in Ottawa. He now lives in Toronto. He studied at the University of Toronto and was briefly a lecturer in the Department of Religion at McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario. He gave that up to write full-time. His first novel, Korsanoloth, was published in 1969. 2 years later, he published a second novel, Johnny Crackle Sings, which uses the Ottawa Valley as its setting. Cohen owns a farm north of Kingston, and beginning with The Disinherited, 1974, he published 4 novels set in the fictional Ontario community of Salem, concluding with Flowers of Darkness in 1981. In addition to his novels, Matt Cohen has been active as a writer of short stories, an editor of anthologies, and an occasional translator. The story included here, Trotsky's First Confessions, is from his most recent collection, Lives of the Mind Slaves Selected Stories, 1994, published by Porcupine's Quill, Erin, Ontario. Trotsky's First Confessions. Quote, "Love is like a revolution. The monotonous routine of life is smashed." End quote. Ivan Turgenev. Lately you hear on television that depression is a chemical condition. You are invited to imagine the victim in question, whether yourself or some famous historical figure like Napoleon or Virginia Woolf, as an empty silhouette filled with clouds of skewed molecules. For such a situation, a microgalactic misunderstanding, Sigmund Freud is of no use. Even his famous couch, let us not speak of those of his successors, was apparently the scene of quackeries and depravities best resolved by the courts. What does this say about the erotic collapse of the middle class when faced by the monstrous success of its capitalist offspring? No one knows. Inflammatory questions are no longer permitted. If you want to ask something, do so politely and in terms of a survey. The answer will be a pill administered in the comfort of your own home or outpatient clinic. This pill, through processes kept secret by the drug companies, will realign your nasty neurons or supply you with those artificial hormones whose random absence need no longer ruin your life or make you a burden to your family and friends. The next day, the sun rises on an entirely different person, a positive thinker whose pleasure receptors are now primed to quiver and trill with the first chirp of a bird or the feeling of toes sliding into a pair of clean socks. Experts say, for example, that under more auspicious chemical circumstances, Virginia Woolf would have had the sense to reject a life built on prose without punctuation, and instead run a very successful restaurant, specializing in Bloomsberries, the fruit tart from which the melancholic literary circle eventually took its name. Virginia Woolf, it hardly needs saying, is dead. There is something honest about being dead, just as being alive is necessarily evasive. This necessary evasion is what makes beginning so difficult. Talk about not having a leg to stand on. It's that old stork dilemma that cracked Lenin's brain and brought us Stalin, my downfall, etc. Or perhaps it is a matter of cultural disjunction. Lately I am a fanatic on the subject because I have been preparing a little paper on Walter Benjamin, an obscure literary critic who killed himself under circumstances with which I can identify, and whose greatest ambition was to present the public with a book composed entirely of quotation, one of his own. Quotations in my works are like robbers by the roadside who make an armed attack and relieve an idler of his convictions. If this is going to be Benjamin's attitude, I might do better returning to Virginia Woolf, who was more a case of dysfunction than disjunction. In an earlier paper, also presented to the Faculty Association, I attempted to lay out a sort of schema regarding problems that rhymed. It wasn't very well received. We live in an era when, despite all the new big words, ideas are less important than biography. In fact, I have real-life connections with Virginia Woolf. It all began many years ago. Even at the time, I felt as though I were in the opening scenes of a movie. There I was at the wheel of a rented car. Following a series of improbable events which do not require recounting, I was touring the south of England with a temporary companion. As might be expected, it was a literary tour, long on quotations and short on convictions. At a certain point, the highlight was a walk along the sea-wall that figures in a very famous spy novel. While reading the novel, it had come to me that I would have been useless as a British spy because I look ridiculous in damp tweeds and trench coats. Also, my father never taught me how to wear a hat. But, strolling along the wall, I imagined myself not in the novel, but as the novelist himself. This was a curious sensation. Suddenly, rather than being a humble and useless intellectual of the male sex, I was promoted to being a rich and famous writer, not only a popular icon, but an astute and worldly man who had peered under the skirts of the Cold War and found a fortune. Why, I asked myself, could I not do the same? As salt spray from the English Channel blew across my face, I had an image of myself pacing this wall for hours at a time, trailed by admiring secretaries taking notes, while I dictated the complex Faustian story of a man who sold his soul because he didn't believe it existed. Until, perhaps at this point, I would have a couple of shots of single malt, the time came, etc. I was still half believing that I would one day return to the sea-wall, my Berlin Wall, to figure out the details of this masterpiece when we came upon what seemed to be an interesting house conspicuously located on a promontory looking out to the sea. It had a sign advertising apartments to let. We were in search of a life to believe in. Unfortunately, this was a chronic problem for me and my temporary companions, intelligent, caring persons with both feet on the ground, always become infected by my own uncertainty. Thus begins a cycle that had already become predictable by the time of my first encounter with Virginia Woolf. I admit, of course, that I should be able to write about my past in a more measured way. Though he had his own problems, T.S. Eliot proclaimed, "Maturity of language may naturally be expected to accompany maturity of mind." But who can wait? As with myself and my temporary companion, once you have bashed the brass lion against the door, it's too late to turn back. The owner of the interesting house, a self-contented but anxious man, answered and surveyed our Canadian faces for signs of money. I had already learned that to the English our faces appear as barren new worlds with a geography composed of television sports and credit cards. Therefore I said, "The rent is no problem." A few moments later, we were in an apartment with a striking view of the sea. It had new wall-to-wall broadloom, a kitchenette, and a frigid little bathroom with 2 electric heaters. The main attraction was the view. "This is where Virginia Woolf wrote 'To the Lighthouse,'" the proprietor announced. We looked reverently out the window. Battered gently by waves and dappled by the sun was a lighthouse. I turned back to the owner, who nodded complacently. Once again, I went to inspect the kitchenette. The stove where she baked her pies had been replaced by a hot plate. "I love Virginia Woolf," said my companion. I knew she was seeing herself sitting at a desk looking out the window at the waves and writing the book she needed to write. According to the dictionary at hand, disjunction is the state of being disjoined. I once knew someone with this problem, my best friend. She was named Rebecca Thomas, but it should have been Rebecca/Thomas. Walter Benjamin's disjunction sprang from the fact, he believed, that he was a German Jew, two mutually exclusive realities, each closed to him because he was poisoned by the other. At one point he wanted to become, an ambition he knew was preposterous, Germany's foremost literary critic. On the other hand, he considered accepting a monthly salary to study Hebrew. Although he had no interest in the subject, he was desperate for a stipend. Apropos of my own equivalence to these problems, I once asked R/T, why is my life always farcical? Rebecca smiled sympathetically, but Thomas answered, "Don't worry, it's not a universal condition." By writing a Ph.D. thesis on the Bloomsburys, followed by several learned articles published in worthy journals, R/T had become a professor of English literature. My occupation, perfect for a schizophrenic, R/T pronounced, although in my opinion she was never fully able to refute the chemical hypothesis, was the same. Perhaps R/T should be presented in her full biographical splendor. The little squibs at the end of her articles always read, Rebecca Thomas was born in Regina. She received her B.A. from the University of Alberta in Edmonton, then was a Woodrow Wilson Scholar at the University of Michigan. Her doctoral thesis, Linguistic Recipes of the Bloomsbury Group, was published by the University of Chicago Press. I could add that she had thick black hair, strong squarish hands, a mouth which sometimes twitched like Marcello Mastroianni, trying to decide between Sophia Loren and an ice cream cone, bright, warm eyes, an elegant neck. When I first met her, she also had a husband, a science fiction fanatic, who drifted off into the hyperspace of computer games, then ran away to Vancouver with their babysitter. R/T and I became friends. At first we just knew that we were people safe to talk to at those faculty parties it was best to attend for political reasons. She made the occasional remark about my temporary companions, perhaps just to let me know she wasn't going to be one, and I observed initial attempts to find a successor for her departed husband. We began to write each other memos. For example, Professor Trotsky, it has come to my attention that during the past several weeks you have been avoiding self-improvement regarding your attire. Please report for lunch tomorrow at noon so that these and other failings can be discussed. Or, my dear Leon, you may be interested to know that I overheard your neo-revisionist tendencies being discussed over lunch at the Student Union. Apparently you have been making a fetish of wearing your ice pick. For your own sake, I advise you to renounce personalist masochism in favor of collective silence. Early on, R/T, as I addressed her in memos, and I decided to attend each other's lectures for a few months and give each other honest appraisals of each other's classroom behavior. This could have been professionalism at its highest, the gloomy conviction that no one else is listening, or just one of the strange ways we found to amuse each other. More recently, we resumed the habit. It was amazing for me to hear R/T again after such a gap. It seemed to me, or perhaps the years have made me a better listener, that her own linguistic recipes had changed. She was more subtle, more complex. She spoke with assurance and conviction. The edgy, unsure young woman who seemed to be describing something she sensed but couldn't quite see was now offering broadcasts from the very center of her personal cosmology. But, although Rebecca had evolved, Thomas was unchanged. Last fall, for example, not long after the first essays had been assigned, Rebecca was maneuvering into position at the lectern, all wound up for a discourse on the literary sexual politics of Virginia's relationship with her publisher husband Leonard, when a student raised her hand. She wanted to know something about the allowable length of footnotes. Rebecca answered her question, and then, as often happens when Rebecca gets distracted, Thomas stepped in. "I was thinking," he said, and looked out the window. The students, who recognized the tone of voice even if they hadn't made the diagnosis, followed Thomas's gaze. It was a day in that monochromatic zone between fall and winter, dark gray clouds turning black in the late afternoon, cold rain streaming from an adjoining slate roof and making the smoky grit on the windows streak down the glass. "Suppose I were to die in Toronto. Not now, of course. Don't be alarmed. But I was thinking that somewhere out there must be the men who will dig my grave, the trees that will be sacrificed for my coffin, the mourners who will watch the coffin slide into the earth." Thomas's voice became so gloomy that the students began to shift about uneasily. Not wanting to criticize directly, I sent a memo. R/T. Excellent lecture, but heavy on the melodrama. I liked the idea of your future mourners scattered across the city, unbeknownst to each other, waiting for the event of your funeral to bring them together. Even your pompous claim that your entry in Who's Who is just the dry run for your obituary. But the little darlings are still frightened of death. So am I. If you have a fatal illness and have been hesitating to inform me, leave a message on my machine. When I returned to my apartment, the little red light on my answering machine was flashing. "Not fatal, but terminal." Rebecca's voice. Then Thomas. "Never speak of this again." Those who wander in the literary alleyways of the past may recall a recent biography of T.S. Eliot, the poet and critic. When I was a young would-be poet, Eliot was a more than minor god. I memorized many of his poems, along with various weighty epigrams, like the one cited above, and would recite them to myself, or aloud, whenever I was drunk, lonely, or otherwise sensed a void that required decoration. Perhaps that is another reason that my companions have always been temporary. But my worship went much further. Eliot, a banker, then editor, was noted for his meticulous appearance and personal habits. To make my hair blonde like his, I rubbed it with hydrogen peroxide, and then spent a sunny afternoon walking the streets of Toronto. In the same vein, I would part it in the middle. When I received my first teaching assistantship, I went so far as to purchase a three-piece suit and wire-rimmed frames to encase my thick lenses. I appeared in front of my class convinced I was the young Tom incarnate. Later that morning I was told I looked like Trotsky without the beard. To go back to the recent biography, Eliot had his own cosmetic moments, but at the time of my three-piece suit I was ignorant of the best. This happened near the end of his first marriage, a bizarre relationship which made Eliot very unhappy. Although Eliot prided himself on bearing the burden of his apparently insane wife with great fortitude, Virginia Woolf once wrote to a friend that to emphasize his silent struggle, Eliot had taken to wearing green makeup, which enhanced his unhappy, ghostly pallor. Imagine T.S. Eliot and Virginia Woolf, legendary giants whose colossal shadows surely extend beyond any future a professor of literature could possibly imagine. There they are, in some Parnassian moment of the gilded past, drinking tea and exchanging a few bon mots. Eliot's hair is perfectly parted in the middle, and he speaks with built-in punctuation. Virginia Woolf is sporting a 1920s version of a long tie-dyed shirt and drawing sketches of her lighthouse on the tablecloth. As she looks up at Elliot, the sun emerges. An unexpected shaft of light illuminates his right cheek. She sees greenish powder clinging to his pores. I am writing this in R/T's apartment, sitting at R/T's desk. Before the movers arrive, I will have finished. Meanwhile, the relevant documents are at hand. R/T's medical reports, various of her articles and research notes. From one of the files drifts a memo never sent. Trotsky, enough of your political diatribes. Even the beginning practitioner will agree that cultural impersonation is the disease of our times. I accept your invitation for late afternoon drinks. Your use of the plural will be discussed in a separate document, on the impossible condition that you appear as your authentic self. Why did she reject this memo? What did she send me instead? Did we ever meet that afternoon? Certainly not our authentic selves, whoever they might have been. Like those who so fascinated us, R/T and I were cultural transvestites. The only state to which we could claim real citizenship was that of the disjoined. Like Elliot, obviously, the American with his British banker's suit, his perfectly cut cloak of modernist free verse. Henry James with anorexia, as R/T once termed him. Or Walter Benjamin, neither German nor Jew. His most attractive option, as he saw it, was to go to Paris and become an expert on the politics of Baudelaire. Unfortunately, the French were only able to read his studies of Baudelaire long after his death, a suicide brought on by the fact that the French he so admired had refused him the papers he required to escape the German police by crossing into Spain. That Benjamin, whose entire work is founded on the limitations of biography, should die for the lack of a visa is another of those events for which reasoned language fails me, though Eliot promised that we may expect the language to approach maturity at the moment when men have a critical sense of the past, a confidence in the present, and no conscious doubt of the future. As R/T once said about the book of a valued colleague, with this kind of load, the Great Wall could have been built in a week. This year spring is slow. April is the cruelest month. Overnight, the temperature fell below freezing, and this morning there was a new thin scattering of snow on the grass. A white dusting over the cars parked along the street. When I stepped out to buy a paper, I saw a bird pecking angrily at the frozen ground. It shook its head at me, fluttered to the fence, looked up to the sky to let me know he was suing God for this fracture of the bird-god weather bargain. I had been dreaming about my own cultural disjunction, or at least about the trip between those two cultures which are supposedly mine. In the dream I was standing on deck with my grandparents, Jewish Russian refugees, who came over by boat just after the turn of the century. Their departure was not a glittering Nabokovian tragedy of lost estates and multilingual nannies. They were happy to have escaped, and they were young, dressed in black and white like their pictures. My grandmother leaned over the rail, her kerchief snapping back in the wind and her long triangular nose poking towards the Atlantic coast. Her eyes so black, the skin around them white and smooth. By the time I met her, that skin had turned soft and mottled. She would look at me affectionately, but also as though I were absolutely unexpected, some strange kind of pet my parents had mistakenly invented when they were alone in their room at night. I was snuggled beside my grandmother at the rail. Her arm was around me, and she smelled like baking bread. She pulled me in close against her. I was in love with her. Her smell, the clean salt wind from the sea, the lush, piney shoreline drawing closer. Then she turned me around. Behind us, a squalid city filled the sky with its smoke. Suddenly, we were tramping down its muddy streets. My grandmother led us into a dirty alleyway. It was filled with garbage. Old crones peered into our faces. A dog jumped at the hamper my grandmother was carrying, then sprang back when she kicked it. We went in the back door of a rotting wood house, up narrow, twisting stairs to the apartment of her grandparents. The grandparents of my grandmother. A low-ceilinged room with a dining table and a couch on which my great-great-grandfather lay. The heavy rhythm of his breathing. Drawn over him was a thick quilt. His bearded face was turned eagerly towards me, though he did not speak. About this and other such dreams I have no one to ask. I myself am sliding through middle age. No one alive can remember my great-great-grandparents. No one can care. Let them die and be buried in their stale European breath, their dead dreams that lived on the edge of crumbled empires whose name no one remembers. Why mourn over these immigrants and their ancestors? They were always unwelcome wherever they went. They were always lying somewhere, sick, watching their children or grandchildren go out the door in search of some new haven, some new hope that would turn out to be false. At certain times, in their ghettos, on their boats, walking the streets at night in their new land, they must have looked at the sky, seen that the stars had maintained their same configurations even though the land beneath their boots had changed. Glad to escape, happy to arrive, living in the midst of their self-made islands, watching their children and their grandchildren step off those islands, playing the fatal game of cultural impersonation that all of history had taught against, looking as absurd in their adopted costumes as did Eliot in his green makeup and mascara. We are in my midtown, mid-rise, mid-price, mid-Toronto apartment. R/T is lying on the floor, her feet just sufficiently apart that she can, while wearing her high-heeled shoes, tap her toes together. "You never wanted to have children with me," she says. She is pronouncing her words carefully, which is how I know she has mixed just the right amount of Scotch into her blood. "I would have been a terrible father." "No, you would have been a good father." It is amazing how reassuring I find her words. It is as though I've been given the seal of approval by the Canadian Standards Association. A fierce and necessary gratitude towards R/T sweeps across my desert soul. I slide to my knees and begin crawling towards her. The few times we've made love, not unsympathetic episodes scattered through the years, it has always been on the floor in this apartment. Once in a cabin we rented together, once in a car under circumstances that require much explanation, but ended with showers to get rid of the bits of potato chips we inadvertently ground between the carpeting and our consenting skins. I kneel above her. She's crying. I bend to kiss the tears from her cheeks. This is a huge aberration. Between R/T and me, despite flare-ups of desire, there has never been the slightest pretense of temporary companionship. "I don't want to have an affair with you," she said, when I first invited her up, lifetimes ago. "My intentions are honorable," I'd protested. "I don't believe you, and you don't understand me." She's replied, "With me, it's all or nothing, and I know you won't understand that." Immediately, I'd imagined R/T casting me in the role of stepfather to the little brat she sometimes brought around the department, a spoiled, fat-faced, beribboned girl who gave me knowing and precocious sneering looks whenever she thought her mother wasn't looking. She takes my face in her hands. "You still don't understand," she says, although I think I do. She means we should be in a lawn-surrounded house somewhere, vibrating to the sound of running feet. I start to withdraw, but even drunk, R/T is too fast for me, and soon we're rocking and rolling to our own strange beat. Afterwards, R/T insists I come into the bathroom with her and soap her all over. This isn't the kind of intimacy I'm used to with her. I light candles for modesty's sake, make a few embarrassed jokes about hot tubs. Once R/T is actually lying in the water, and one of the candles has gone out, I regain confidence. I'm kneeling beside her, rubbing the soap up and down her body in the golden light. She's barely visible beneath the water, though her breasts float and her nipples break the surface. "Look at them," R/T says, flushing, suddenly embarrassed herself, and trying to push them down. "Wait," I say, and tear some petals from the flowers she brought me, and use them to make small glowing hats that bob like tiny sails on the rippling surface of the water. When depressed, Virginia Woolf dressed in flowers. Skeptics say this strategy must have failed. She did drown herself, after all. But legends are not made of skepticism, and everyone dies in the end. Walter Benjamin was fascinated with Kafka, whom he regarded as a fellow specialist in the problem of being someone and on one at the same time. Benjamin wrote, "On many occasions, and often for strange reasons, Kafka's figures clap their hands, once the casual remark is made that these hands are really steam hammers." He also said of Kafka that he perceived what was to come without perceiving what exists in the present. As always, when he is writing about Kafka, one feels Benjamin is really writing about himself. For example, the above lines are from a letter Benjamin wrote in 1938, 2 years before his suicide. R/T in my bed. Not the night of the bath. That night we had the good fortune of perceiving the present without perceiving the future. But a few months later, when she was recovering from her second round of chemotherapy, the precocious, sneering daughter had long since turned into a perfectly nice young woman, a graduate student with a big fellowship in biochemistry. R/T could not bear to bother her with the incessant cycles, remissions, collapses of her illness. She already went through enough with me and her father. I'll call her when I'm dying. Meanwhile, R/T kept teaching, though it was so difficult for her to take care of herself that she eventually ended up in my apartment on a semi-permanent basis. At first it was just for a weekend. A change of beds, we joked. That was winter. It snowed a lot, unusually, and if she was well enough, I would often install R/T, covered by her favorite quilt, in my rocker armchair by the window. With our lights out, we could watch the snow beating in waves against the window. R/T would nurse a glass of sherry, while I tried to drink enough scotch to stay calm. Often on those evenings, lights out and classical music in the background, we would pretend we were at a place we imagined, the modernist cafe, where we would see Eliot, Woolf, Benjamin, and Kafka sitting at their table, drinking drinks we would invent for them, making terrible puns we also supplied. At the end of such a visit, when R/T had gone into her pre-midnight doze, I would walk over to her place and get her the various files and books she had requested. Of course, she was always about to be well enough to move back. Twice a week I would change the milk in her refrigerator, replace the loaf of bread, take the rotten fruit from the bowl on her table and replenish it with bright, fat oranges and gleaming red apples. In the worst weather, R/T would wear her coat while she was teaching. As always, she insisted on delivering her lectures standing up. Thomas hardly ever appeared. When he did, it was in response to a particularly hopeless question that he would snap back something brittle and bitter. Then Rebecca would shake her head and smile, as though this eruption were a gastric accident best ignored. After her lectures, I would drive her home. Sweaty and shaking, entirely drained, she would let me help her from the car and upstairs to bed. Sometimes it would be hours before she could speak again. At my insistence, Julia started coming to visit us. "You're like an old couple," she said one night when I was seeing her to the door, and she gave me that old, knowing smile, this time without the sneer. But how could I explain it to her? Beginning is difficult. Ending has its own problems. Something about Rebecca, her mannish, Thomas-like hands, the way she drank. She used her eyebrows for punctuation. I would sleep on the couch, and when I came in to see R/T in the morning, her eyes would be bigger. This was in April, the cruelest month. Her students were used to me, and it seemed the most natural thing in the world when one day, instead of taking my usual seat in the back, I moved up to the front. After I had finished the lecture R/T had prepared the week before, I told them the story of the lighthouse and said that if any one of them should ever go there, they might think about R/T. I might have liked to say something about the unconsidered perils of companionship, the temporary nature of things, the way we feel, you and I, when the evening is spread out against the sky, but I didn't. I read them my last memo, and the reply R/T had left for me on my answering machine. For a few moments there was silence. The sky was blue, the windows open. Then you could hear the sound of spades biting into the raw earth, the slow, uncertain shuffle of mourners gathering to remember. Celia Behind Me, by Isabel Huggan, who was born 1943 and lived in Ottawa until 1987. Since that time, she and her husband and daughter have lived in Kenya, southern France, and recently the Philippines. She contributed an essay, Notes from the Philippines, to Writing Away, the PEN Canada Travel Anthology, 1994, edited by Constance Rook and published by McClelland and Stewart. Isabel Huggan has published 2 short story collections, The Elizabeth Stories, 1984, from which Celia Behind Me was taken, and You Never Know, 1993.
Celia Behind Me. There was a little girl with large, smooth cheeks and very thick glasses who lived up the street when I was in public school. Her name was Celia. It was far too rare and grown-up a name, so we always laughed at it. And we laughed at her because she was a chubby, diabetic child, made peevish by our teasing. My mother always said, "You must be nice to Celia, she won't live forever." And even as early as 7, I could see the unfairness of that position. Everybody died sooner or later. I'd die too, but that didn't mean everybody was nice to me or to each other. I already knew about mortality and was prepared to go to heaven with my 2 aunts, who had died together in a car crash with their heads smashed like overripe melons. I overheard the bit about the melons when my mother was on the telephone, repeating that phrase and sobbing. I used to think about it often, repeating the words to myself, as I did other things, so that I got a nice rhythm. Their heads smashed like melons, like melons, like melons. I imagined the pulpy insides of muskmelons and watermelons all over the road. I often thought about the melons when I saw Celia, because her head was so round, and she seemed so bland and stupid and fruit-like, all rosy and vulnerable at the same time as being the most awful pain. She'd follow us home from school, whining if we walked faster than she did. Everybody always walked faster than Celia, because her short little legs wouldn't keep up. And she was bundled in long stockings and heavy underwear, summer and winter, so that even her clothes held her back from our sturdy, leaping pace over and under hedges and across backyards, and when it was dry or when it was frozen, down the stream bed and through the drainage pipe beneath the bridge on Church Street. Celia, by the year I turned 9 in December, had failed once and was behind us in school, which was a relief because at least in class there wasn't someone telling you to be nice to Celia. But she'd always be in the playground at recess, her pleading eyes magnified behind those ugly lenses so that you couldn't look at her when you told her she couldn't play skipping unless she was an ender. "Because you can't skip worth a fart," we'd whisper in her ear. "Fart, fart, fart," and watch her round pink face crumple as she stood there turning the rope over and over. As the fall turned to winter, the 5 of us who lived on Brubaker Street and went back and forth to school together got meaner and meaner to Celia. And after the brief diversions of Christmas, we returned with a vengeance to our running and hiding and scaring games that kept Celia in a state of terror all the way home. My mother said, one day when I'd come into the kitchen and she just turned away from the window so I could see she'd been watching us coming down the street, "You'll be sorry, Elizabeth. I see how you're treating that poor child, and it makes me sick. You wait, young lady. Some day you'll see how it feels yourself. Now you be nice to her, do you hear?" "But it's not just me," I protested. "I'm nicer to her than anybody else, and I don't see why I have to be. She's nobody special. She's just a pain. She's really dumb, and she can't do anything. Why can't I just play with the other kids like everybody else?" "You just remember I'm watching," she said, ignoring every word I'd said. "And if I see one more snowball thrown in her direction, by you or by anybody else, I'm coming right out there and spanking you in front of them all. Now you remember that." I knew my mother, and knew this was no idle threat. The awesome responsibility of now making sure the other kids stopped snowballing Celia made me weep with rage and despair, and I was locked in my room after supper to think things over. I thought things over. I hated Celia with a dreadful and absolute passion. Her round, guileless face floated in the air above me as I finally fell asleep, taunting me. "You have to be nice to me because I'm going to die." I did as my mother bid me, out of fear and the thought of the shame that a public spanking would bring. I imagined my mother could see much farther up the street than she really could, and it prevented me from throwing snowballs or teasing Celia for the last 4 blocks of our homeward journey. And then came the stomach-wrenching task of making the others quit. "You'd better stop," I'd say. "If my mother sees you, she's going to thrash us all." Terror of terrors that they wouldn't be sufficiently scared of her strap-wielding hand. Gut-knotting fear that they'd find out or guess what she'd really said and throw millions of snowballs just for the joy of seeing me whipped, pants down in the snowbank, screaming. I visualized that scene all winter and felt a shock of relief when March brought such a cold spell that the snow was too crisp for packing. It meant a temporary safety for Celia and respite for me. For I knew, deep in my wretched heart, that were it not for Celia, I was next in line for humiliation. I was kind of chunky and wore glasses too, and had sucked my thumb so openly in kindergarten that sucky had stuck with me all the way to grade 3, where I now balanced at a hazardous point, nearly accepted by the amorphous other kids, and always at the brink of being laughed at, ignored, or teased. I cried very easily and prayed during those years, not to become pretty or smart or popular, all aims too far out of my or God's reach, but simply to be strong enough not to cry when I got called sucky. During that cold snap, we were all bundled up by our mothers as much as poor Celia ever was. Our comings and goings were hampered by layers of flannel bloomers and undershirts, and ribbed stockings and itchy wool against us no matter which way we turned. Mitts, sweaters, scarves, and hats, heavy and wet-smelling when the snot from our dripping noses mixed with the melting snow on our collars, and we wiped, in frigid resignation, our sore red faces with rough sleeves knobbed over with icy pellets. Trudging, turgid little beasts we were, making our way along slippery streets, breaking the crusts on those few front yards we'd not yet stepped all over in glee to hear the glorious snapping sound of boot through hard snow. Celia, her glasses steamed up even worse than mine, would scuffle and trip a few yards behind us, and I walked along wishing that sometime I'd look back and she wouldn't be there. But she always was, and I was always conscious of the abiding hatred that had built up during the winter, in conflict with other emotions that gave me no peace at all. I felt pity and a rising urge within me to cry as hard as I could so that Celia would cry too, and somehow realize how bad she made me feel and ask my forgiveness. It was the last day before the thaw when the tension broke, like northern lights exploding in the frozen air. We were all a little whingy after days of switching between the extremes of bitter cold outdoors and the heat of our homes and school. Thermostats had been turned up in a desperate attempt to combat the Arctic air, so that we children suffered scratchy, tingly torment in our faces, hands, and feet, as the blood in our bodies roared in confusion, first freezing, then boiling. At school we had to go outside at recess. Only an act of God would have ever prevented recess. The teachers had to have their cigarettes and tea, and in bad weather we huddled in a shed where the bicycles and the janitor's outdoor equipment was stored. During the afternoon recess of the day I'm remembering, at the end of the shed where the girls stood, a sudden commotion broke out when Sandra, a rich, big girl from grade 4, brought forth a huge milk chocolate bar from her pocket. It was brittle in the icy air, and snapped into little bits in its foil wrapper to be divided among the chosen. I made my way cautiously to the fringe of her group, where many of my classmates were receiving their smidgens of sweet chocolate, letting it melt on their tongues like dark communion wafers. Behind me hung Celia, who had mistaken my earlier cries of "Stop throwing snowballs at Celia" for kindness. She'd been mooning behind me for days, it seemed to me, as I stepped a little farther forward to see that there were only a few pieces left. Happily, though, most mouths were full, and the air hummed with the murmuring sound of chocolate being pressed between tongue and palate. Made bold by cold and desire, I spoke up. "Could I have a bit, Sandra?" She turned to where Celia and I stood, holding the precious foil in her mittened hand. Wrapping it in a ball, she pushed it over at Celia. Act of kindness, act of spite, vicious bitch, or richness-seeking expiation? She gave the chocolate to Celia and smiled at her. "This last bit is for Celia," she said to me. "But I can't eat it," whispered Celia, her round red face aflame with the sensation of being singled out for a gift. "I've got diabetes," the word, said so carefully, as if it were a talisman, a charm to protect her against our rough healthiness. I knew it was a trick. I knew she was watching me out of the corner of her eye, that Sandra, but I was driven. "Then could I have it, eh?" The duress under which I acted prompted my chin to quiver and a tear to start down my cheek before I could wipe it away. No, 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 jeered Sandra then. Sucky babies can't have sweets either. Diabetics and sucky babies can't eat chocolate. Give it back, you little fart, Celia. That's the last time I ever give you anything. Wild, appreciative laughter from the chocolate-tongued mob, and they turned their backs on us, Celia and me, and waited while Sandra crushed the remaining bits into minuscule slivers. They had to take off their mitts and lick their fingers to pick up the last fragments from the foil. I stood there and prayed, "Dear God and Jesus, I would please like very much not to cry. Please help me. Amen." And with that, the clanging recess bell clanked through the playground noise, and we all lined up, girls and boys, in straight rows, to go inside. After school, there was the usual bunch of us walking home, and, of course, Celia trailing behind us. The cold of the past few days had been making us hurry, taking the shortest routes on our way to steaming cups of Ovaltine and cocoa. But this day we were all full of that peculiar energy that swells up before a turn in the weather, and as one body we turned down the street that meant the long way home. Past the feed store, where the Mennonites tied their horses, out the back of the town hall parking lot, and then down a ridge to the ice-covered stream, and through the Church Street culvert, to come out in the unused field behind the Front Street stores. The forbidden adventure we indulged in as a gesture of defiance against the parental "come right home." We slid down the snowy slope at the mouth of the pipe that seemed immense then, but was really only 5 feet in diameter. Part of its attraction was the tremendous racket you could make by scraping a stick along the corrugated sides as you went through. It was also long enough to echo very nicely if you made good booming noises, and we occasionally titillated each other by saying bad words at one end that grew as they bounced along the pipe and became wonderfully shocking in their magnitude. Poopy, 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 poopy! I was last, because I had dropped my school bag in the snow and stopped to brush it off. And when I looked up, down at the far end, where the white plate of daylight lay stark in the darkness, the figures of my 4 friends were silhouetted as they emerged into the brightness. As I started making great sliding steps to catch up, I heard Celia behind me, and her plaintive high voice, "Elizabeth, wait for me, okay? I'm scared to go through alone. Elizabeth?" And of course I slid faster and faster, unable to stand the thought of being the only one in the culvert with Celia. Then we would come out together, and we'd really be paired up. What if they always ran on ahead and left us to walk together? What would I ever do? And behind me I heard the rising call of Celia, who had ventured as far as a few yards into the pipe, calling my name to come back and walk with her. I got right to the end, when I heard another noise and looked up. There they all were, on the bridge looking down, and as soon as they saw my face began to chant, "Better wait for Celia, sucky. Better get Celia, sucky." The sky was very pale and lifeless, and I looked up in the air at my breath curling in spirals, and felt, I remember this very well, an exhilarating, clear-headed instant of understanding. And with that, raced back into the tunnel where Celia stood whimpering halfway along. "You little fart!" I screamed at her, my voice breaking and tearing at the words. "You little diabetic fart! I hate you! I hate you! Stop it! Stop crying! I hate you! I could bash your head in, I hate you so much, you fart! You fart! I'll smash your head like a melon, and it'll go in pieces all over, and you'll die! You'll die, you diabetic! You're going to die!" Shaking her and banging her against the cold-ribbed metal, crying and sobbing for grief and gasping with the exertion of pure hatred. And then there were the others, pulling at me, yanking me away, and in the moral tones of those who don't actually take part, warning me that they were going to tell, that Celia probably was going to die now, that I was really evil, they would tell what I said. And there, slumped in a little heap, was Celia, her round head in its furry bonnet all dirty at the back where it had hit against the pipe, and she was hiccuping with fear. And for a wild, terrible moment, I thought I had killed her, that the movements and noises her body made were part of dying. I ran. I ran as fast as I could back out the way we had come, and all the way back to the schoolyard. I didn't think about where I was going. It simply seemed the only bulwark to turn to when I knew I couldn't go home. There were a few kids still in the yard, but they were older and ignored me as I tried the handle of the side door and found it open. I'd never been in the school after hours, and was stricken with another kind of terror that it might be a strappable offense. But no one saw me. Even the janitor was blessedly in another part of the building, so I was able to creep down to the girls' washroom and quickly hide in one of the cubicles. Furtive, criminal, condemned. I was so filled with horror I couldn't even cry. I just sat on the toilet seat, reading all the things that were written in pencil on the green wooden walls. G.R. loves M.H., and Y.F. hates W.S. for double sure. Mr. Becker wears ladies' pants. Thinking that I might die myself, die right here, and it wouldn't matter if they told on me that I had killed Celia. But the inevitable footsteps of retribution came down the stone steps before I had been there very long. I heard the janitor's voice explaining he hadn't seen any children come in, and then my father's voice saying that the others were sure this is where Elizabeth would be. And they called my name, and then came in, and I guess saw my boots beneath the door, because I suddenly thought it was too late to scrunch them up on the seat, and my father was looking down at me and grabbing my arm, hurting it, pulling me, saying, "Get in the car, Elizabeth." Both my mother and my father spanked me that night. At first I tried not to cry, and tried to defend myself against their diatribe, tried to tell them when they asked, "But whatever possessed you to do such a terrible thing?" But whatever I said seemed to make them more angry, and they became so soured by their own shame that they slapped my stinging buttocks for personal revenge as much as for any rehabilitative purposes. "I'll never be able to lift my head on this street again," my mother cried, and it struck me then, as it still does now, as a marvelous turn of phrase. I thought about her head on the street as she hit me, and wondered what Celia's head looked like, and if I had dented it at all. Celia hadn't died, of course. She'd been half-carried, half-dragged home by the heroic others, and given pills and attention and love, and the doctor had come to look at her head, but she didn't have so much as a bruise. She had a dirty hat and a bad case of hiccups all night, but she survived. Celia forgave me, all too soon. Within weeks her mother allowed her to walk back and forth to school with me again. But in all the years before she finally died at 17, I was never able to forgive her. She made me discover a darkness far more frightening than the echoing culvert, far more enduring than her smooth pink face.
One Good Story, That One, by Thomas King, who was born in 1943, the son of a Cherokee father and a mother who is of Greek and German descent. He taught native studies for 10 years at the University of Lethbridge in Alberta, and more recently was chair of American Indian Studies at the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. In addition to teaching, King has written radio and TV dramas. He spent the year 1993-94 in Toronto as story editor for The Four Directions, a CBC TV drama series by and about Native people. He is the author of 2 novels, Green Grass Running Water, 1993, and Medicine River, 1990, and of a children's book, A Coyote Columbus Story, 1992. One Good Story, That One was first published in the Malahat Review and is the title story of a collection published in 1993 by HarperCollins. One Good Story, That One. All right. You know, I hear this story up north. Maybe Yellowknife, that one, somewhere. I hear it maybe a long time. Old story, this one. 100 years, maybe more. Maybe not so long either, this story. So, you know, they come to my place. Summer place. Pretty good place, that one. Those ones, they come with Napayo, my friend, pool, on the river. Indians call him Casinta, that river. Like if you did nothing but stand in one place all day and maybe longer. Casinta, also called Napo. Napayo knows that one, my friend. White man call him Saint Mary, but I don't know what that mean. Maybe like Casinta, maybe not. Napayo comes with those three. White man, those. No Indian man. No Chinaman. No Frenchman. Too bad, those. Sometimes the wind come along, say hello. Pretty fast, that one. Blow some things down on the river. That Casinta. Sometimes he comes up, too, pretty high. Moves things around, that Casinta. 3 men come to my summer place. Also my friend Napayo. Pretty loud talkers, those ones. One is big. I tell him maybe looks like Big Joe. Maybe not. Anyway, they come and Napayo, too. Bring greetings. How are you? Many nice things they bring to, says. 3. All white. Too bad, those. Ho, my friend says. Real nice day. Here's some tobacco. All those smile. Good teeth. Your friend Napayo, they says. That one says you tell a good story. You tell us your good story. They says, those ones. I tell Napayo, sit down, rest, eat something. Those 3 like to stand. Stand still. I think of Casinta, as I told you. So I says to Napayo, Casinta, in our language, and he laugh. Those 3 laugh, too. Good teeth, white man, white teeth. I says to them, those ones stand pretty good. Napayo, my friend, says, tell these a good story. Maybe not too long, he says. Those ones pretty young, go to sleep pretty quick. Anthropologist, you know. That one has a camera, maybe. Okay, I says, sit down. These are good men, my friend says. Those come a long ways from past Tapileuza. Call him Blind Man Cooley, too. Tapileuza means like a quiet place where the fish can rest. Deep, quiet place. Blind man maybe comes there later. To that place, maybe fish. All right. How about a story? That one says. Sure, I says. Maybe about Jimmy runs the store near 2 bridges? His brother become dead and give Jimmy his car, but Jimmy never drives. Napayo hold his hand up pretty soft. My friend says, that good story, Jimmy and his car. These ones don't know Jimmy. Okay, I says. Tell about Billy Frank and the dead river pig. Funny story, that one. Billy Frank and the dead river pig. Pretty big pig. Billy is real small, like Napayo, my friend. Hurt his back, lost his truck. Those ones like old stories, says my friend. Maybe how the world was put together. Good Indian story like that, Napayo says. Those ones have tape recorders, he says. Okay, I says. Have some tea. Stay awake. Once upon a time. Those stories start like that, pretty much. Those ones start on time. Anyway, there was nothing. Pretty hard to believe that, maybe. You fellows keep listening, I says. Watch the floor. Be careful. No water, no land, no stars, no moon, none of those things. Must have a sun someplace. Maybe not. Can't say. No Indians are there once upon a time. Lots of air. Only one person walk around. Call him God. So, they look around and there is nothing. No grass, no fish, no trees, no mountains, no Indians, like I says. No white man, either. Those come later, maybe 100 years, maybe not. That one God walk around, but pretty soon they get tired. Maybe that one says, we will get some stars. So he does. And then he says, maybe we should get a moon. So they get one of them, too. Someone write all this down. I don't know lots of things left to get. Mialu, call her deer. Papipo, call her elk. Slinkta, call her blue flower berry. Galing, call her moon. Sosika, call her flint. Amapo, call her dog. Bakozawa, call her grocery store. Petopazazling, call her television. Pretty long list of things to get, that. Too many, maybe those ones say. How many more that one needs for world? So, pretty soon that one can fix up real nice place. Not too hot, not too cold. Like here, we sit here. My summer place is like that one. I call my summer place Ose Tahi Topiokte. Means cool sleeping place. Other place they call her evening's garden. Good time to fish, that. Evening, cool, not so hot. That evening's garden, like here. 2 human beings that one puts there. Call the man Adam. Call the woman Evening, same as garden. Okay. She looks around her garden. Pretty nice place, that one. Good tree, good deer, good rock, good water, good sky, good wind. No grocery store, no television. Adam and Evening, real happy, those ones. No clothes, those, you know. But they pretty dumb, then. New, you know. Have some tea. Stay awake. Good part is soon here. That woman, Evening, she is curious, nosy, that one. She walk around the garden and she look everywhere. Look under rock, look in grass, look in sky, look in water, look in tree. So, she find that tree, big one. Not like now, that tree. This one have lots of good things to eat. Have potato, have pumpkin, have corn, have berries, all kind. Too many to say now. This good tree also have some miso. White man call them apples. This first woman look at the tree with the good things and she gets hungry. Make a meal in her head. Leave that miso alone. Someone says that. Leave that miso alone. Leave that tree alone. The voice says that. Go away someplace else to eat. That one, God. Hello, he's back. Hey, says Evening, this is my garden. You watch out, says that one, pretty loud voice. Sort of shout. Bad temper, that one. Maybe like Harley James. Bad temper, that one. Always shouting, always with pulled down mean look. Sometimes Harley come to town, drives his truck to town, gets drunk, drives back to that house. That one goes to town, get drunk, come home. That one beat his wife. His wife leave, goes back up north. Pretty mean one, that one. You boys know Harley James? Nobody there to beat up now. Likes to shout, that one. Maybe you want to hear about Billy Frank and the Dead River Pig? Boy, my friend says, I can taste the miso. These boys pretty excited about those miso, I think. Okay, I says. Keep your eyes open. Look around. Evening, that one says, look pretty good, these. So she eat one, that miso. Boy, not bad, real juicy, that one. She is generous. Evening, good woman, that one. Brings miso to Adam. I think he is busy then, writing things down. All the animals' names he writes somewhere. I don't know. Pretty boring, that. Deer come by, says Mialu. Elk come by, says Papeo. Blue flower berry come by, says Slingta. Ah, damn, not so smart like evening, that one thinks blue flower berry is animal, maybe. Dog come by, says Amapo. Raven come by, says Nekota. Coyote come by, says Klikwa. Snail come by, says Itu. Squirrel come by, says Queta. Owl come by, says Batipota. Weasel come by, says Sothaniso. Rabbit come by, says Klaku. Flint come by, says Sosika. Fish come by, says Lapo. Grayfish come by, says Kling. Beaver come by, says Kanyada. Boy, all worn out. All those animals come by. Coyote come by maybe 4, maybe 8 times. Gets dressed up, fool around. Says Pistopa. Says Hotago. Says Waho Iki. Says Kahoha. Ha 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 ha. Tricky one, that coyote. Walks in circles. Sneaky. That Adam not so smart. Like Harley James, white man, those. Evening she be Indian woman, I guess. Evening come back. Hey, she says, what are all these coyote tracks come around in circle? Not so smart, Adam. Pretty hungry, though. Here, says Evening, miso. Real juicy. So they do. Adam, that one eat 3 miso. Adam, says Evening, I better get some more. Miso. Pretty soon that one god come by. He is pretty mad. You ate my miso, he says. Don't be upset, says Evening, that one first woman. Many more miso back there? Calm down, watch some television, she says. But they are upset. And that one says that Evening and Adam better leave that good place, garden, Evening's garden, go somewhere else, just like Indian today. Evening says, okay, many good places around here. Adam, that one, wants to stay, but that fellow god, white man, I think, he says, you go too. You ate those miso, my miso. Adam is unhappy. He cried 3 times, ho, 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 I only ate 1, he says. No, says that godfellow, I see everything. I see you eat 3 of my miso. I only ate 2, says Adam, but pretty quick that one throw him out. Ha! Throw him out on his back, right on those rocks. Ouch, 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 that one says. Evening, she have to come back and fix him up before he is any good again. All right. There is also a japupi. White man call him Snake. Don't know what kind. Big white one, maybe. I hear maybe black. Something else. I forgot this part. He lives in tree with miso. That one try to get friendly with Evening, so she stick a miso in his mouth, that one. Crawl back into tree. Have trouble talking. Hiss, 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 hiss. Maybe he is still there, like that Dead River Pig and Billy Frank lose his truck. So, Evening and Adam leave. Everybody else leave too. That tree leave too. Just God and Japupi together. Adam and Evening come out here. Have a bunch of kids. So, that's all. It has ended. Boy, my friend says, better get some more tea. One good story, that one, my friend, Napeo says. Those men push their tape recorders, fix their cameras. All of those ones smile, nod their head around, look out window, shake my hand, make happy noises, say goodbye, see you later, leave pretty quick. We watch them go. My friend Napeo, put the pot on for some tea. I clean up all the coyote tracks on the floor. Dear Heart, by Bonnie Burnard, who was born in 1945 in southwestern Ontario and recently returned to live in that part of Canada. In the interval, she lived for a number of years in Regina, Saskatchewan, where she was active in the literary community. She was fiction editor for Grain magazine from 1982 to 1986. In 1983, 4 of her stories appeared in Coming Attractions, an annual anthology in which Oberon Press introduced new fiction writers. Other stories were published in literary magazines, broadcast on CBC radio, and dramatized for television. Bernard's short story collection, Women of Influence, 1988, was named the best first published book in the Caribbean-Canadian region for the 1989 Commonwealth Writers' Prize, and partly as a result of that award, she has given readings not only throughout Canada, but also in the U.S., England, Europe, South Africa, and Australia. Dear Heart is from Casino and Other Stories, published in 1994, which was one of the 5 finalists for the first Giller Prize that year.
Dear Heart. The embossed invitation to lunch with the visiting Queen hadn't come as a big surprise. At 41, she found herself included on some far-off protocol list, the result of serving on a minor provincial board or 2, the result of middle age. She wouldn't have made the trip on her own. 200 miles across the prairie. It wasn't worth it. She'd read the invitation immediately as a chance to be with her daughter, not the Queen, to be off with her on a long drive in the car, contained, remote, private. When she'd asked her daughter to join her at the luncheon, the girl had turned down her stereo briefly and said, "What Queen?" She was aware of orchestrating these spaces in time with each of the kids. She'd been doing it religiously since their father's departure. She would have named it instinct rather than wisdom. And they were good. The kids were fine. There was no bedwetting, no nail-chewing. There were no nightmares, at least none severe enough to throw them from their beds and send them to her own in a cold sweat. If they did have nightmares, the quiet kind, they were still able to stand up in the morning with a smile, forgetful. Her own acceptance, after nearly 2 years, took an unexpected form. She'd started files. One file contained the actual separation agreement, which listed all 5 of their names in full capitals, in bold type, the format generic and formal, applicable to any family. With the agreement, she kept her list of the modest assets, the things that had to be valued against the day of final division. Another file held the information supplied by her government, little booklets on this aspect of family breakdown, supportive statistics on that, and the notification that she would be taxed differently now that she was alone. In the third file she kept the letters. It was the thickest of the 3, although its growth had slowed. When the mailman began to leave these letters, casually tucked in with the usual bills and junk, she'd been dumbfounded. She'd sat on the couch with her morning coffee, after the kids had gone to school, unsealing, unfolding, reading one word after another, recognizing the intent of the words as they arranged themselves into paragraphs of affection. A few of the letters contained almost honourable confessions of steamy fantasies, which apparently had been alive in the world for years, right under her nose. The words "fond of" and "hesitate" appeared more than once. These men were in her circle. There was no reason to expect they would ever leave it, and they were, to a man, firmly and comfortably attached to women they would be wise to choose all over again, in spite of wastes and enthusiasms as thick and diminished as her own. She disallowed all but one of the fantasies, with laughter and common sense and a profound appreciation for the nerve behind the confessions. Her short-lived defence, the time she gave in, had been what she called her net gain theory. She tried to explain that any increased contentment for her would have to mean an equivalent loss for some other woman. She said that nothing new would be created. She said it was like chemistry. Her admirer had stood with his hands on her hips and told her it wasn't her job to measure and distribute. He told her to relax, to lighten up. And she did lighten up, for about an hour. She kept the letters. If she was hit by a truck on the way to the tomboy, she would simply have to count on whoever went through her things to take care of them. The fireplace was just a few feet from her desk. Her husband, her ex-husband, had found acceptable companionship, young, smooth-skinned, fertile companionship much more readily. A different life altogether. When the big day came, she and the girl began the drive to the small prairie city where the Queen was to lunch with her subjects, as she'd hoped, like an excursion. They stopped for gas and jujubes and 2 cans of 5 Alive. They talked about school and the broad wheatland through which they were moving. She pointed out how bone-dry it all was, told the girl how rain could change the colour of the landscape, and how this in turn could change the economy of the province. She told her a little about the people who had to make a living from the parched land, most of the details only imagined, and she told her that when she was 12 she'd kept several scrapbooks with Queen Elizabeth II emblazoned on the cover, had filled them with this woman's life, her marriage and coronation, the magnificent christening gowns worn by her children, her scrappy younger sister in love. She confessed all her young need for romance. Then, without deliberation, she confessed how easily the romance had given way to tacky glamour. The Everleigh brothers, James Dean, Brenda Lee, and how easily the glamour had been overtaken by Lightfoot and Joni Mitchell and Dylan. She tried to explain Dylan, what she'd absorbed from him, how he'd turned abstractions into something more useful, but without much success. She didn't confess to the next phase, the disdain, although she'd been happy to discover it at the time. She used it, while it lasted, without restraint. From this distance, of course, her young, mindless condescension looked merely cramped and suspiciously safe. It looked like ordinary cowardice. The girl took it all in, polite in the extreme, and asked the right questions to please her. And then they were silent, cosy in the car, and she set the cruise control and began to dream a little. She was interrupted by some of the questions she hoped might find their opportunity on this drive. There was a boy. Of course there was a boy. Why can't he talk to me normally? I haven't changed. And why does he have to sneak looks at me all of a sudden? Old questions, easy to answer. She simply told the truth as she knew it, said the words out loud. Longing, confusion, afraid, dream. She named the feeling a crush, and said it was as common as house dust, which made the girl groan and giggle. And then the girl asked, "Were you pretty?" "For a time," she said firmly. Shared, intimate laughter, woman's laughter, the first between them. Her daughter's face open and soft. When they arrived, they had only to find the arena, and it wasn't difficult. The city was more or less deserted, except for the arena parking lot and the streets leading into it. She guessed maybe a couple of 1,000 people would be involved in this little affair. She parked the car, and they cut across the parched, leaf-covered baseball diamond to the arena. Inside they found the washroom and freshened up together, the girl imitating her mother's moves, although with her own style. At the entrance to the huge, high-beamed room, which would, in a month, or perhaps even sooner, be transformed into a hockey rink, she found the invitation in her bag and handed it to a uniformed woman. They waited only a few moments at their seats at the long table, and then the orchestra from the area of the penalty box began God Save the Queen. They stood up, and in she came. In a hot pink wool coat and a trim little hot pink hat, visible to all, waving and nodding with a fixed, flat smile. She regretted not wearing what she'd wanted to wear, her cherry-red coat and her mother's fox stole, which she'd claimed and kept wrapped in tissue in a closet, an absurdity now with its cold, glassy nose and the hooks sewn into the paws. She had no idea why she loved it and longed to wear it somewhere before she grew old. She had her mother's opal ring, which she sometimes wore, so it wasn't that. It wasn't just the need to keep her mother's things alive. There was a prayer for the Queen, for the country, for rain, and then the heavy noise of 2,000 chairs being scraped over the cold cement floor. Prairie people in expensive suits and silk dresses and elegant felt hats, sitting down to eat a roast beef dinner for lunch. She talked superficially and politely to the people around them at their table, people she knew she would never see again, and her daughter listened and tried a couple of superficial lines of her own. "Have you been looking forward to seeing the Queen?" she asked the elderly woman across from her. They didn't get to shake hands with the royals, which was an obvious and unexpected disappointment for the girl, but they heard the Queen speak crisply about the settling of this land, about the native peoples, textbook talk. She was followed by government officials, unable to resist a go at the captive audience, and then the programme began. Children in coy little dance groups and choirs and a youth orchestra, and she could feel her daughter wanting to be up there on the stage, performing, taking the only chance she'd likely ever have to curtsy to someone. She wanted to tell her that there had never been anyone who'd made her want to curtsy. She often caught herself wanting to hand over fully developed attitudes to save the girl time and trouble. A couple of hours later, when it was finally over, they were both more than ready to stand up from their hard chairs and leave the arena. After they crossed the ball field with hundreds of other subjects and found the car, they decided to drive around the city a bit, explore, and, to the girl's way of thinking, they got lucky. There was a shopping mall, brand spanking new. They wandered together through a maze of sale signs and racks of last year's fashions and temporary counters filled with junk jewellery, where they found 2 pairs of gaudy, oversized, dirt-cheap earrings. The girl did not ask why you never saw tiaras in jewellery stores, which was something she had wondered herself when she was young. The prom queen, not her, not even a friend, had worn a tiara, so they must have been available then, somewhere. Neither of them was hungry. They'd eaten everything served to them in the arena, including magnificent pumpkin tarts, but they sat down to a shared Diet Coke and watched everyone else who'd been at the luncheon wander around the mall. Then it was nearly 5 o'clock, and she said they should get on the road. The girl had school in the morning, and the sitter might be getting worn down. As they crossed the parking lot, she said, "She looks so fat on TV, but she's really not all that fat." The girl laughed in complicity. In the car, on a whim, because she wanted the day to hold more than the Queen, she dug out the road map and found the big dam, asked the girl if she was interested. "Sure," she said. "Why not?" She told her that they would have to take smaller, older roads to see it, that it might take a little longer going home than coming if they decided to venture off. She was glad the girl was game, capable of handling all this distance between their position here in the east-central part of this huge province and home. She knew next to nothing about the dam, but she'd seen lots of others, and she could improvise if she had to. They could get some books on it when they got home. There might even be a school project on it some day. It would take about an hour to get near it, and then some determining which side roads to choose to get right up to the thing. She drove easily. There was no traffic left for the old highway, not with the dead-straight 4-lane 50 miles to the west. She confidently anticipated the curves and set the cruise control again, relaxed. They cut through farmland and then into bush, far more bush than she'd ever seen in this province. The prairie ceased to be open, and she began to wonder if making this side trip was wise. The sun that remained was behind the trees, blocked, and dusk, she knew, would be brief. She put the headlights on. There had been a time when she loved being in the car in the dark, like a space traveller, someone chosen, the blue-white dashlights crucial, reliable, contributing precise information, the darkness around her body a release. Some of her best moments had been in dark cars. The girl was quiet beside her, thinking. About the Queen? About her new earrings, which pair she would allow her sister to borrow if she promised not to leave them somewhere or trade with a friend? About the boy who could no longer talk to her normally? The deer appeared in the corner of her eye. It had every chance. It was 30 yards ahead of them, in the other lane. All it had to do was freeze, or dive straight ahead, or veer left. Lots of choices. She threw her arm hard across her daughter's chest, forgetting that she was belted in, and she kept her steering as steady as she could, with the grip of one firm hand. She braked, deliberately, repeatedly. She did not slam the pedal to the floor. She locked her jaw. "Just hold tight," she told the deer. "Just close your eyes and hold tight." When it dove for the headlights, she yelled, "Shit!" and brought her arm away from the girl's chest back to the wheel. And then it was over. She'd hit it. Before she could say, "Don't look," the girl did. "I think you took its leg off," she said. "Why didn't you stop? Why did you have to hit it?" She saw again the right headlight coming into sudden, silent, irrevocable contact with the tawny hindquarter. The thump belonged to something else, which seemed to come neither from the car nor from the deer. "You killed a deer," the girl said. She pulled the car over to the side of the dark road, and they sat there, waiting for her to do something. She put her hand on the door handle and unbuckled, but she made no further move. Wherever it was beyond her help. Her daughter looked back again. "He's in the ditch. I think he's trying to climb out of the ditch." "I'm sorry," she said. "I couldn't go off the road to save him. We'd be the ones in the ditch if I'd tried. I'm really sorry." She pulled slowly back onto the road and, remembering her seat-belt, buckled up. She took note of the reading on the odometer. "Are we just going to go?" the girl asked. "I'll have to find someone to kill it," she said. "We'll stop in the next town. That's all there is to do. I don't feel really good about this either." The girl sat in silence, pushed down into her seat. 10 minutes later there was a town, a small group of houses clustered around one long main street, the only sign of life at the Sands Hotel. She pulled in and parked beside a blue half-ton. "I'll just go in and talk to someone," she said. "You might as well wait here. It won't take long." She got out and walked to the front of the car. The fog lamp had been bent like a walleye, and the glass on the headlight was broken, but there was no blood. She'd broken bones, not skin. She noticed for the first time a symbol on the Volvo's grille, the Greek symbol for the male, the circle with the arrow pointing off northeast. She remembered the first time she'd seen it, when she was a girl watching Ben Casey on television, wholeheartedly in love with him, with his dark face and his big arms, a precursor to the men she would really love later. And now it was later than later, and here she was in a bleak prairie town, with grey hair growing out of her head, an angry adolescent in her car, and a mangled deer 12 kilometres behind her on the road. Inside the hotel she went directly to the young blonde bartender to explain what she'd done, but she'd known the instant she was in the bar which of them would be the one to go back and find the deer and finish it off. They were sitting in a large group around a table watching her, 8 or 10 of them, in green and brown and plaid, drinking beer and coffee. She knew she looked ridiculous to them in her high black boots and her long dark trench coat with the oversized shoulders, like something out of a bad war movie. Still, they waited in well-mannered silence for her to speak. "Talk to him," the kid at the bar said, pointing. She approached the table, and a couple of them, the older ones, tipped their hats. One of these hat-tippers leaned back in his chair and asked, "Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been?" It took her a few stalled seconds to reply, "I've been to London to visit the Queen." He chuckled and saluted her with his coffee. "I've hit a deer," she said, "about 12 kilometres back. I was wondering if someone could maybe take care of it." She looked at the one she'd picked. "North?" he asked. "Yes," she said, "on number 10. "How bad?" he asked. "I think I've pretty well ruined his hindquarters," she said. "Your car," he said. "I meant your car." There was no laughter. "The car's all right," she said. "My insurance will likely cover it." "You should report it," he said. "You have to phone the wildlife people, unless you want to pay the $200 deductible. You call and report it now. It's the deer's fault." "Is there a phone I could use?" she asked. He led her out of the bar into a cold back room. The light was amber, muted, dusty. There was a stained sink in the corner and a battered leather couch along one wall. The rest of the room was filled with beer cases stacked 4 high. There was a payphone, and beside it, taped to the door frame, a list of phone numbers. He put his own quarter in and dialed the number for her. She took the phone and talked to a woman at an answering service, who put her through to a man who was in some way official, and she gave him all the information she could, the time and location, her registration and license numbers, her apologies. She couldn't tell him how old the deer might have been. While she stood there, reporting the incident, the man stayed on the arm of the couch, watching her. She became aware of her perfume and her long, wild hair. When she was finished, he got up and stood beside her. "Someone hits a deer here about once a week," he said. He reached behind her head and turned down the collar of her trench coat, slowly. She would not have been surprised if his mouth had grazed her forehead. "I can check your car." "The car's okay," she said. "The engine didn't take any damage." "Whatever," he said. "My daughter's out there," she said. "She's pretty upset." He nodded. "This kind of thing is hard on kids." Outside, he hunched down in the light from the hotel sign and ran his hand over the shattered glass. "Looks like it was a young deer," he said, standing up, stretching. He opened the car door for her, and she climbed in behind the wheel. "I've got a gun in my truck," he said. "I'll go back for it." "Thank you," she said. He tucked her coat around her legs and closed the door. On the highway again, the girl listened to the explanation of the procedure. She sat in silence for a long time, her legs under her on the seat, trying, in spite of the seat belt, to curl up. When her mother turned on the radio to some easy listening music, she started in. "I don't see why she has to be there every weekend we go to Dad's," the girl said. "I don't see why we have to see her lying in bed in the morning. I think it's rude." "Where did this come from?" she asked, but she knew the answer. It came from a very young woman riding in a dark car through the bush with her mother. "You could tell your dad if it bothers you, her being there when you are. Or I could if you want me to." "I already have," the girl said. "He just tells her. They don't care." "Your dad cares," she said. "He's not himself, but he misses you. He's told me, and I believe him." "She bought that nightshirt I wanted, the mauve one," she said. "She bought it for herself, and she doesn't get dressed till lunchtime." She reached for the radio and punched in a rock station. "She's everywhere you look." "That's why you changed your mind about the nightshirt?" she asked. There was no answer. The young lady in question had not shown any particular skill at the unenviable task of winning the affections of a middle-aged man's half-grown kids, although she tried. One weekend she'd even done their wash, an effort to appease the mother, who bitched about sending them off clean and getting them back, always, in disorder. When they got home, they'd stood in the kitchen emptying their weekend bags, showing off their clean clothes. In her pile, the girl discovered pink bikini panties, not her own. She tossed them hard across the room to her sister, who screeched and pitched them like a live hand grenade to her defenseless brother, who cringed and ducked. "She loves your dad," she said. "Because you won't," the girl said. I'll talk to him, she offered. Don't bother, the girl said. I'll just get a lecture about how everyone's got a right to be happy and all that crap. It's not crap, she said. She wanted to be his wife again, just for a little while. She wanted to talk to him about what people, very young people, have a right to. She'd heard more than once from her friends, from the inarticulate counsellor, from a British homemaker's magazine in her doctor's office, the theory that kids could withstand a lot. All you had to do was look around you, all these kids carrying right on. She bought into it herself sometimes, taking pride in their hard-won stability, their distracted smiles, good pluggers all. The girl stared out her window, watching the bush fly by. Don't ever expect me to say good morning to some boyfriend of yours. No, she said. I won't be expecting that. They drove on. She could think of nothing light and harmless to say. Nothing would come. I saw this TV show, she said, hesitating. The girl waited. There was a woman standing in front of a mirror, and she was very unhappy. It was just a dumb miniseries. Anyway, she was standing, talking into this mirror to someone behind her, and she said when she was a kid, she'd been driving with her father in a car at night, like we are, and it was winter, there was a lot of snow, and they saw a deer draped over a fence. It looked dead. She said she began to cry, and her father told her it was all right. He told her that deer have a trick. When they're trapped like that, they don't have to wait to die. They can make their hearts explode. A trick, the girl said. I think it would be fright, she said. I think it would be a heart attack brought on by fright. That would be the real explanation. But it means that our deer could be out of its misery before that man even gets to it with his gun. It could have been dead before we left it. Even as she recited this, she knew it was unlikely. She assumed the deer was back there, not far from the ditch, dying the hard way. It would watch him approach, hear the soft, "Easy now, easy." And she knew that one of them would hold the deer forever in her mind, not dying, but fully alive in the bright shock of the headlights, and that the other would hold it just as long, cold and wide-eyed, after the hunter.
For Puzzled in Wisconsin, by Bronwen Wallace, 1945 to 1989. She was born in Kingston, Ontario, and lived most of her life there. Her poetry and short stories were published in a number of literary magazines and anthologies. She won a National Magazine Award, the Pat Lowther Award, and the Du Maurier Award for Poetry. Her poems were collected in 2 books, Common Magic and The Stubborn Particulars of Grace. The story, Puzzled in Wisconsin, is from her one collection of short fiction, People You'd Trust Your Life To, published posthumously in 1990.
For Puzzled in Wisconsin. Dear Allie, my husband has an intricate tattoo on his chest. I am very fond of it, but don't want to see it go with him when he dies. I'm wondering if there is a way to have it taken off and preserved somehow at the time of his passing. Is this against the law? If not, who would look after this sort of thing, should it be possible? A taxidermist, the funeral director, or someone else? My husband enjoys the best of health now, but I'd like to know what your answer is so that I can prepare myself. Puzzled in Wisconsin. My daughter reads me your letter, laughing. Do you believe this, she says, in the voice she has for the tabloids at the checkout at Loblaw's. Baby born repeating message from aliens. I saw my husband snatched by a mermaid. Do you believe this? Not a question, of course, since for her the answer is obvious. After she goes off to do her homework, I pick up the paper and read your letter through again, 2 or 3 times, until I can see you there at your kitchen table writing it. Beside you is a coffee mug and a pack of Players Light. The mug says, I love my mutt, and there's a picture on it of a dog like the one that's lying by the door watching you. You're just about due for a perm and a rinse. Your hair's showing grey at the roots, greyer than mine, I think, but fine like mine and straggly. Faded blonde, like your skin, which is dry and washed out looking under your blush and your blue eyeshadow. When your husband gets off work tonight, he's on afternoons this week, the letter will be in your purse, which is on the sideboard in the dining room. I can see you in the living room with your bathrobe on, watching Johnny Carson. Your husband usually brings home a pizza or some Chinese, and you both have a couple of beers. Then he'll start sucking on your earlobe or tickling your breasts. It's fun, not having to worry any more about the kids hearing. Your baby, Tommy, moved out on his own 3 months ago. At this point, your husband pulls his T-shirt off. You like to run your tongue over his tattoo. Sometimes that's all you do. Sometimes that's just for starters. Dear Puzzled, ask the funeral director when the time comes. He or she will be able to answer your questions. In the meantime, perhaps someone who knows will see this and let me know if anything of the sort has been done before, and if so, how they handled it. I, too, am puzzled. Well, she didn't exactly bust her ass trying to find an answer, did she? I, too, am puzzled. When you read that out loud, it sounds kind of snotty, as if she thinks this can't be serious. When the time comes. Oh, brilliant. When the time comes, you'll have a million other things on your mind. The boys will make fun of you. The undertaker will pat you on the arm and say, there, you're just upset. It gets you upset, all right, just thinking about it. Your husband just thinks you're weird. But what the hell, he says. Go ahead if you want to. They're already going to take my eyes and my liver. Might as well have my tattoo, too. He doesn't know about the letter, of course. He never reads Dear Ally. They just make that shit up, he says, to sell papers. The summer I was 18, I worked as a waitress at the Bangor Lodge in Muskoka. Most of the other waitresses were girls like me, just finishing high school, earning money for university in the fall. The cooking staff were all local, from Bracebridge or Huntsville. They worked there every summer and on into the off-season after the rest of us left. Most of them were women my mother's age, except for the girl who did the salads and the bread baskets and stuff. Gwen McIntyre. She was my age, though she looked older. Short and busty, with thick black hair and huge violet eyes. Like Liz Taylor, of course, and she emphasized that, piling her hair up in thick curls and wearing lots of dark eyeliner. On her it was okay, too. She really was beautiful, just as Liz herself was beautiful, temporarily, but perfectly, before she got all bloated and silly. Usually the waitresses didn't hang around much with the kitchen staff, but Gwen and I soon found we had something in common. Our boyfriends both worked in Toronto. Gwen's boyfriend, Chuck, was a welder. My boyfriend, Jeff, was working at a paint factory for the summer. I suppose he's coming up for the weekend, eh? Gwen asked, though she didn't really put it as a question. It was just sort of assumed. She'd already told me that Chuck came up every Saturday. Probably not, actually. I tried to sound casual, but I felt somehow apologetic. He doesn't have a car. Well, why didn't you say so? He can drive up with Chuck, and we can do something together. It'll be great. That night, Gwen phoned Chuck to tell him the plan. He'll pay half the gas, she said, which is what we'd agreed she'd say, and he can get over to your place easy. All you have to do is call him up and introduce yourself. Anna's going to call him first, right after I hang up. She's really nice, honey. It'll be great. See you Saturday. Bye, hun. She always called him honey or hun. He called her babe. I couldn't imagine Jeff calling me anything. Jesus, I don't even know the guy, he kept saying. Why didn't you call me first? If you don't want to come, I said after a few minutes of this, don't bother. And I hung up hard. We were using the phone in the little office just off the kitchen, where the cook made up the orders and paid the delivery men. You had to reverse the charges. There'd been a minute at the start when I thought Jeff wasn't going to accept, and now that I'd hung up, I realized he couldn't call me back. Even if he bothered to find out, the only number listed for the lodge was the front desk. They didn't take personal calls for staff. Gwen was in the kitchen, putting the last of the dishes in the dishwasher, but she didn't try to hide the fact that she was listening. As soon as I banged the phone down, she came to the door with a coffee and my cigarettes. "Don't worry," she said. "He'll show up." As it turned out, she was right. Jeff said he thought Chuck was a bit of an asshole, but he could stand it, so the summer was set. They both had to work Saturdays, and what with holiday traffic and all, they usually didn't get to the lodge before 9:30 or 10 p.m. By that time, we'd be pretty well finished. If I had a late table, Gwen had helped me set up for breakfast, though she wasn't supposed to. Chuck had an old Ford pickup that his father had sold him for $1 when he started working in Toronto. The passenger door was so rusted he'd had to weld it shut, so everyone piled in from the driver's side. By 10:30, we'd be headed out to a spot he knew about, along the lake, where there was a bit of beach and no other cottages. We'd build a fire and sit around, drinking beer and listening to Jeff's radio. After an hour or so, Chuck would grab Gwen and say, "Come on, babe, come and say hello to your old man." And they'd move off a ways into the little woods while Jeff and I stretched out by the fire. The air was always hot and close and still. You could hear everything, especially Chuck. "Oh, babe," he'd say. "Oh, babe." And then louder and louder, "Oh, babe. Oh, Gwenny. Oh, oh, babe." Then silence. Then it would start again. Later, driving back to the lodge, I'd try to fit Chuck's face, which was broader and fair and sort of eager, I guess, but in the way a kid's face is eager, one front tooth chipped, the other missing, to the sounds I heard in the woods, but I never could. It was like it never happened. Jeff never even let on, but one night, just as he came inside me, he started whining in this false, stupid whisper, "Oh, babe! Oh, babe!" I pushed him away and tried to stand up. "Hey!" He held me. "Come on, I was only fooling." "Yeah, I know." I wanted to punch him, to hurt him in some way I knew I never could. I don't know why. Jeff and I always used a safe, of course, but I knew for a fact, because she told me, that Gwen and Chuck never did. I wasn't surprised. There'd been lots of Gwens at my high school. I knew exactly what would happen. By the end of August, Gwen was pregnant. Chuck was ecstatic. He even brought a bottle of champagne up the next weekend. He'd already found a bigger apartment. They planned to get married on the Labor Day weekend, though Gwen would go on working at the lodge until it closed in October. They could use the extra money. Jeff and I used to talk about getting married too, but it was just talk. He was going to Queen's, to med school in the fall, and he kept saying he wanted me to come there instead of going to Western. He talked about how a small apartment would be cheaper than residence. Knowing what I know now, this would have meant my getting a part-time job to help with expenses, failing courses, getting pregnant, and then finding out 5 years down the road that Jeff was in love with some night nurse and wanted a divorce. At the time, I just didn't like the way he kept kissing the back of my neck when I tried to talk about something I'd read, or even about one of my customers. "Is this what you really want to do?" I asked Gwen once. She looked as if she thought I must be joking. "Of course, don't you?" That was all she said. I thought it was because she was too stupid to want anything else. I guess I saw her as a victim of her own life, forced into it because she hadn't been smart enough to plan ahead. I never even considered then that she might see me in the same light. Peter, the man I did marry 16 years ago, is an archivist at the university. When our daughter read him your letter, he laughed with her, but for different reasons. He can believe it all right. Some people are probably like that. He just doesn't think it has anything to do with him. When they laugh, both Peter and our daughter Jennifer dip their heads slightly to the side at precisely the same angle, mouths wide open, showing the same even teeth. That night in bed, I asked Peter, "Is there anything like that of mine you'd want to save?" "Like what?" "You know, that Dear Ally letter Jennifer read about that tattoo." "Of course not. I'd never even think of it." "Well, think about it now. If you were going to do something like that, what would you want? Some of my stretch marks? The mole on my left breast?" "I can't imagine it, Anna. Really, this is silly." He lies flat on his back, his hands at his sides, his eyes closed, his face set in the pained expression he wears for conversations like this. What-ifs, speculations. When Jennifer and I sit in a restaurant making up stories about the people around us, he closes his eyes, just as he's doing now. "Tight ass. You never even try." "I just can't, Anna. You know that. I don't know what you want me to do." "I don't either." I try to make it light, nonchalant. "Night." I kiss him lightly as I reach across him to turn off the lamp, then roll over as if to sleep. I don't want him to think I'm angry. It's just a silly game, after all. I don't even want to be angry, damn it. It's not like he isn't imaginative. He is, about gifts, for example, and vacations. I don't think this other is something he can do anything about, and why should he? Once I asked him if he ever made up stories about the material at the archives, the people whose bits and pieces he sorts and labels. "Of course not, Anna. I'd never get any work done." And I can see what he means. His job is to organize the known world, after all. It's up to someone else to explore the rest. Why should I hold it against him? But I do. Just because I understand doesn't mean it doesn't poke at me, niggling and sore, like the pea under all those mattresses in the fairy story. After a few minutes, I get up and slip on my bathrobe. Peter, who can sleep through anything, doesn't move. Even his breathing stays slow and regular. Downstairs, the house has that smooth, mirror-like quality that always makes me feel like a figure in someone else's dream. I grab a glass and the bourbon and go out on the deck at the back. It's hot tonight. All the houses are open, relaxed, letting go of their secrets. A toilet flushes, a baby cries, a man's voice coaxes a cat inside. "Susie! Come on now, Susie. Come and see Daddy." It's not very often that I sit here late like this, with my feet on the railing, drinking bourbon. I wish I had a cigarette. I wish I could stay up all night, drinking and smoking. The first time I ever drank bourbon was with Gwen and Chuck and Jeff at Chuck's parents' house. The boys had come up one Saturday as usual, but just as they pulled in it started to rain, hard. We didn't know what to do. "Hop in," Chuck said. "We'll go see my folks. They won't mind." Chuck's parents, Roy and Joan, were sitting at the kitchen table when we came up to the back porch. Roy was an older version of Chuck, with the same eager face, even the missing tooth. He was wearing a baggy pair of Bermuda shorts and a green T-shirt with Arts Esso in black across the chest. Joan was wearing shorts too, white, with a white halter top, and a man's plaid flannel shirt open over the whole thing. Her hair, which was dark brown, obviously but gloriously dyed, was teased and piled into a high beehive. On her feet she had gold high-heeled slippers. They both jumped up as soon as they saw us. "Hey there, Chucky boy!" Roy shouted. "Come on in, out of the rain." He pulled chairs up around the table while Joan brought over glasses and a 40-ouncer of bourbon. "You're working with Gwen at the lodge, then?" she said, handing me a drink and holding out her pack of cigarettes. "Yeah, in the dining room, though. I'm a waitress." "Tips good?" "Yeah, I guess so. I get about $100 a week." "Shit!" Joan exhaled smoke sharply. "You hear that, Roy? 100 lousy bucks a week in tips at Bangor. Cheapskates. What you don't have to put up with, eh? She laughed, but even her laugh had an edge to it, angry, as if she were personally involved. I took another sip of my bourbon. I'd never drunk liquor straight before. I was beginning to like the way it stung my tongue, burned my whole mouth, frozen all the way down. 100 a week in tips had seemed like a lot to me, but now I could see what Joan meant. I thought about how people's voices sounded when they gave their order, how they always stopped talking to each other when I came up to the table. We sat around, drinking and smoking for what seemed like hours. Food kept appearing. Some doughnuts Joan had made fresh that morning, salami and cheese, crackers, homemade pickles. All of a sudden, Roy leaned back in his chair and pulled his T-shirt up almost to his neck. "What do you think about this baby here?" he asked. Across his middle, from his belt line to just below his left nipple, was a wide, jagged white scar. He had a lot of hair, but it hadn't grown back over the scar, which was thicker in some places than others. It glistened and bulged in the yellow kitchen light, stretched taut over his gut as if the skin couldn't take much more. "Quite a mess, eh?" he said. "I used to be a guard at the pen in Kingston there. Had some trouble one night. One of the guys had a shank, ripped me open in one swipe. Felt like he'd sliced my liver out. Next thing I know, I'm waking up in the hospital." He took another swig of bourbon and lit a cigarette off the one he had going. "Turned out I lost a lot of blood, but that was about it. The guy missed every single vital organ. Can you believe it? Every single goddamn vital organ. The doctors said I was the luckiest son of a bitch they'd ever seen. I wanted to go right back as soon as the stitches were out, but Joan here, she said she couldn't take it, what with the kids and all, especially the nights. So I let her go. 10 years seniority, pension, the whole goddamn shot." He let go his shirt so that it dropped slightly and wrinkled around his gut. Nobody said anything, but it wasn't from embarrassment or shock or anything like that. It was more as if we weren't expected to. Whenever I have told this story, and I have many times, I always tell about Roy and the scar, of course, but it's just part of it, part of the story about that summer and about Gwen and Chuck, neither of whom I ever saw again after the season ended, though we promised we'd visit, and about drinking bourbon all night. I tell about going out to drive back to the lodge and seeing the sky lightening over the trees and realizing that we'd been up all night, Gwen and me working all day Sunday, no sleep, hungover, and never giving it a thought. That's how the story ends when I've told it lately, how you can do it when you're young. Not now, though, so I haul myself off the deck, rinse the glass, and tiptoe back upstairs. Peter doesn't wake up when I crawl into bed, but he says my name out loud. "Anna," as if he were checking it off a list, some part of him still awake, until everything's accounted for. He always does this, and I always sort of like it, even though I'm still a little angry. I'm just drifting off when I see something else. It's almost as if I'm watching a movie of the 6 of us in that kitchen, sitting around the table, and the camera moves in all of a sudden, so that what I can see now is a close-up of Joan's hand, reaching out to Roy's bare gut, caressing it so intimately I can't believe she's doing it in front of us. And then, with the tip of her index finger, gently, very gently, she traces the scar, every turn and bulge, from Roy's nipple to his waist, as if to show us exactly what it's like. As if his belly were a map almost, and the scar was this road she was pointing out, wanting us to see where he'd been, and where she'd been too. After he got out of the hospital, when he spent days just sitting there staring, and she had to keep the kids quiet, not knowing what he was going to do next, what was going to happen to them. That was part of it, and more, that we could never know. It's just for a minute that I see this, mind you, Joan's hand on Roy's scar like that. But it's what I want to tell you, puzzled in Wisconsin, if I ever had the chance, or knew how.
Swain Corliss, Hero of Malcolm's Mills, now Oakland, Ontario, November 6, 1814, by Douglas Glover, who was born in 1948 and grew up on a tobacco farm in southwestern Ontario, is a graduate of the University of Edinburgh and the University of Iowa Writers' Workshop. He has published articles and short stories in Canada and the U.S., and has taught creative writing courses in both countries. He is the author of 3 novels, most recently The Life and Times of Captain N, 1993, and 3 collections of short stories, Swain Corliss, Hero of Malcolm's Mills, now Oakland, Ontario, November 6, 1814, is From a Guide to Animal Behavior, 1991, published by Goose Lane Editions, Fredericton, New Brunswick. Glover lives near Saratoga Springs, New York. Swain Corliss, Hero of Malcolm's Mills, now Oakland, Ontario, November 6, 1814. In the morning, the men rubbed their eyes and saw Kentucky cavalry and Indians mounted on stolen farm horses cresting the hill on the opposite side of the valley. The Kentuckians looked weary and calm, their hollow eyes slitted with analysis. We were another problem to be solved. They had been solving problems all the way from Fort Detroit, mostly by killing, maiming, and burning, which were the usual methods. The Indians were Cherokee and Kickapoo, with some Munsies thrown in. They had eagle feather rosettes and long hair down the sides of their heads and paint on their faces, which looked feminine in that light. Some wore scalps hanging at their belts. They came over the hill in a column, silent as the steam rising from their mounts, and stopped to chew plug tobacco or smoke clay pipes while they analyzed us. More Kentuckians coming on extended the line on either side of the track into the woods, dismounted, and started cook fires or fell asleep under their horses' bellies, with reins tied at the wrists. General MacArthur rode in with his staff, all dressed in blue, with brass buttons and dirty white facings. He spurred his mare to the front, where she shied and pranced and nearly fell on the steep downward incline. He gave a sign, and the Indians dismounted and walked down the road to push our pickets in. The Indians had an air of attending their 87th or so battle. They trudged down the dirt road bolt upright, with their muskets cradled, as though bored with the whole thing, as though they possessed some precise delineation of the zone of danger that bespoke a vast familiarity with death and dying. The men who could count counted. Somebody said, "Oh, sweet baby Jesus, if there's one, there must be 1,000. I should say that we had about 400, the 1st and 2nd Norfolk Militia, some Oxfords and Lincolns, 6 instructors from the 41st Foot, and some local farmers who had come up the day before for the society. Colonel Bostwick, the men called him Smiling Jack, stood higher up on the ridge behind our line, watching the enemy across the valley with a spyglass, his red coat flapping at his thighs. He stood alone, mostly. He had been shot in the leg at Frenchman's Creek and in the face at Natticoke when he walked into the Dunham place and stumbled on Sutherland and Onstone's gang by accident. The wound on his face made him look as though he were smiling all the time, which was repellent and unnerved his troops in a fight. Injun George, an old Chippewa who kept house in a hut above Troyer's Flats, was first up from the creek. He said he had seen a black snake in the water, which was bad luck. He said the Kickapoo had disappeared when he shot at them, which meant that they had learned the disappearing trick and had strong medicine. He himself had been trying to disappear for years with little success. Later, he shot a crow off the mill roof, which he said was probably one of the Kickapoos. A troop of Kentuckians came down the hill with ammunition pouches and Pennsylvania long rifles, and started taking potshots at McCall's company hiding behind a barricade of elm logs strung across the road. We could not reply much for lack of powder, so the Kentuckians stood out in the open on the stream bank, smoking their white clay pipes and firing up at us. Others merely watched or pissed down the hill, or washed their shirts and hung them out to dry, as though fighting and killing were just another domestic chore, like slopping pigs or putting up preserves. Somebody said, "They are just like us, except that we are not in Kentucky lifting scalps and stealing horses and trying to take over the place." The balls sounded like pure D evil thunking into the logs. Someone else tried to raise a yell for King George, which fell flat, many men allowing, as it was a mystery, why King George had drawn his regulars across to the other side of the Grand River and burned the ferry scow so that they could not be here when the fighting started. Thunk, thunk, went the balls. A melancholy rain began to fall, running in muddy rivulets down the dirt track. Smoke from the Republican cook fires drifted down into the valley and hung over the mill race. Colonel Bostwick caused some consternation coming down to be with his men, marching up and down just behind the line with that strange double grin on his face, his cheek tattooed with powder burns embedded in the skin, and an old officer's spontoon across his shoulders, exhorting us in a hoarse, excited mutter, "Behold, ye infidels, ye armies of Gog and Magog, agents and familiars of Azazel, smite, smite! O Lord, bless the children who go into battle in thy name. Remember, boys, the Hebrew kings did not scruple to saw their enemies with saws and harrow them with harrows of iron." Sergeant Major Collins of the 41st tried to make him lie down behind the snake fence, but the colonel shook him off, saying, "The men must see me." The sergeant took a spent ball in the forehead and went down. The ball bounced off, but he was dead nonetheless, a black knot sprouting between his brows like a third eye. A sharpshooter with a good Pennsylvania Dutch long rifle can hit a man at 300 yards, which is twice as far as any weapon we could throw, let alone be accurate. So far we had only killed one crow, which might or might not have been an enemy Indian. Edwin Barton said, "I dreamt of Tamsin maybe all night. I threw her down in the hay last August, but she kept her hand over her hair pie and wouldn't let me. She ain't hardly 14. I'll bet I'm going to hell today." Somebody said, "You ever done it with a squaw?" "A squaw lay quiet and not go all herky-jerky like a white woman. I prefer a squaw to a white woman any day." And somebody else said, "I know a man over at Port Rowan who prefers hogs for the same reason." This was war and whiskey talking. We lay in the rain, dreaming of wives and lovers, seeking amnesty in the hot purity of lust. Yes, some furtively masturbating in the rain with cold hands. Across the valley, the Kentuckians seemed like creatures of the autumn and of rain, their amphibian eyes slitty with analysis. Our officers, Salmon and Ryerson, said we held good ground, whatever that meant. That the American army at Niagara was already moving back across the river, that we had to stop MacArthur from burning the mills of Norfolk so we could go on feeding King George's regulars. Trapped in that valley, waiting for the demon cavalry to come whooping and shrieking across the swollen creek, we seemed to have entered some strange universe of curved space and strings of light. Rain fell in strings. Some of us were already dead, heroes of other wars and battles. We had been fighting since August 1812, when we went down the lake with Brock to the relief of Amherstburg. At times like these, we could foresee the mass extinction of the whole species. The world turned to a desert of glass. Everything seemed familiar and inevitable. We had marched up from Culver's Tavern the day before. We had heard firing in the direction of Brant's Ford at dusk, and awakened to see Kentucky cavalry and Indians emerging from the forest road, and smoke rising from barn fires behind them. Evidently, given their history, Kentuckians are born to arson and mayhem. Now they sniped with passionate precision. Thunk, thunk, went the balls, keeping us under cover while they moved troops down the steep bank. Shielding our priming pans with our hats, we cursed the rain and passed the time calculating angles of assault. The mill pond, too deep except to swim, protected our left wing. That meant Salmon's boys would get hit first, thank goodness. Mrs. Malcolm and her Negro servant were busy moving trunks and armoires out of the house in case of fire. No one paid them any mind. All at once we heard shouts and war cries deep in the woods downstream. Colonel Bostwick sent a scout, who returned a moment later to say MacArthur's Indians had outflanked us, crawling across a deadfall ford. We stared at the clouds and saw fatherless youngsters weeping at the well, lonely widows sleeping with their hands tucked between their legs, and shadows moving with horrible wounds, arms or legs missing, brains dripping out their ears. Someone said, "I can't stand this no more," stood up, and was shot in the spine, turning. He farted and lay on his face with his legs quivering. His legs shook like a snake with its back broken. The Kentuckians were throwing an amazing amount of hot lead our way. The colonel smiled and shouted additional remarks against Azazel, then ordered McCall to stand at the elm tree barricade while the rest retired. This was good news for us. We could get by without the mills of Norfolk. It was our bodies, our limbs, lungs, nerves, and intestines we depended on for today and tomorrow. McCall had Joe Kitchen, a noted pugilist, 3 of the Austin brothers, Edwin Barton, and some others. We left them our powder and shot, which was ample for a few men. At the top of the valley, Swain Corliss turned back, cursing some of us who had begun to run. "Save your horses first, boys, and if you can, your women." He was drunk. Many of us did not stop till we reached home, which is why they sometimes call this the Battle of the Foot Race. Swain Corliss hailed from a family of violent Baptists with farms on the Boston Creek, about 3 miles from Malcolm's. His brother Asher had been wounded 13 times in the war, and had stood his ground at Lundy's Lane, which Swain had missed on account of ague. Swain did not much like his brother getting ahead of him like that. He had a Brown Bess musket and a long-barreled dragoon pistol his father had bought broken from an officer. He turned at the top of the hill and started down into the racket of lead and Indian shouts. Musket balls swarmed around McCall's company like bees, some stinging. Swain took up a position against a tree, guarding the flank, and started flinging lead back. Edwin Barton shot through the thighs, loaded for him. Men kept getting up to leave, and Captain McCall would whack them over the shoulders with the flat of his sword. Swain Corliss, pounding a rock into the barrel of his gun with a wooden mallet, kept saying, "Boys, she may be rough, but she sure is regular." Bees stung him. That night, his father, dreamed a bee stung him in the throat, and knew. Swain Corliss was catching up to Asher. He killed a Kentucky private coming over the creek on a cart horse. Then Swain Corliss shot the horse. Smoke emerged from the mill. Mrs. Malcolm ran around in a circle, fanning the smoke with a linen cloth. Thunk, thunk, buzz, buzz, went the balls. Though we were running, we were with them. It was our boys fighting in the hollow. Colonel Bostwick sat on his racehorse, governor, at the top of the track. The company gave ground, turning to fire every few yards. Martin Bowner tied a handkerchief to his ramrod and surrendered to an Indian. Swain Corliss tied up Edwin Barton's legs with his homespun shirt. Deaf from the guns, they had to shout. "By the Jesus, Ned, I do believe it ain't hard to kill them when they stand around you like this." "I mind a whore I knew in Chippewa. Ned, I wished you'd stop bleeding so freely. I think they have killed you." "Yes." They were in another place, a region of black light and maximum density. On the road, sweating with shame and the cold, we heard the muskets dwindle and go out. We saw Swain Corliss, white-faced, slumped against an oak amongst the dead, smouldering leaves, Edwin's head in his lap, without a weapon except for his bayonet, which he held across his chest as Kickapoo warriors came up one by one, reverently touching Swain's shoulders with their musket barrels. The Kentuckians had lost 1 dead, 8 wounded, and a couple of borrowed horses. That day they burned the mill and one downstream, and sent out patrols to catch stragglers, which they did, and then released after making them promise on the good book not to shoot at another person from the United States. The Indians skinned and butchered Edwin Barton's body, Ned having no further use for it. During the night, 3 miles away, James Corliss dreamed that a venomous bee had stung him in the throat. Rising from his bed, he told the family, "Yonder, your baby boy is dead or something." Then James Corliss went out into the darkness, hitched his horse to a stone-boat, placed a feathered tick, pillows and sheets upon it, and started for the scene of the battle. Making It, by Margaret Gibson, who was born in 1948 and lives in Toronto. She has published 3 short story collections, The Butterfly Ward, 1976, Considering Her Condition, 1978, and Sweet Poison, 1993. The Butterfly Ward was co-winner of the Toronto Book Award for 1977. Ada, one of the stories in this book, was filmed as a CBC TV drama directed by Claude Jutra. The story Making It was the basis for the film Outrageous, starring Craig Russell. The Butterfly Ward, from which Making It was reprinted, was reissued in the Oberon Library series in 1994 by HarperCollins.
Making It. Saturday, November 11th, 74. Dear Betty, did you fumble your way up the long staircase with eyeless fingers, because you are so unused to your condition? Did you make it to the softness of the bed where you will lie down accepting the darkness? Come and get me, come and get me. I accept this last defeat, the violins play. Or are you someone else today? Joan Crawford, married to a lunatic, the leaves falling to the ground, dusting the surface. I know who you are, but I will pretend I don't, just to confuse anyone else who might read this letter. Maybe I should tear it up into tiny bits and swallow it so no one but me will ever know who you are. All that matters is that you know who you are. That is something I could never master. Alice in Wonderland and who are you? Steel snowflakes fall up here, so far away from you in Carnival Country. Is God in the snowflakes? I'm looking for a God. It seems a sensible thing to do now that I'm going to have this baby. I must have something mysterious to believe in, not just concrete and glass and huge filing cabinets that touch the sky. So today I will say that God is in the snowflakes. Yesterday he was Caliban. Tomorrow, if the snow is gone, I will assume that God is dead again. Perhaps he is always Caliban. The public health nurse comes to visit me twice a week. Oh, Robin, how proud you would be of me. I function. Yes, really. Mondays at 2, Thursdays at 4:15. She comes to the door brushing snow from her black boots and her old blue coat. Perhaps they're not paid too well for visiting people like me. Her briefcase, full of my brains and the brains of others like me, bulges under her arm. I smile and take her coat and tell her to please sit down. Of course, I no longer have to tell her to please sit down. She has been coming here for so long she just automatically sits in the red chair by the mantelpiece, her heavy thighs filling the chair, as mine have never done. I go to the kitchen and make her coffee, no sugar, but a little cream. We sit by the electric fire, and she smiles, and I smile, and we drink our coffee over the open folder. And how are things going today, Liza? She no longer calls me Miss. We are too intimate with the things in that open folder. I answer quite well, and the baby is moving a lot now. I do not tell her that God may be Caliban, or in the snowflakes. She would tell my psychiatrist immediately. And so much depends on these weekly checks. They say it's because I am alone and have a history of mental illness. Why not say insanity, crazed, burnt-out skull? No, only mental illness. They say that's why they come and check on me, but it is really to see if I am acting crazy, and then they could take the baby away from me. But I will not let that happen, Robin. As long as I function, they are powerless. I keep this flat on the top floor of the farmhouse spotless so the nurse can't write listless and sloppy on her report. And I make sure the coffee is always hot, but not too hot, so that it might seem that I am trying to scald her. There are so many things one learns about functioning. She stays for an hour each time, the folder spread open across her heavy legs, sometimes making notations. We talk of chemotherapy and my decorations for the nursery. I have maneuvered her into the conversations of the general. I am safe. She tells me as she leaves that I am doing very well, and I smile again, but not a very large smile. I do not want to be put down as manic, and I say goodbye and see you next time. Oh, I am clever. I can see her now getting on the Scarborough bus, knocking the snow from her boots, clutching her briefcase full of brains, pleased with my progress. Hugo is fine, and I am surviving. Make lots of money out there in Carnival country, and write soon. Yours is the only mail I get except for coupons. The snow is in a deep blanket now. I would like to run outside and lie in the snow and make an angel. But I'm afraid I would just lie there, letting the frozen sheet cover me, and then it would all be over, and no one would find me for days and days. Love, Liza. P.S. Has the Great Divider got you yet? Love, Liza. Wednesday, November 15th, 74. Dear Liza, I read your letter twice as usual. I have to read all your letters twice in spite of the fact that I lived with you a few years. Maybe I don't know you any better than anyone else does, and maybe just a vanity I allow myself. I am booked at Caesar's for the next 3 weeks, and then on to San Francisco, where I will send you an address where you can reach me. There's not much left to my life but my career and your letters. I hardly ever see the days any more, and there's just enough time to have a drink and a salute to Judy on the other side of that rainbow, and then it is off to rehearsals and more rehearsals. You would not like it out here in L.A. This is no place to dream, and you are so addicted to dreaming. It suits me fine, for I've no need of dreams, no time to dream. I must concentrate on one thing. Making it is what it is all about, and that is what I intend to do, make it. I have added Shirley Bassey, Ella Fitzgerald, and several other black performers to my act. They seem to be going over well. When I got into this business, I swore I would be the best female impersonator ever beyond comparison, and I have 5 years to make it in, and if I don't, I will probably be rattling those beads in John Ricci's book. But make it I must. I don't know why you would search for God in a snowflake. I think it is most unoriginal of you, but to say that God is Caliban, that's my Liza. You never did tell me who the father of the baby is. Why did he leave you like that in that old farmhouse? Perhaps I'm the only one who could tolerate your craziness, but I could never have been what you wanted me to be. I did not choose what I am, any more than you did. But it was a pleasant dream that you entertained, you and I touching. Maybe I'm guilty of entertaining it, too. We saw each other in various stages of undress, you in your nightgown, you in the bath soaking a scarred arm, me in the shower, and yet we never touched. It is a hard fact of our lives that such a thing would have been impossible. And yet I know you were never glad when one of my lovers left me. You were always sad for me, perhaps sadder than I myself was. You collect lame things, Liza, just like your awful cat, Hugo. I have never seen such an ugly cat, but you caress him, as if he came from an Egyptian tomb. I'm writing this in my dressing room, which is littered with jars of makeup and cream and wigs and gowns and plastic coffee cups with cigarette butts floating in them. It is not much different from those dressing rooms at the gay bars up in Toronto, although it is larger. What would Miss Carr say if she knew you carried on correspondence with me, a homosexual, a female impersonator? What was that awful book, The Twilight People? You'd better keep quiet on that score. She may think you are imagining pathos where there is none. Keep taking your medication. And who is the great divider? Love, Robin. Dear Robin, Marvin came to visit me last Monday. For a moment when I heard the door, I thought it was Miss Carr come very early. No one but her ever comes here. It was so early, though, I decided it couldn't be Miss Carr, and so I put on a different face than the one that warms Miss Carr with my coffee and my health. It was 9 a.m. when he knocked on the door. I knew it was Marvin as soon as I started down the stairs. I could see his black hair sticking up like wild grass and weeds. He was crouching inside the screen door, away from the wind, in a thin black coat, and he had no boots, still being the ghetto Jew, a part he likes very much. He had a Mickey of rye in a brown paper bag. He said that he had come to talk to me about his camps and his latest communiques from Mao, because no one else would listen, not even his psychiatrist. I felt very sorry for him. It is so important to Marvin to have someone to listen to his newest plans for these worldwide concentration camps. At first, at the hospital, when I was there with him, everyone listened. What a find for psychiatry. Concentration camps with rose gardens and communion with Mao. But now no one takes him seriously any longer. He has talked about it too much. And so they released him from the hospital on maintenance care, even though I know that Marvin is going to kill someone someday. It's in those beads you were talking about. We sat in the kitchen. I moved the heater in. God, this place gets cold in the winter. And Marvin and I poured rye into our coffee. He was, as usual, wearing eyeliner to make his eyes look more oriental. Under his greasy, wild black hair and low forehead, his eyes looked like two black marbles, glass. He was wearing a short-sleeved blue shirt and blue jeans with Superman written on them in magic marker. I looked at his arms. I'm always surprised not to see a number there like his parents have, and all the people who work in his father's textile factory. He said that Hugo would look better stuffed, and put his hands around Hugo's throat, but Hugo is clever and escaped his grasp. He wanted me to go into Toronto with him, and since it only takes half an hour by bus, I said all right. I put on my brown corduroy maternity pants and a long-sleeved red top to keep warm, since I can no longer do my coat up. We had one more shot of rye in our coffee and left. On the bus, Marvin put up his protective invisible shield, and he began to talk about the camps and the messages from Mao. No one can hear through the protective invisible shield. He told me that Mao said he would be Superman of the world by 1976, Marvin that is, and told Marvin how pleased he was with his ideas for the camps. Mao also thinks that Marvin would be very helpful in the border dispute between Russia and China. Marvin has it all figured out. He is going to put the Chinese into the camps. I asked him how he would get so many millions of people in, and he said he would pretend the camps were full of capitalists on display like a zoo, and the Chinese would be free to visit and throw stones at the capitalists and puncture their eardrums with chopsticks, and that they would all come as they haven't much else to do. Of course, Marvin is still going to have his gardens leading to the massive camps with roses and daisies, and the Chinese would think it quite nice until they found that the gardens were actually part of the camps and meant to trap them. The point of it all, Marvin said, is that if all the Russians and Chinese are in camps, there would be no border dispute. Marvin says that Mao does not like the Chinese people much anyway, even though Mao is Chinese. Marvin suspects that he might have been baptized a Catholic with a little bit of holy water and a prayer. Capitalists, Russians, Chinese are all going to be in the camps. Very few people are going to escape, Marvin said. I was wondering why the insides of buses always look like winter, even when it is not winter. I think it is the yellow light that does that. Marvin has promised me that the baby and I will not be put in a camp once he becomes Superman. Marvin is very fond of me in his own neuter way. I asked him if he had ever read Nietzsche, and he said no, and I believe him. Marvin showed me some writings in his notebook, messages from Mao, but I could not understand the languages. I know it is Marvin's own secret language. He said of course I couldn't understand it, because it was in code. People on the bus were looking at us. What a strange pair, me with my stomach ballooning out, Marvin with his eye makeup. And I don't believe that the protective shield does a proper job. I do not deny its existence. If Marvin believes it exists, then it exists. A is not really absolute. We had a Coke in a restaurant near the textile factory, and Marvin drank half a bottle of vinegar to show me his superhuman powers, and then we went over to the factory. Nothing has changed. Everyone is sitting or standing exactly where they were when I was last there 8 months, or was it more, ago, row on row of numbered arms like the numbered pieces of a puzzle. That puzzle is what made Marvin. While Marvin was stealing money from the Coke machine, his father asked me if I would like a cigarette. I took one and he lit it. I thought of the numbers scorched into his skin. "Liza," he said, "you're a good girl, a smart girl. Tell me, I do not understand. Why is Marvin like this, so strange?" "I don't know," I said, even though I did know. "It is because of the puzzle of seared flesh. We taught him right from wrong. We were gentle. If our pain has been passed on to him, it is because of our heritage. Life is pain. Pain is life. Someone said that once. It is true, Liza. We did not do it consciously." Look around you, I thought. "They let him out of the hospital," I said. Yes, that is true, but he has no friends. He has never had any friends but you." I looked around at the women bent over their sewing machines, the men at the cutting machines. All I could see were numbers. "Does Marvin ever talk to you?" I asked. "No," he said softly. "No, never." Marvin had managed to steal the money from the Coke machine and was coming toward us, ready to leave. "Do you think Marvin is getting better? Isn't that why they let him out of the hospital?" "Yes," I said. "Yes, that's why." "Why did you take me to your father's factory? Why do you go?" I asked him on the bus ride back. "To see how much more splendid my camps will be than theirs," he said. Lest we forget, I thought, but said nothing. "They have ovens at the hospital," Marvin said. I had heard this before. "They put lobotomies in them," and he smiled. "I know, Marvin, I know about that already." I suppose I hurt his feelings by being so short with him. He really does like to talk about the ovens at the hospital, but I'd heard it many times before. I was thinking about Catholic schoolgirls who wear blue ribbons on their slips in honor of the Virgin's purity. I thought Marvin should wear one. He is really so pure, like a child, but no one can see that but me. I left Marvin in an empty park. He said he was getting another communique from Mao and had to concentrate. I was glad for it. I did not want Marvin to try and strangle Hugo again. "Marvin asks about you. He remembers you very well. Remember when he and I escaped the hospital once and came to the apartment for a drink, and later Marvin, very drunk, kissed for the first and last time? Marvin, who admires perfection so much. Marvin, encased in his ragged, bony body, remembers your physical grace, your hair, blonde like an archangel's, and your green eyes, and how you danced that night, jumping high into the air, touching the ceiling with your fingertips. Oh, how Marvin remembers you. And I'm sure he hopes you have kind thoughts of him, which you don't, but I do not tell him to the contrary. He is easily hurt." "What should I name the baby?" "Everything must be labeled, but I do not want to name it Christ or Flower or any of those names that are so in vogue, meant to be prophetic but succeeding merely in being cute in a boring way. Hugo just looks like Hugo, large and bruised. He was easy to name. But a baby lacks substance, is thin and vapor-like in my mind. What do I call it? If you can think of any names that are not too cute or clever, please write them down and send them to me. The great divider lives in the void, burnishing our bones. Love, Liza. Tuesday, December 12th, 74. Dear Liza, sorry to be so late in replying, but I've been very busy with rehearsals and more rehearsals. I barely have time left in the late afternoon to salute Judy with a drink. Enclosed are some publicity shots and newspaper clippings of Tallulah and friends. I'm sorry you have been receiving nothing but coupons in your mail for 3 weeks. I am writing this from my hotel room in San Francisco. Tallulah, Peggy, May, Shirley, and Ella have all gone over very well in this town. See enclosed reviews. My life is really not any more exciting than yours, Liza, despite publicity and hotels and room service. My lover for the evening just left half an hour ago. I will probably not see him again. His name was Eric. Was already just half an hour later. I met him in a bar with my managers after the last show. He was very flattering in the bar, and insisted on buying me a drink, and said over and over again how much he loved the show and how talented I was, and so to bed. Remember that dreadful movie we saw once? It was raining, and I picked you up from the hospital, and we went to that cheap film where you burnt me with a cigarette by accident, you said. He was disappointed. It didn't go very well. He wanted to sleep with one of the girls, Peggy, maybe, or bourbon-voiced Tallulah, but I had nothing to offer him but Robin. He said, "Why can't you be real?" I said, "I am being real," and he said, "Like shit," and put his clothes on and left. Only you know that I am real, or when I am real. It is ironic, isn't it, that it takes a crazy Liza to know reality from fiction. Raining here, God, what a night. Cigarette ashes on the sheets. I don't have unkind thoughts about Marvin. I just think he is dangerous. And you yourself said you know someday he is going to kill someone. Why make yourself the victim of his fantasies? Remember Ken? He is now a she. He scrimped and saved for 7 years and finally got the operation in New York. He was never really the type to be gay anyway. He will make a much better woman. Not that I want an operation like that. I'm not happy being what I am, a fag, a queer, etc., etc. Whatever name you use, it all comes down to the same thing, futility. At least I have this career, and it is going well. I could not be a woman. Homosexuality is branded into me like the scars on your arm or the numbers on the people in Marvin's father's textile factory. It is the only thing I know to be. I am not the fine physical specimen you remember. I've been drinking too much, and it is going to fat, and so I must get off the bottle and lose weight again. Why don't you tell me who the great divider is, and who the father of your child is? Love, Robin. Friday, December 15th, 74. Dear Tallulah and Company, wiped the sleep from my eyes, and there was your letter in the mailbox. Remember once at the apartment on O'Connor, I'd just gotten up and was in the kitchen making coffee, and you came in and said sleepy seeds and wiped my eyes as if I were a child. It is a pleasant memory that I have captured in a 2-dimensional frame, unchanging. Time passes, but the memories captured in the frames do not diminish. There is another memory caught in that 2-dimensional frame. I see 3 things clearly. You are standing in the doorway of our apartment, drunk. Your head is thrown back in a laugh that is really a scream because someone from New York has called you a disease. The bare electric light bulb makes your face pale and cavernous, and you stand under it, your head thrown back, laughing. There are memories best forgotten, but it is there, ever present on the 2-dimensional frame within my cranium. Thank you for the check, but I don't really need it. Family Benefits pays the rent and buys the food. But now with your check I can buy something nice for Hugo, a catnip mouse, and some things for the baby. The baby exists somewhere beyond me. It seems to be a separate entity. The balloon in front of me has nothing to do with it. I would like to believe that it came from under a cabbage plant, or that the stork left it in my mailbox, and that nothing ever happened. But since God is Caliban, it cannot be that way, and remains a big balloon before me. I am sorry that Eric did not think you real, but he is no great loss. Anyone that doesn't know the fine line between reality and fantasy is a fool. Remember that one night you put on huge furry mittens and pretended you were a gorilla eating pillows and throwing fruit and papers all over the living room and then charging after me? I was Fay Ray and you were King Kong, and I was laughing, but I was frightened too. That is understanding reality. I never told anyone that you were a gorilla. I know that it would embarrass you. You want everyone to think that the only humor in you is cynical, and that you are light years removed from jumping on chairs and couches with your arms swinging low, making gorilla sounds. Who would I tell, anyway? Miss Carr? Marvin? Neither of them would understand it, and how bright and real you were being a gorilla. The father of this baby is not as real as your gorilla. Wouldn't it be better for us if we went through life having a series of affairs that meant nothing to us, and after each one lay alone and safe and chaste on clean pillows, absent of cigarette ashes? Caring is what ruins us. I went to the doctor's yesterday afternoon. I hate sitting in that waiting room with all those other swollen women. They all look at each other and smile, their smiles saying, "We are one, we are one, we have those swollen bellies in common." I never smile back. I am not one of them. It is as if they all have some secret, and no one will tell me what it is. So secretive and separate from men. The urine specimen in little aspirin bottles tucked safely away in their purses with their compacts and their hairpins. The support stockings and the backaches. I am a heathen. I never wear support stockings and go barefoot throughout the flat. Sometimes I forget my urine specimen on purpose. Dr. Johnston beamed down at me and said everything was going very smoothly, and afterward we sat in his office. He, too, is curator of my brain. You'd be proud, Robin, I function there, too. He tapped his pipe ashtray and asked me how did I feel, and how was I getting on with Miss Carr, and that the latest report from my psychiatrist was very good. They are all fools. I've been going to psychiatrists since before I even knew how to spell psychiatrist, and it is so easy to fool them all. But I could never fool you, Robin. He told me not to smoke so much, and then he released me back out into the waiting room again, the swollen women giving me secretive smiles. I hate their conspiracy over the misshapen bellies. They are all children with a grown-up secret tucked inside their stomachs. Children playing a grown-up game. I never wanted to grow up and know all the terrible things that I know, but I am 23, and I've known so many dark and terrible things for so long. Sometimes I cover my eyes so that I can't hear any more. You would never do anything like that, Robin. If anyone looks hell straight in the eye, it is you. I went to Anne's after the doctor's. I did not want to go, but it had been so long. A year, I think, and for some reason she phoned me and insisted so much over the phone that I come and see her that I finally relented. She is living in a very small but expensive apartment near Yonge Street. She said to me when she first saw me, "You're so big," and touched my stomach with her palm. I recoiled. We drank vodka and orange juice, and she talked on and on about furniture, about suede couches and fur carpets and marble tables, and how I just must get some new furniture for my apartment when she knows very well that I can just make the rent and buy food with my checks. Anne says that you are merely acting out your sickness through your nightclub act, like the way Fellini puts his sickness on the screen. I said I did not think that was so, and she smiled over her $2 glass and said I had always idolized you too much, and that you should have seen a shrink, her words, long ago, but that it was far too late for you now. I said then, my legs are still better than yours even though I'm pregnant. And she said, you never could concentrate on any one subject for long, could you, Liza? And gave me a horrible smile. You're full of crap, I said, and smiled, and put on my coat and left Anne in her $230 a month apartment. I don't know why she dislikes you so. I remember once she made you cry. It was a strange cry, like laughter, just like your laughter had been a scream. And I put my arms around you, and you pressed your golden head against my small breasts, and there was laughter from the other room. We didn't come out of the bathroom for a long time, and when we did come out, you were smiling, and you began to dance in front of Anne, a ritualistic dance, and it frightened her, which is what you meant to do. When she told you to stop, you smiled and said, "Why, darling, I'm just dancing for you, my darling. Aren't you entertained by it all?" You were magnificent in your hate, incandescent. The great divider is bone-splitting. Have a drink of bourbon for me, Tallulah, and don't push any wheelchairs down the staircase. Write soon. I have coupons for Maxim coffee and Puss in Boots cat food and for Downy fabric softener, but I don't have you. Love, Liza. Tuesday, December 19th, 74. Dear Liza, how sweet of you, darling, to remember how I transfixed all those lovely, lovely people in the Little Foxes. Clever girl. Remember that tape we made of Whatever Happened to Baby Jane? I have it still, your laughter whirling out from the tape at the most dramatic moments in the movie. We played all the parts through the night, right down to Victor Buono's, and into the early morning, and drunk with weariness we began to dance, and I painted a blue flower on your breast. You were laughing and danced in the open window, much to the delight of the two male occupants across from us. Your psychiatrist would never believe how carefree you could be, or that I was a gorilla. What crazy secrets we have. I saw the most beautiful man last night. I was Peggy singing Is That All There Is, and sitting in the front at a table a little over to the left was the beautiful man with 3 companions, 2 women and another man. I sang the song straight to their table, and afterward he took a rose from the vase on the table and threw it on stage. I will never know if he was gay or not. He left directly after the show with his companions. Women are no guarantee that a guy is straight. Look at all the places you and I went together. What did you call us, Gazelle and Pan? And we lived together for 3 years. But if I'm straight, then my mother was a transvestite. Maybe she was. Who knows? I never saw her. Just a bundle of joy left on someone's doorstep in a make-up bag. Enough about that. The less I can remember of dear old Uncle Rodney, the better. You and I are monks. Every night I drive back to the hotel in the half-dusk of morning from my last show, and I enter my hotel room alone. There's no trace of humanness anywhere. I pour myself a drink, sitting on the sterile bed that the maid has made up, and then I take a shower to wash off the sweat and the makeup, put on my bathrobe, and sit once again thinking, what shall I do now? I listen a while to the piped-in music, and I think, I could die tonight in this hotel room, with the blue carpeting, and sterile bed, and disposable bath mats, and the music would play on, and no one would miss me, or know that I was dead, except maybe you, Liza, and my managers who want their cut. A 20-pound overweight fag found dead in a terry-cloth bathrobe with Jesus Christ Superstar playing on and on in the room, like you and your snow angel. When I get too old, 40, a large bottle of barbiturates will take care of it all. Unlike Peggy, I am ready for that final disappointment, or will be when the wrinkles begin to spread like a fine cobweb across my face. Why did you go to see Anne? It was very stupid of you. You know her only pleasure in life is making other people uncomfortable and miserable. She should write a book on all her opinions on life and people and bore herself to death in the process. Keep away from her. She owns all that expensive furniture and apartments simply because she would disappear without them, fade away. Have another drink, Tallulah. Morning is coming, heavy and warm. God, Liza, I get so tired sometimes with it all. But making it is what it's all about, or I will be just one of the faceless legions of fags. No future, and a past etched in the worry lines on my brow. You have them too, though not as bad as mine. When your face is in repose, I cannot see them at all. Is this what it's all about? Jars of cream and makeup and hot lights and coffee cups with cigarette butts in them, and singing and singing and talking until your voice is scratchy. Making it. You would say that I am trying to get in touch with my humanness, but it is nothing so complicated. I don't want to die an old fag alone, without lovers, without a certain amount of respect. I want to say, I made it once, me, I made it. Don't you want to make it, Liza? I am tired of being always less than good in the world's eyes, so tired. I should have another drink in a salute to Judy on the other side of that rainbow. My final salute for this long day. Remember, one day we will all be on the other side of that rainbow with Judy. P.S. If it's a girl, name her Vanessa, because you look like Vanessa Redgrave. If it's a boy, name him Michael. Why does the great divider burnish our bones? Is it just our bones, or everybody's? Love, Robin. Sunday, December 24th, 74. Dear Robin, I hate to hear you sounding so discouraged over everything. You told me that making it is what it's all about, and even if that means sterile hotel rooms with disposable bath mats and loneliness, you must hang in there. I think it's because of the Christmas season, Christmas here tomorrow, and Christmas has never been one of our better times. We did have a couple of nice Christmases, though. The year we stole a Christmas tree from the cemetery, remember how we raced between the graves, you clutching an axe, anxiety the handmaiden only adding to our excitement, danger close at hand? We must have been in the cemetery for a couple of hours, sawing and cutting at the tree, and our fingers were frozen, and finally we got the tree into the car, only to see a police cruiser barreling down on us, and we jumped into the car, and you drove like a crazy man until we finally lost the cruiser. We hadn't laughed so much in a long time. Oh, I know there have been the bad Christmases, too, without any presents or a tree, and you and I sitting in the empty living room trying to be casual and flip about the whole thing. But just hang on to the good Christmases. The other nice Christmas was when we stayed up all night packing in anticipation of the move to a larger apartment. I was feeling good on my pills and whiskey, and you were feeling good just on the whiskey. We found so many old photos, you as a young adolescent, me as a child of 4 with my dog. But that night the past did not bother us. It was good to exchange those photos and old letters back and forth. That was a good Christmas, even if we didn't have a tree, because we were so close to each other with our old memories. Don't go out on me now. We have something. You have your career, and I have this baby, baby Vanessa or baby Michael. I won't have to be alone any more. I have been alone since you left for L.A. over a year ago. No one else could live with me. No one else would lie on the bed with me and help me push back the bone crushers with the palms of their hands, using all their strength as you did for me that one night. I know you couldn't see them, but you knew that they were crushing me, and so you helped push them away. I think they must have been afraid of you. I would know if you were dead. I would be hollowed out. Then the great divider would get me for sure. Marvin has run away from home. His father phoned me last night to see if I knew where he was. I don't know where he is, but I know that he has run away from home so he can kill somebody without having to face the Talmud in the living room bookcase afterwards. If only people had listened to Marvin, had listened to his endless plans for the camps and about his being Superman. It's the ones that don't talk that they keep locked up in hospitals like me. There was a man, Graham, in the first hospital I was sent to, the place you called the Southern Plantation because of the huge dripping green trees. It had thick stone walls and barred windows that looked fragile for all the work that was put into their construction. Graham didn't speak much. He had been there 10 years the year I arrived. Graham had raped 2 little girls, but he said he was only helping them fix their bicycle chains, and that is all he would ever say about it to anyone. I used to talk to him sometimes in OT. Day after day, Graham would make little ships, tiny ships, to go into bottles with sails and bows and tiny windows. He worked for hours on his perfect little ships, talking to them as if they were his children. The other thing Graham was doing was studying psychiatry, but mostly he worked on his ships. Once he said to me, I was only fixing their bicycle chains, and then stopped abruptly. I looked at his beautiful hands, long and pale and slender, that made beautiful miniature ships. I could not imagine bicycle grease on them, but I could imagine those hands around a small, pale throat. Graham said, "But it does. No one will believe me, not even my mother. Isn't this ship beautiful? You know, last night I dreamt of you. I dreamt of your pelvis bones, tiny like a child's." He smiled, and I thought how pure his hands looked working on the tiny mast, how delicate and pure. Graham never said much more after that. Maybe if he had talked on and on like Marvin, Graham could wear a blue ribbon on his pale fingers. What will Marvin do away from home? He has no money, and it's bitter cold out, and he has been gone since yesterday, wandering around in his thin black coat without boots. Perhaps if he is set on killing someone, he will not feel the cold, or maybe his invisible protective shield will keep him warm. Don't worry, Robin. It will not be me who is his victim. He is fond of me and a little afraid of me. The father of this baby is nothing. He has less substance than the frost on the window pane. He was a taxicab driver who drove me to my psychiatrist's once, and asked afterward if he could come up and see me. I said all right. Like you and Eric, he did not think me real. I did not like him at all. He drew grotesque half-faces on pieces of paper, faces of bilious yellow and green, something out of a nightmare. He would come here with a cheap bottle of wine, and all through the few evenings we spent together he would ask me if I was on acid. I was not real to him, and I didn't like him for the half-faces littering the kitchen table. He was thin, emaciated, with a face like a mad saint, and one night we went to bed because I was alone and didn't care, and you were gone. We only went to bed a few times, and then I had had enough of his green and yellow faces and his sweaty body, and I told him I didn't want to see him again. He began to cry, and I hated him even more, and then he picked up a chair and said he was going to put it through the window, and use the broken glass to slash his wrists if I didn't change my mind. "I love you," he said. "Don't bleed on my floor." And I turned away and lit a cigarette. "I'll do it. I'll do it." He reminded me a bit of Rasputin, only without the glory and the power. "If you do, you'll have to clean up the blood." He began to wail, and Hugo attacked his foot. Hugo doesn't like excessive noise. And finally, still weeping, he left, and I've never seen him or his yellow cab again. I think that he will die soon. He had a cough that could rival Camille's. He does not know about the baby, and that's the way I want it, and it's better that way. He couldn't even help financially. I went to his place once. It was 2 rooms and smelt of old soup and damp mattresses. I do not even remember his name. Hugo and I are very glad he's gone. Hugo hated him, and so did I. The baby is my future. I will prove something to the Great Divider, and then he won't be able to get me any more than he already has. The Great Divider is what made you and me. He is bone-splitting. He is what kept us away and apart from other people. You could not divide the he-she in your being, and I could not stop the bone-splitting, dividing into nightmares and hallucinations and breathing floors. Somewhere in the void you and I met, walking and wounded, and collapsed into each other's arms. But we cannot give in to him now, to his pile of bones split asunder. He would be the winner if we gave in. Right now we hang on by the edge of our teeth. The baby will have me a few steps removed from the Great Divider, and so will your career. I will no longer hear his laughter rippling just beneath the surface of my skin. Don't you see, the Great Divider is defeat, the defeat we were born with, and now we have a chance to outdistance him, and we must. You're right. Making it is what it's all about. The baby's nursery is all set up with the money you sent me, a white bassinet and animals and little sleepers and shirts and a little going-to-school outfit and a chest of drawers. Soon I will be making it too. Love, Liza. Wednesday, December 27th, 74. Dear Liza, the mail arrived this morning just as I was about to hit the bed, and I've been thinking all morning. It seems silly that we two should live alone when we really don't have to. I have enough money to get you and the baby a ticket to L.A., And my career is going better and better. We could share an apartment here. It wouldn't be much trouble to get a 3-bedroom, a room for each of us, and I know I don't know the first thing about being a father, but maybe I could be like an uncle to the baby. And I know how to make people laugh. You could bring Hugo, too, of course. It may be a crazy idea, but I don't see why it couldn't work out. If you think I would be a bad influence on the baby, write and let me know. I would understand. After all, being homosexual and everything. Write soon. Love, Robin. P.S. I understand about the Great Divider now. He is really the God who made us human wrecks in such a gleeful fashion. Don't worry, the Great Divider won't get us into his void and burnish our split bones for all eternity. As you said, we both have something to live for. And really, I will understand if you don't want to come to L.A. What kind of father would I be, anyway? I bought a teddy bear for the baby, and I will either keep it here or send it on, depending on your answer. It seems to me that children should not have to sleep alone, too. The bear's name is Satchmo, who I've just recently added to my act. Monday, January 1st, 75. Dear Robin, yes. The baby, Vanessa or Michael, is due in 2 more weeks. I'm huge with it. Maybe you could be a gorilla for the baby. It will be easy to give up my apartment, as I have no lease. See you soon. The Great Divider is conquered. Love, Liza. Saturday, January 6, 75. Dear Liza, I am back in L.A. frantically searching for a 3-room apartment with a decent view and a nice bright room for a nursery and a good kitchen. You used to make the most terrific chili. I saw the most beautiful man the other day, and he offered to buy a drink, but I said no. There is no time for that right now. I also bought the baby a Winnie the Pooh record. I don't know if kids like that sort of thing, but the man in the record shop assured me they did. I never had any Winnie the Pooh records or anything like that, so I don't really know. My foster parents weren't exactly generous. What is a layette? I was talking to a stripper I know, and she said, well, of course the kid will need a layette. And since I didn't want to appear stupid in front of a dumb shooting-up-with-speed stripper, I didn't ask her what it was. So busy. We have cheated the Great Divider. See you soon. Love, Robin. Thursday, January 11th, 75. Dear Robin, a layette is clothing for the baby, like a white gown and booties. Vanessa was born dead. Love, Liza. Dear Liza, Sociology by Katherine Govier, Govier, born 1948. Biography. Katherine Govier was born in Edmonton and studied at the University of Alberta, where she was encouraged as a young writer by Rudy Wiebe and Dorothy Livesey. She now lives in Toronto, where she has taught a creative writing course at York University and is active in national writers' organizations. She has written articles and reviews for the Toronto Globe and Mail, the Toronto Star, Saturday Night, and Toronto Life, and has won several national journalism awards. She has published 4 novels: Random Descent, 1979, Going Through the Motions, 1982, Between Men, 1987, and Hearts of Flame, 1991. Her short stories have been published in Canada and abroad, and in her collections, Fables of Brunswick Avenue, 1985, in the Penguin short fiction series, Before and After, 1989, and The Immaculate Conception Photograph Gallery, 1994. Sociology is from Fables of Brunswick Avenue. Sociology. On the porch, Ellen stood without looking behind her, like a pack-horse at a crossing where she had stopped many times before. Alec came up the steps. She heard the clinking as his hands sorted the keys from the change in his pocket. Then she heard a low, drawling voice. "You folks stay right where you are, and this gun ain't going off. You keep right on looking at that door." She supposed it was time this happened. Their house was in what you call a transition area. You couldn't afford to buy there anymore, but you weren't supposed to live there yet. Ellen enjoyed living there, however. She was morbidly fascinated by the differences in circumstances between themselves and the next-door neighbor, who sat on his steps after dark and raised Newfoundland fishing songs to the sky. It fit with her view of the world, which was that as close as your hand were people who were not as lucky as you, and therefore would like to kill you. The man with the gun came up the stairs. He found Alec's wallet and took it. He took Ellen's purse. He asked for Alec's watch. The watch was gold with a gold band. It had been his father's, awarded for the 40 years' work in the factory in Quebec. Having died 2 months after retirement, his father had never worn it. When Alec reached 21 without a cigarette, his mother added the gold band and gave it to her only son. Wordlessly, Alec snapped it off his wrist and handed it over. Ellen groaned. Then the gunman got greedy. "Your jewelry, too," he said. He took a handful of Ellen's hair and pulled it back to see if she was wearing earrings. She wasn't. She had only a couple of rings, her wedding band, and one other, which was a pearl she had gotten for her 16th birthday. Earlier that month the pearl had become tight, and she had switched it to a smaller finger. Now she pulled and got it off. The wedding ring was hopeless. "I can't get it off," she said to the mugger. "My fingers are swollen because I'm pregnant." She looked him in the eye as she said the word pregnant. She felt she had never been in such danger. She had to enunciate the point of greatest risk. She was testing. It had been her fantasy during these last months that she would run into one of these maniacs who shot pregnant women in the belly or cut them open with a knife. But the mugger looked back at her with a disinterested rage. Perhaps he would shoot her finger off and get the ring that way. It was still early in the evening, however, and a man was walking by only 15 feet away, so the mugger just snarled and ran off. Ellen and Alec attended prenatal classes in a boys' gymnasium in Cabbagetown. Alongside 9 other pregnant women, Ellen lay on the gym floor on a blanket brought from home and practiced breathing patterns to prepare herself for labor. Her head on the pink and blue flowered pillowcase from their bedroom, she raised her hips and lowered them again. The water balloon that was her stomach went up and down. Then she got on hands and knees, and Alec rolled tennis balls on her back as she humped it up and down like a dog trying to vomit. The idea was to make the birth natural. They kept this up for 6 consecutive Thursdays. On the whole, Ellen was disappointed in the classes. It was not the material so much as the other people. She'd thought their common predicament would promote instant friendship, but it had not. This was not for lack of effort on the part of the instructor, Riva, who used the word share frequently. By the end, they would develop a limited closeness, like that of people stuck together in a train which was liable to go off the tracks. But where they came from, where they would go afterward, would not be mentioned. Ellen tried to pin down some information. She learned that Gloria and Ted were born-agains. She divined that Miriam was at least 40 and was not married to the man she came with. She explained them to Alec, who disapproved of her curiosity. The only ones she could not explain were Robert and June. June was tall with blonde hair and moved hesitantly but gracefully. Her eyes were cloudy blue. Sometimes the irises darted back and forth as if panicked, but Ellen did not believe she saw anything at all, not even light and shadow, because of the way she held her head. The way she held her head was the best part about her. Her carriage was like that of a large and elegant bird, her head alert and still, as if she were listening for an alarm. Her seeing-eye dog lay at her feet, so devoted that he made the husband look like a redundancy. Robert was thick-set, pimply, and sullen, and he watched June all the time. June gave what the rest withheld. She laughed. She talked her fear. Ellen remembered best the day she sat on her metal stacking chair like an oracle, transparent eyelids showing the darting of sightless eyes. "I can't believe it's me who's pregnant," she said. I suppose because I've never seen myself. But isn't that what it's like? Ellen thought. On the last night of class, they watched a film of natural childbirth. Someone had brought popcorn, and they stared at the screen, silently passing the bucket. In the dark room, Ellen could hear Robert's nasal voice very softly telling June what was being shown. "The baby is coming out of the mother's body," he said. Ellen and Alec both cried. Ellen thought that most of the other people in the class did too. She didn't know for sure, though, because when the lights went up, she didn't want to look too closely at their faces. Reva packed the projector, and the women and their supporters made ready to leave. Swollen feet pushed back into bulging shoes. Knees poked out to 10 and 2 o'clock as legs strained to lift the immobile trunks. Stomachs first, they walked. The hard, heavy egg shapes pushing flesh away from the center, up to chest, arms, puffing the cheeks. Eyes red from strain, the 10 making each other seem more grotesque than ever, the women made ready to go alone into the perilous future. In the hospital, Ellen forgot all about her childbirth training and began screaming for an anesthetic. The baby was 2 weeks late, and labor was being induced by a drug. "This baby must like you a lot," said the doctor, turning up the dose again. "He doesn't want to be born." When he came, he wasn't breathing, so the nurse grabbed him and ran down the hall. "My mother always said the cord around the neck meant they're lucky," said Alec. Ellen lay draped in green sheets being stitched up by the doctor. She felt robbed, raped, aching, and empty. She told Alec it was just like being mugged, and they both began to laugh. "Tell that to Reva," he said. "But I don't feel bad. I feel purified." "Anyone who feels purified after a mugging has a bad case," said Alec. In 2 hours they brought Alan back, cleaned up and swathed in a little white flannel blanket with a toque over his head to keep in the heat. Ellen began to think of the others in the class and how it would be for them. "I wonder what the odds are in 10 births," she said, holding her son. The party was at their place. There had been an RSVP on the invitation, but by the evening before, Ellen had only heard from 7 of the 10 couples. They were bringing potluck, and she wanted to know how many paper plates to get. She found the class list with the telephone numbers. The first thing she discovered was that Miriam's phone had been disconnected. Ellen began to feel superstitious. The idea of losing track of one of the group, of not knowing about one of Alan's peers, startled her. She called information and found Miriam's new listing. When she reached it, it turned out she had a new baby boy and everything was perfectly all right. Ellen's confidence returned. She decided to call the others she hadn't heard from. The Uruguayan woman had a girl, but Ellen didn't understand any of the details because of the language problem. She hung up and dialed June. The telephone rang 7 times, and no one answered. That was odd. There was always someone home when you have a new baby. She waited until after dinner and then tried again. This time Robert answered. Ellen felt irritated by the sound of his voice. That was when she realized how much she wanted to speak to June. But she said who she was to Robert and asked if they were coming to the party. Robert cleared a rasp from his throat. Then he sucked in air. "I might as well be straight with you," he said. "We lost our baby." "Oh, my God," said Ellen. I'm so sorry to intrude." "We got the invitation," he said, continuing as if she hadn't spoken, "and we thought about coming. June wanted to, but I didn't." Ellen was silent. "But anyway," he said, "it's kind of you to call." "Oh, no, I shouldn't have. I had no idea." "June didn't want to tell people. She wanted them to just find out," he said, naturally. Oh, of course it would be natural, thought Ellen, and at whose expense? She was ready to cry with embarrassment. She was dying to know what happened, too, but she couldn't ask. "I am very sorry to intrude," she said again, more firmly. "It's a terrible thing." "Yes," said Robert. Then no one said anything. Robert started the conversation again with greater energy. "But that doesn't stop me from asking about your baby." "We had a little boy," Ellen said, "and he's just fine." She didn't tell Robert about the fright they'd had when Ellen didn't breathe. It didn't seem proper to have complaints when you had a live son. "Congratulations," said Robert. "Your baby will bring you a lifetime of happiness." His tone was mean, humble, but punishing. Ellen wanted to tell him that their lifetimes would never be so exclusive as he imagined, especially not now, but she didn't. It was only as she told Alec that Ellen got mad. "Reva knew. She could have spared me that call. Why didn't she tell me?" "Maybe sparing you wasn't her concern," said Alec. He had not been in favor of holding this reunion. The incident only confirmed his belief that coming close to strangers was asking for trouble, but he was sympathetic. He stood in the kitchen, holding Alan very tightly against his chest, and comforted his wife. At noon the next day, the new parents began to come up the narrow sidewalk. It was funny how 9 babies looked like a mob. The oldest was 3 months, the youngest 3 weeks. 2 of them had great swirls of black hair, but most were bald, like Alan. One baby, born by cesarean to the born-agains, had an angelic, calm face, but most were pinched and worried, unused to life on the outside. All through the house, babies bounced on shoulders, slept on laps, sat propped in their infant seats. Now that it was all over, the parents could talk. They told birth stories about the heroism of wives, the callousness of physicians. Those whose babies slept through the night gloated over those whose babies didn't. It turned out one man was a lawyer like Alec, and even had an office in the same block. One couple had a live-in already, and about half the women were going back to work. Ellen got the sociology she wanted all along, and she was happy. Word had gone around about June, and everyone agreed it was better she hadn't come, because it would have put such a damper on the party. The story was that she'd been 2 weeks overdue and had to go in for tests. At her second test, the doctor told her the baby was dead. The worst part, all agreed, must have been having to carry the dead baby for another week. Finally, June went through a difficult labor. There was nothing wrong with the baby that anyone could see. When they told the story, the women's eyes connected and their lips pressed down. It was as if a train had crashed, and the person in the next seat had been crushed. They could not help but feel relief, lucky to have been missed. But with luck came fear that luck would not last, and the long, hard oval of dread that had quickened in Ellen along with her offspring was born. Ellen wanted a picture of the babies together. They put Alan out first, in the corner of the couch, propped on his blanket. Others followed with Lila, Andrew, Evelyn, Adam, Ashley, Orrin, Jackson, and William. 9 prizes, all in a row. Their heads bobbed down or dropped to the side. Their mouths were open in round O's of astonishment. They fell asleep, leaning on their neighbor, or they struck out with spastic hands and hid his face without knowing. The parents had their cameras ready. They began to shoot pictures, laughing all the while. The line of babies was the funniest thing people had seen in ages. No one had imagined how funny it would be. The babies were startled. They looked not at each other, but at the roomful of hysterical adults. One toppled, and the one next to him fell over onto him. Then the whole line began to collapse. Strange creatures with faces like cabbages and changing goblin shapes, tightly rolled in blankets or drooping into puddles of chin and stomach. They could have come from an alien star. The parents laughed, with relief at their baby's safe landing, and wonder at who they might be. The flashbulbs kept popping as the 9 silly little bodies toppled and began to run together into a heap, until one of them, Evelyn, Ellen thinks it was, began to cry. We So Seldom Look on Love, by Barbara Gowdy, Gowdy, born 1950. Barbara Gowdy grew up in Toronto. She worked for the publishing house Lester and Orphan Dennis, and has been an interviewer for the TV Ontario arts program Imprint. She is the author of the novels Falling Angels, 1989, and Mr. Sandman, 1995. A film version of Falling Angels is underway in Germany. Barbara Gowdy's short stories have appeared in Story, Descant, Canadian Fiction Magazine, and other literary journals, and were published in We So Seldom Look on Love, 1992, by Somerville House. We So Seldom Look on Love. When you die and your earthly self begins turning into your disintegrated self, you radiate an intense current of energy. There's always energy given off when a thing turns into its opposite, when love, for instance, turns into hate. There are always sparks at those extreme points. But life turning into death is the most extreme of extreme points. So just after you die, the sparks are really stupendous, really magical, and explosive. I've seen cadavers shining like stars. I'm the only person I've ever heard of who has. Almost everyone senses something, though, some vitality. That's why you get resistance to the idea of cremation or organ donation. I want to be in one piece, people say. Even Matt, who claimed there was no soul and no afterlife, wrote a P.S. on his suicide note that he be buried intact. As if it would have made any difference to his energy emission. No matter what you do, slice open the flesh, dissect everything, burn everything, you're in the path of a power way beyond your little interferences. I grew up in a nice, normal, happy family outside a small town in New Jersey. My parents and my brother are still living there. My dad owned a flower store. Now my brother owns it. My brother is 3 years older than I am, a serious, remote man, but loyal. When I made the headlines, he phoned to say that if I needed money for a lawyer, he would give it to me. I was really touched, especially as he was standing up to Carol, his wife. She got on the extension and screamed, "You're sick! You should be put away!" She'd been wanting to tell me that since we were 13 years old. I had an animal cemetery back then. Our house was beside a woods, and we had 3 outdoor cats, great hunters, who tended to leave their kills in one piece. Whenever I found a body, usually a mouse or a bird, I took it into my bedroom and hid it until midnight. I didn't know anything about the ritual significance of the midnight hour. My burials took place then because that's when I woke up. It no longer happens, but I was such a sensitive child that I think I must have been aroused by the energy given off as day clicked over into the dead of night, and simultaneously as the dead of night clicked over into the next day. In any case, I'd be wide awake. I'd get up and go to the bathroom to wrap the body in toilet paper. I felt compelled to be so careful, so respectful. I whispered a chant. At each step of the burial I chanted, "I shroud the body, shroud the body, shroud little sparrow with broken wing." Or, "I lower the body, and so on. Climbing out the bathroom window was accompanied by, "I enter the night, enter the night." At my cemetery, I set the body down on a special flat rock and took my pajamas off. I was behaving out of pure inclination. I dug up 4 or 5 graves and unwrapped the animals from their shrouds. The rotting smell was crucial. So was the cool air. Normally I'd be so keyed up at this point that I'd burst into a dance. I used to dance for dead men, too. Before I climbed on top of them, I'd dance all around the prep room. When I told Matt about this, he said that I was shaking my personality out of my body, so that the sensation of participating in the cadaver's energy eruption would be intensified. "You're trying to imitate the disintegration process," he said. Maybe, on an unconscious level. But what I was aware of was the heat of my danced-out body, which I cooled by lying on top of the cadaver. As a child, I'd gently wipe my skin with 2 of the animals I'd just unwrapped. When I was covered all over with their scent, I put them aside, unwrapped the new corpse, and did the same with it. I called this the anointment. I can't describe how it felt, the high, high rapture, the electricity that shot through me. The rest, wrapping the bodies back up and burying them, was pretty much what you'd expect. It astonishes me now to think how naive I was. I thought I had discovered something that certain other people, if they weren't afraid to give it a try, would find just as fantastic as I did. It was a dark and forbidden thing, yes, but so was sex. I really had no idea that I was jumping across a vast behavioral gulf. In fact, I couldn't see that I was doing anything wrong. I still can't, and I'm including what happened with Matt. Carol said I should have been put away, but I'm not bad looking. So if offering my body to dead men is a crime, I'd like to know who the victim is. Carol has always been jealous of me. She's fat and has a wandering eye. Her eye gives her a dreamy, distracted quality that I fell for, as I suppose my brother would eventually do, one day at a friend's 13th birthday party. It was the beginning of the summer holidays, and I was yearning for a kindred spirit, someone to share my secret life with. I saw Carol standing alone, looking everywhere at once, and I chose her. I knew to take it easy, though. I knew not to push anything. We'd search for dead animals and birds. We'd chant and swaddle the bodies, dig graves, make popsicle stick crosses, all by daylight. At midnight I'd go out and dig up the grave and conduct a proper burial. There must have been some chipmunk sickness that summer. Carol and I found an incredible number of chipmunks, and a lot of them had no blood on them, no sign of cat. One day we found a chipmunk that evacuated a string of fetuses when I picked it up. The fetuses were still alive, but there was no saving them, so I took them into the house and flushed them down the toilet. A mighty force was coming from the mother chipmunk. It was as if, along with her own energy, she was discharging all the energy of her dead brood. When Carol and I began to dance for her, we both went a little crazy. We stripped down to our underwear, screamed, spun in circles, threw dirt up into the air. Carol has always denied it, but she took off her bra and began whipping trees with it. I'm sure the sight of her doing this is what inspired me to take off my undershirt and underpants and to perform the anointment. Carol stopped dancing. I looked at her, and the expression on her face stopped me dancing, too. I looked down at the chipmunk in my hand. It was bloody. There were streaks of blood all over my body. I was horrified. I thought I'd squeezed the chipmunk too hard. But what had happened was, I'd begun my period. I figured this out a few minutes after Carol ran off. I wrapped the chipmunk in its shroud and buried it. Then I got dressed and lay down on the grass. A little while later, my mother appeared. "Carol's mother phoned," she said. "Carol is very upset. She says you made her perform some disgusting witchcraft dance. You made her take her clothes off, and you attacked her with a bloody chipmunk." "That's a lie," I said. "I'm menstruating." After my mother had fixed me up with a sanitary napkin, she told me she didn't think I should play with Carol any more. "There's a screw loose in there somewhere," she said. I had no intention of playing with Carol any more, but I cried at what seemed like a cruel loss. I think I knew that it was all loneliness from that moment on. Even though I was only 13, I was cutting any lines that still drifted out toward a normal eroticism. Bosom friends, crushes, pajama party intimacy, I was cutting all those lines off. A month or so after becoming a woman, I developed a craving to perform autopsies. I resisted doing it for almost a year, though. I was frightened. Violating the intactness of the animal seemed sacrilegious and dangerous, also unimaginable. I couldn't imagine what would happen. Nothing would happen, as I found out. I've read that necrophiles are frightened of getting hurt by normal sexual relationships, and maybe there's some truth in that, although my heart's been broken plenty of times by cadavers, and not once by a living man. But I think that my attraction to cadavers isn't driven by fear, it's driven by excitement, and that one of the most exciting things about a cadaver is how dedicated it is to dying. Its will is all directed to a single intention. Like a huge wave heading for shore, and you can ride along on the wave if you want to, because no matter what you do, because with you or without you, that wave is going to hit the beach. I felt this impetus the first time I worked up enough nerve to cut open a mouse. Like everyone else, I balked a little at slicing into the flesh, and I was repelled for a few seconds when I saw the insides. But something drove me to go through these compunctions. It was as if I were acting solely on instinct and curiosity, and anything I did was all right, provided it didn't kill me. After the first few times, I started sticking my tongue into the incision. I don't know why. I thought about it, I did it, and I kept on doing it. One day I removed the organs and cleaned them with water, then put them back in, and I kept on doing that too. Again, I couldn't tell you why, except to say that any provocative thought, if you act upon it, seems to set you on a trajectory. By the time I was 16, I wanted human corpses, men. That way I'm straight. I got my chauffeur's license, but I had to wait until I was finished high school before Mr. Wallace would hire me as a hearse driver at the funeral home. Mr. Wallace knew me because he bought bereavement flowers at my father's store. Now there was a weird man. He would take a trocar, which is the big needle you use to draw out a cadaver's fluids, and he would push it into the penises of dead men to make them look semi-erect, and then he'd sodomize them. I caught him at it once, and he tried to tell me he'd been urinating in the hopper. I pretended to believe him. I was upset, though, because I knew that dead men were just dead flesh to him. One minute he'd be locked up with a young male corpse, having his way with him, and the next he'd be embalming him as if nothing had happened, and making sick jokes about him, pretending to find evidence of rampant homosexuality, colons stalagmited with dried semen, and so on. None of this joking ever happened in front of me. I heard about it from the crazy old man who did the mopping up. He was also a necrophile, I'm almost certain, but no longer active. He called dead women Madonnas. He rhapsodized about the beautiful Madonnas he'd had the privilege of seeing in the 1940s, about how much more womanly and feminine the Madonnas were 20 years before. I just listened. I never let on what I was feeling, and I don't think anyone suspected. Necrophiles aren't supposed to be blonde and pretty, let alone female. When I'd been working at the funeral home for about a year, a committee from the town council tried to get me to enter the milk marketer's beauty pageant. They knew about my job, and they knew I was studying embalming at night. But I told people I was preparing myself for medical school, and I guess the council believed me. For 15 years, ever since Matt died, people have been asking me how a woman makes love to a corpse. Matt was the only person who figured it out. He was a medical student, so he knew that if you apply pressure to the chest of certain fresh corpses, they purge blood out of their mouths. Matt was smart. I wish I could have loved him with more than sisterly love. He was tall and thin, my type. We met at the donut shop across from the medical library, got talking, and liked each other immediately, an unusual experience for both of us. After about an hour, I knew he loved me, and that his love was unconditional. When I told him where I worked and what I was studying, he asked why. "Because I'm a necrophile," I said. He lifted his head and stared at me. He had eyes like high-resolution monitors, almost too vivid. Normally I don't like looking people in the eye, but I found myself staring back. I could see that he believed me. "I've never told anyone else," I said. "With men or women?" he asked. "Men, young men." "How?" "Cunnilingus." "Fresh corpses?" "If I can get them." "What do you do? Climb on top of them?" "Yes." "You're turned on by blood." "It's a lubricant," I said. "It's colorful, stimulating. It's the ultimate bodily fluid." "Yes," he said, nodding. "When you think about it, sperm propagates life, but blood sustains it. Blood is primary." He kept asking questions, and I answered as truthfully as I could. Having confessed what I was, I felt driven to testing his intellectual rigor and the strength of his love at first sight. Throwing rocks at him without any expectation that he'd stay standing. He did, though. He caught the whole arsenal and asked for more. It began to excite me. We went back to his place. He had a basement apartment in an old run-down building. There were books in orange crate shelves, in piles on the floor, all over the bed. On the wall above his desk was a poster of Doris Day in the movie Tea for Two. Matt said she looked like me. "Do you want to dance first?" he asked, heading for his record player. I told him about how I danced before climbing on corpses. "No." He swept the books off the bed. Then he undressed me. He had an erection until I told him I was a virgin. "Don't worry," he said, sliding his head down my stomach. "Lie still." The next morning he phoned me at work. I was hungover and blue from the night before. After leaving his place, I'd gone straight to the funeral home and made love to an autopsy case. Then I'd got drunk in a seedy country and western bar and debated going back to the funeral home and suctioning out my own blood until I lost consciousness. It had finally hit me that I was incapable of falling in love with a man who wasn't dead. I kept thinking, I'm not normal. I'd never faced this before. Obviously, making love to corpses isn't normal. But while I was still a virgin, I must have been assuming that I could give it up any time I liked, get married, have babies. I must have been banking on a future that I didn't even want, let alone have access to. Matt was phoning to get me to come round again after work. "I don't know," I said. "You had a good time, didn't you?" "Sure, I guess." "I think you're fascinating," he said. I sighed. "Please," he said. "Please." A few nights later I went to his apartment. From then on we started to meet every Tuesday and Thursday evening after my embalming class, and as soon as I left his place, if I knew there was a corpse in the mortuary, any male corpse, young or old, I went straight there and climbed in a basement window. Entering the prep room, especially at night when there was nobody else around, was like diving into a lake. Sudden cold and silence, and the sensation of penetrating a new element where the rules of other elements don't apply. Being with Matt was like lying on the beach of the lake. Matt had warm, dry skin. His apartment was overheated and noisy. I lay on Matt's bed and soaked him up, but only to make the moment when I entered the prep room even more overpowering. If the cadaver was freshly embalmed, I could usually smell him from the basement. The smell is like a hospital and old cheese. For me, it's the smell of danger and permission. It used to key me up like amphetamine, so that by the time I reached the prep room, tremors were running up and down my legs. I locked the door behind me and broke into a wild dance, tearing my clothes off, spinning around, pulling at my hair. I'm not sure what this was all about, whether or not I was trying to take part in the chaos of the corpse's disintegration, as Matt suggested. Maybe I was prostrating myself, I don't know. Once the dancing was over, I was always very calm, almost entranced. I drew back the sheet. This was the most exquisite moment. I felt as if I were being blasted by white light. Almost blinded, I climbed onto the table and straddled the corpse. I ran my hands over his skin. My hands and the insides of my thighs burned as if I were touching dry ice. After a few minutes, I lay down and pulled the sheet up over my head. I began to kiss his mouth. By now he might be drooling blood. A corpse's blood is thick, cool, and sweet. My head roared. I was no longer depressed, far from it. I felt better, more confident than I had ever felt in my life. I had discovered myself to be irredeemably abnormal. I could either slit my throat or surrender wholeheartedly now to my obsession. I surrendered. And what happened was that obsession began to storm through me, as if I were a tunnel. I became the medium of obsession, as well as both ends of it. With Matt, when we made love, I was the receiving end, I was the cadaver. When I left him and went to the funeral home, I was the lover. Through me, Matt's love poured into the cadavers at the funeral home, and through me the cadavers filled Matt with explosive energy. He quickly got addicted to this energy. The minute I arrived at his apartment, he had to hear every detail about the last corpse I'd been with. For a month or so, I had him pegged as a latent homosexual necrophile voyeur, but then I began to see that it wasn't the corpses themselves that excited him. It was my passion for them. It was the power that went into that passion, and that came back doubled for his pleasure. He kept asking, "How did you feel? Why do you think you felt that way?" And then, because the source of all this power disturbed him, he'd try to prove that my feelings were delusory. "A corpse shows simultaneous extremes of character," I told him, "wisdom and innocence, happiness and grief, and so on." "Therefore all corpses are alike," he said. "Once you've had one, you've had them all." No, they're all different. Each corpse contains his own extremes. Each corpse is only as wise and as innocent as the living person could have been. He said, "You're drafting personalities onto corpses in order to have power over them." In that case, I said, I'm pretty imaginative, since I've never met two corpses who were alike. "You could be that imaginative," he argued. "Schizophrenics are capable of manufacturing dozens of complex personalities." I didn't mind these attacks. There was no malice in them, and there was no way they could touch me either. It was as if I were luxuriously pouring my heart out to a very clever, very concerned, very tormented analyst. I felt sorry for him. I understood his twisted desire to turn me into somebody else, somebody who might love him. I used to fall madly in love with cadavers, and then cry because they were dead. The difference between Matt and me was that I had become philosophical. I was all right. I thought that he was, too. He was in pain, yes, but he seemed confident that what he was going through was temporary and not unnatural. "I'm excessively curious," he said. "My fascination is any curious man's fascination with the unusual." He said that by feeding his lust through mine, he would eventually saturate it, then turn it into disgust. I told him to go ahead, give it a try. So he began to scour the newspapers for my cadavers' obituaries and to go to their funerals and memorial services. He made charts of my preferences and the frequency of my morgue encounters. He followed me to the morgue at night and waited outside so that he could get a replay while I was still in an erotic haze. He sniffed my skin. He pulled me over to streetlights and examined the blood on my face and hands. I suppose I shouldn't have encouraged him. I can't really say why I did, except that in the beginning I saw his obsession as the outer edge of my own obsession, a place I didn't have to visit as long as he was there. And then later, and despite his increasingly erratic behavior, I started to have doubts about an obsession that could come on so suddenly and that could come through me. One night he announced that he might as well face it. He was going to have to make love to corpses, male corpses. The idea nauseated him, he said, but he said that secretly, deep down, unknown even to himself, making love to male corpses was clearly the target of his desire. I blew up. I told him that necrophilia wasn't something you forced yourself to do. You longed to do it. You needed to do it. You were born to do it. He wasn't listening. He was glued to the dresser mirror. In the last weeks of his life, he stared at himself in the mirror without the least self-consciousness. He focused on his face, even though what was going on from the neck down was the arresting part. He had begun to wear incredibly weird outfits, velvet capes, pantaloons, high-heeled red boots. When we made love, he kept these outfits on. He stared into my eyes, riveted, it later occurred to me, by his own reflection. Matt committed suicide. There was never any doubt about that. As for the necrophilia, it wasn't a crime, not 15 years ago. So even though I was caught in the act, naked and straddling an unmistakably dead body, even though the newspaper found out about it and made it front-page news, there was nothing the police could charge me with. In spite of which, I made a full confession. It was crucial to me that the official report contain more than the detective's bleak observations. I wanted two things on record. One, that Matt was ravished by a reverential expert. Two, that his cadaver blasted the energy of a star. "Did this energy blast happen before or after he died?" the detective asked. "After," I said, adding quickly that I couldn't have foreseen such a blast. The one tricky area was why I hadn't stopped the suicide, why I hadn't talked or cut Matt down. I lied. I said that as soon as I entered Matt's room, he kicked away the ladder. Nobody could prove otherwise. But I've often wondered how much time actually passed between when I opened the door and when his neck broke. In crises, a minute isn't a minute. There's the same chaos you get at the instant of death, with time and form breaking free, and everything magnifying and coming apart. Matt must have been in a state of crisis for days, maybe weeks, before he died. All that staring into mirrors, thinking, is this my face? Watching as his face separated into its infinitesimal particles and reassembled into a strange new face. The night before he died, he had a mask on, a Dracula mask, but he wasn't joking. He wanted to wear the mask while I made love to him as if he were a cadaver. No way, I said. The whole point, I reminded him, was that I played the cadaver. He begged me, and I laughed because of the mask and with relief. If he wanted to turn the game around, then it was over between us, and I was suddenly aware of how much I liked that idea. The next night he phoned me at my parents' and said, "I love you," then hung up. I don't know how I knew, but I did. A gun, I thought. Men always use guns. Then I thought, no, poison, cyanide. He was a medical student and had access to drugs. When I arrived at his apartment, the door was open. Across from the door, taped to the wall, was a note. "Dead person in bedroom." But he wasn't dead. He was standing on a step-ladder. He was naked. An impressively knotted noose, attached to a pipe that ran across the ceiling, was looped around his neck. He smiled tenderly. "I knew you'd come," he said. "So why the note?" I demanded. "Pull away the ladder," he crooned, "my beloved." "Come on, this is stupid. Get down." I went up to him and punched his leg. "All you have to do," he said, "is pull away the ladder." His eyes were even darker and more expressive than usual. His cheekbones appeared to be highlighted. I discovered minutes later he had makeup on. I glanced around the room for a chair or table that I could bring over and stand on. I was going to take the noose off him myself. "If you leave," he said, "if you take a step back, if you do anything other than pull away the ladder, I'll kick it away." "I love you," I said, "okay?" "No, you don't," he said. "I do." To sound like I meant it, I stared at his legs and imagined them lifeless. "I do." "No, you don't," he said softly. "But," he said, "you will." I was gripping the ladder. I remember thinking that if I held tight to the ladder, he wouldn't be able to kick it away. I was gripping the ladder, and then it was by the wall, tipped over. I have no memory of transition between these two events. There was a loud crack and gushing water. Matt dropped gracefully like a girl fainting. Water poured on him from the broken pipe. There was a smell of excrement. I dragged him by the noose. In the living room, I pulled him onto the green shag carpet. I took my clothes off. I knelt over him. I kissed the blood at the corner of his mouth. True obsession depends on the object's absolute unresponsiveness. When I used to fall for a particular cadaver, I would feel as if I were a hollow instrument, a bell or a flute. I'd empty out. I would clear out. It was involuntary, until I was an instrument for the cadaver to swell into and be amplified. As the object of Matt's obsession, how could I be other than impassive while he was alive? He was playing with fire, playing with me. Not just because I couldn't love him, but because I was irradiated. The whole time that I was involved with Matt, I was making love to corpses, absorbing their energy, blazing it back out. Since that energy came from the act of life alchemizing into death, there's a possibility that it was alchemical itself. Even if it wasn't, I'm sure it gave Matt the impression that I had the power to change him in some huge and dangerous way. I now believe that his addiction to my energy was really a craving for such a transformation. In fact, I think that all desire is desire for transformation, and that all transformation, all movement, all process happens because life turns into death. I am still a necrophile occasionally, and recklessly. I have found no replacement for the torrid serenity of a cadaver.
Dancing Bear by Guy Vanderhaeghe, Vanderhaeghe, who was born in 1951 in Esterhazy, Saskatchewan. He studied history at the University of Saskatchewan, where he wrote an M.A. thesis about the novelist John Buchan. He has worked as a teacher, archivist, and researcher, and is now a full-time writer living in Saskatoon. Vanderhaeghe began writing short stories in the late 1970s, influenced, as the critic David Staines has noted, by such prairie novelists as Margaret Lawrence, Sinclair Ross, and Robert Kretsch. Other major influences have been Alice Munro and certain writers from the American South for their treatment of small-town life. Vanderhaeghe's stories were published widely in Canadian literary magazines, and in 1980, his story The Watcher won the annual Contributors' Prize awarded by Canadian Fiction magazine. 12 of his stories appeared in the collection Man Descending, 1982, which won a Governor-General's Award. The Trouble with Heroes, a second collection of stories, was published in 1983. A novel, Homesick, was published in 1989 and won the City of Toronto Book Award. The Dancing Bear is from Man Descending. Dancing Bear. The old man lay sleeping on the taut, red rubber sheet, as if he were some specimen mounted and pinned there to dry. His housekeeper, the widowed Mrs. Hacks, paused in the doorway and then walked heavily to the bedside window, where she abruptly freed the blind and sent it up, whirring and clattering. She studied the sky. Far away to the east, and high above the bursting green of the elms that lined the street, greasy black clouds rolled languidly, their swollen underbellies lit by the occasional shudder of lightning that popped in the distance. After each flash, she counted aloud to herself until she heard the faint, muttering accompaniment of thunder. Finally satisfied, she turned away from the window to find Dieter Bethke awake and watching her cautiously from his bed. "It's going to rain," she said, moving about the room and grunting softly as she stooped to gather up his clothes and pile them on a chair. "Oh?" he answered, feigning some kind of interest. He picked a flake of dried skin from his leg and lifted it tenderly to the light like a jeweler, intently examining its whorled grain and yellow translucence. Sighing, Mrs. Hacks smoothed the creases of his carelessly discarded trousers with a soft, fat palm and draped them over the back of a chair. The old bugger made more work than a whole tribe of kids. She glanced over her shoulder and saw him fingering the bit of skin between thumb and forefinger. "Leave that be," she said curtly. "It's time we were up. Quit dawdling." He looked up, his pale blue eyes surprised. "What?" "Time to get up." "No," he said, "not yet. It's reveille. No malingering. Won't have it," she said, fixing an unconvincing smile on her broad face. "Come on now, up and at 'em. We've slept long enough." "That rubber thing kept me awake last night," he said plaintively. "Every time I move, it squeaks and pulls at my skin. There's no give to it." "Complainers' noses fall off," Mrs. Hacks said absent-mindedly, as she held a shirt up to her own wrinkled nose. She sniffed. It wasn't exactly fresh, but she decided it would do, and tossed it back on the chair. The old man felt his face burn with humiliation, as it did whenever he was thwarted or ignored. "I want that damn thing off my bed," he yelled. "This is my bed. This is my house. Get it off." Mrs. Hacks truculently folded her arms across her large, loose breasts and stared down at him. For a moment he met her gaze defiantly, but then he averted his eyes, and his trembling jaw confirmed his confusion. "I am not moved by childish tempers," she announced. "You haven't learned that yet? Mrs. Hacks paused. "It's about time you did. One thing about Mrs. Hacks," she declared in a piping falsetto that betrayed her anger, "is that when someone pushes her, she pushes back twice as hard. I am ruthless." She assumed a stance that she imagined to be an illustration of ruthlessness, her flaccid arms akimbo, a burlesque of violence. "So let me make this perfectly crystal clear. That rubber sheet is staying on that bed until you forget your lazy, dirty habits and stop them accidents. A grown man," she said disparagingly, shaking her head. "I just got sick and tired of hauling one mattress off the bed to dry and hauling another one on. Just remember, I'm not getting any younger either. I'm not up to heavy work like that. So if you want that rubber thing off, you try and remember not to pee the bed." The old man turned on his side and hid his face. "No sulking allowed," she said sternly. "Breakfast is ready, and I have plenty to do today. I can't keep it waiting forever." Dieter turned onto his back and fixed his eyes on the ceiling. Mrs. Hacks shook her head in exasperation. It was going to be one of those days. What went on in the old bastard's head, if anything? What made him so peculiar, so difficult at times like these? She walked over to the bed and took him firmly by the wrist. "Upsy-daisy!" she cried brightly, planting her feet solidly apart and jerking him upright. She skidded him to the edge of the bed, the rubber sheet whining a muffled complaint, and his hands, in startled protest and ineffectual rebellion, pawing at the front of her dress. Mrs. Hacks propped him upright, while his head wobbled feebly from side to side, and his tongue flickered angrily, darting and questing like a snake's. "There," she said, patting his hand. "That's better. Now, let's let bygones be bygones, a fresh start. I'll say, 'Good morning, Mr. Bethke,' and you answer, 'Good morning, Mrs. Hacks.'" He gave no sign of agreement. Mrs. Hacks hopefully cocked her head to one side and, like some huge, querulous bird, chirped, "Good morning, Mr. Bethke." The old man stubbornly disregarded her, smiling sweetly and vacantly into space. "Well," she said, patting her dress down around her wide hips and heavy haunches, "it's no skin off my teeth, mister." She stumped to the door, stopped and looked back. The old man sat perched precariously on the edge of the bed, his white hair ruffled, tufted, and crested like some angry heron. A pale shadow fell across the lower half of his face and threw his eyes into relief, so that they shone with the dull, glazed intensity of the most devout of worshippers. Mrs. Hacks often saw him like this, mute and still, lost in reverie, and she liked to suppose that somehow he was moved by a dim apprehension of mortality and loss. Perhaps he was even overcome with memories of his wife, and felt the same vast yearning she felt for her own dead Albert. She mustered a smile and offered it. 5 minutes, dear," she said, and then closed the door softly behind her. Bethke made no response. He was thinking, trying to pry those memories out of the soft beds into which they had so comfortably settled, sinking deeper and deeper under the weight of all the years, growing more somnolent and lazy, less easily stirred from sleep. He could no longer make his head crackle with the sudden decisive leap of quick thought hurtling from synapse to synapse. Instead, memories had now to be pricked and prodded, and sometimes, if he was lucky, they came in revelatory flashes. Yet it was only old thoughts and things that came to him. Only they had any real clarity, and the sharpness to wound. And now it was something about a bear. What? Bethke, with a jerky, tremulous movement, swiped at the spittle on his chin with the back of his hand. In his agitation he crossed and recrossed his thin legs, the marbly polished legs of a very old man. bear. He rubbed the bridge of his nose somehow. It was important. He began to rock himself gently, his long, curving nose slicing like a scythe, back and forth, reaping the dim air of his stale little room. And as he swayed, it all began to come to him, and he began to run swiftly, surely, silently back into time. In the dark barn that smells of brittle straw and sharply of horse dung, the knife is making little greedy tearing noises. It is not sharp enough. Then he hears the hoarse, dragging whisper of steel on whetstone. Although he is afraid that the bear his father is skinning may suddenly rear to life, he climbs over the wall of the box stall and steps into the manger and crouches down. He is only 5, so the manger is a nice, tight, comforting fit. What a bear! A killer! A marauder who had left 2 sows tangled in their guts with single blows from his needle-sharp claws. The smell of the bear makes him think of gunmetal, oily, smoky. Each hair bristles like polished black wire, and when the sun catches the pelt, it shines vividly, electrically blue. The curved blade of the knife, now sharpened, slices through the bear's fat like butter, relentlessly peeling back the coat and exposing long, flat, pink muscles. As his father's busy, bloody hands work, Dieter feels a growing uneasiness. The strong hands tug and tear, wrestling with the heavy, inert body as if they are frantically searching for something. Like clay under a sculptor's hand, the bear begins to change. Each stroke of the knife renders him less bear-like and more like something else. Dieter senses this and crouches lower in the manger in anticipation. His father begins to raise the skin off the back, his forearms hidden as the knife molds upward toward the neck. At last he grunts and stands, reaches for the axe. In 2 sharp, snapping blows, the head is severed from the trunk and the grinning mask flung into a corner. He gathers up the skin and carries it out to salt it and peg it down in the yard. Dieter hears the chickens clamoring to pick it clean. He stares down into the pit of the shadowy stall. This is no bear. Stripped of its rich, glossy fur, naked, it is no bear. 2 arms, 2 legs, a raw pink skin, a man. Under all that lank, black hair, a man was hiding, lurking in disguise. He feels the spiraling terror of an unwilling accomplice to murder. He begins to cry and call for his father, who suddenly appears in the doorway covered in grease and blood, a murderer. From far away he heard someone call him, "Mr. Bethke! Mr. Bethke!" The last syllable of his name was drawn out and held like a note, so that it quivered in the air and urged him on with its stridency. He realized he had been crying, that his eyes are filled with those unexpected tears that came so suddenly they constantly surprised and embarrassed him. For a bear? But this wasn't all of it. There had been another bear, he was sure of it, a bear who had lived in shame and impotence. He edged himself off the bed and painfully onto his knobbed, arthritic feet. Breakfast. At breakfast, they quarrel in the dreary, passionless manner of master and charge. He wants what she has, bacon and eggs. He tells her he hates porridge. "Look," Mrs. Hack said, "I can't give you bacon and eggs. Doctor's orders." "What doctor?" "The doctor we saw last month, you remember?" "No." It was true. He couldn't remember any doctor. "Yes, you do. Come on now. We took a ride downtown in a cab. Remember now?" "No." "And we stopped by Woolworth's and bought a big bag of that sticky candy you like so much. Remember?" "No." "That's fine," she said irritably. "You don't want to remember. There's nothing I can do. It doesn't matter, because you're not getting bacon and eggs. I don't want porridge, he said tiredly. Eat it. Give me some cornflakes. Look at my plate, she said, pointing with her knife. I'm not getting cold grease scum all over everything. Fight, fight. When do I get a moment's peace to eat? I want cornflakes, he said, with a little self-satisfied tuck to the corners of his mouth. You can't have cornflakes, she said. Cornflakes bung you up. That's why you eat hot cereal, to keep you regular, just like stewed prunes. Now, which you want? She asked slyly. Sonny boy or stewed prunes? I want cornflakes. He smiled up happily at the ceiling. Like a stuck record. She folded her hands on the table and leaned conspiratorially toward him. You don't even care if you eat or not, do you? You're just trying to get under my skin, aren't you? I want cornflakes, he said, definitely and happily. I could kill that man, she told her plate. Just kill him. Then, abruptly, she asked, Where's your glasses? No, not there. In the other pocket. Okay, put them on. Now, take a good long look at that porridge. The old man peered down intently into his bowl. That's fine. Take it easy. It's not a goddamn wishing well. You see them little brown specks? He nodded. That's what this whole fight's about? Something as tiny as that? You know what this is. It's flax, and flax keeps you regular, so eat it. I'm not eating it. What do I want with flax? He asked quizzically. Sure, you're crazy, she said. Crazy like a fox. I want some coffee. Mrs. Hacks slammed down her fork and knife, snatched up his cup, and marched to the kitchen counter. While she poured the coffee, Bethke's hand crept across the table and stole several strips of bacon from her plate. He crammed these clumsily into his mouth, leaving a grease shine on his chin. Mrs. Hacks set his cup down in front of him. Be careful, she said. Don't spill. Bethke giggled. In a glance, Mrs. Hacks took in his grease-daubed chin and her plate. Well, well, look at the cat who swallowed the canary, grinning from earlobe to earlobe, with a pound of feathers bristling from his trap. So? He said defiantly. You think I enjoy the idea of you pawing through my food? Mrs. Hacks carried her plate to the garbage and scraped it with a flourish. Given all your dirty little habits, who's to know where your hands have been? She asked, smiling wickedly. But go ahead and laugh, because he who laughs last laughs best. Chew this around for a bit and see how she tastes. You're not getting one single solitary cigarette today, my friend. Startled, he demanded his cigarettes. We're singing a different tune now, aren't we? She paused. N-O spells no. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. You give them. They're mine. Not since you set the Chesterfield on fire. Not since then. Your son told me I was to give them out one at a time, so's I could watch you and avoid regrettable accidents. Thank God there's some sense in the family. How he came by it, I'm sure I don't know. The old man hoisted himself out of his chair. Don't you dare talk to me like that. I want my cigarettes, and I want them now. Mrs. Hacks crossed her arms and set her jaw. No. You're fired, he shouted. Get out! He flapped his arms awkwardly in an attempt to startle her into motion. Oh-ho, she said, rubbing her large red hands together in delight. Fired, am I? On whose say-so? Them that hires is them that fires. He who pays the piper calls the tune, and you don't do neither. Not a bit. Your son hired me, and your son pays me. I don't budge a step unless I get the word straight from the horse's mouth. Get out! Save your breath. He is beaten, and he knows it. This large, stubborn woman cannot, will not be moved. I want to talk to my son. If you got information you feel your son should have, write him a letter. He knows this would never do. He would forget. She would steal the letter, conveniently forget to mail it. Justice demands immediate action. The iron is hot and fit for striking. He feels the ground beneath his feet is treacherous. He cannot become confused or be led astray. One thing at a time. He must talk to his son. Get him on the telephone. Your son, if you remember, Mrs. Hacks said, got a little upset about all those long-distance calls collect, and his words to me were, Mrs. Hacks, I think it best if my father phone only on important matters, at your discretion. At my discretion, mind you, and my discretion informs me that this isn't one of those times. I've got a responsibility to my employer. I'll phone him myself. That I've got to see. I will. Yes, like the last time. Half the time you can't remember the city John lives in, let alone his street. The last time you tried to phone him, you got the operator so balled up you would have been talking to a Chinaman in Shanghai if I hadn't stepped in and saved your bacon. I'll phone. I can do it. Sure you will. Where does John live? I know. Uh-huh. Then tell me, where does he live? I know. Jesus, he could be living in the basement and you wouldn't realize it. This makes him cry. He realizes she is right. But minutes ago he had known where his son lived. How could he have forgotten? In the sudden twistings and turnings of the conversation, he has lost his way, and now he hears himself making a wretched, disgusting noise, but he cannot stop. Mrs. Hacks feels she has gone too far. She goes over to him and puts an arm around his shoulders. Now see what's happened. You went and got yourself all upset over a silly old bowl of porridge. Doctor says you have to watch that with your blood pressure. It's no laughing matter. She boosts him out of his chair. I think you better lie down on the Chesterfield for a bit. Mrs. Hacks led him into the living room and made him comfortable on the Chesterfield. She wondered how an old bugger like him could make so much water. If he wasn't peeing, he was crying. You want a Kleenex? She asked. He shook his head and, ashamed, covered his face with his forearm. No harm in crying, she said bleakly. We all do sometime. Leave me be. I suppose it's best, she sighed. I'll be in the kitchen clearing up if you need me. Dieter lay on the Chesterfield, trying to stifle his tears. It was not an easy job, because even the sound of Mrs. Hacks unconcernedly clacking the breakfast dishes reminded him of her monstrous carelessness with everything. His plates, his feelings. He filled with anger at the notion that he would never be nimble enough to evade her commands, or even her wishes, that he cannot outwit her, or even flee her. The living room gradually darkens as the low scudding rain clouds blot out the sun. He wishes it were a fine sunny day, the kind of day which tricks you into believing you are young and carefree as you once were. Like in Romania before his family emigrated. Market days almost always felt that way. People bathed in sun and noise, their wits honed to a fine edge for trading and bartering. Every kind of people, the Jews with their curling sidelocks, the timid Italian tenant farmers, the Romanians, and people like himself, German colonists, even a gypsy or two. Then you had a sense of life, of living. Every good thing the earth offers or man's hand fashions could be found there. Gaily painted wagons, piles of potatoes with the wet clay still clinging to them, chickens, ducks, and geese, tethered pigs tugging their back legs and squealing, horses with hooves as black and shining as basalt, and eyes as large and liquid purple as plums. Nothing but a sheet of sky above and good smells below, pickled herring and leather, paprika, and the faint scent of little hard sweet apples. Innocence, innocence. But then again, on the other hand, yes, well, sometimes cruelty too, right in the market. A stranger arrived with a dancing bear once. Yes, the other bear, the one he had forgotten. He led him by a ring through the nose. When a crowd gathered, the man unsnapped the chain from the bear's nose and began to play a violin. It was a sad, languorous tune. For a moment the bear tossed his head from side to side and snuffled in the dirt. This, for him, was a kind of freedom. But the man spoke to him sharply. The bear lifted his head, and then mournfully raised himself up onto his hind legs. His arms opened in a wide, charitable manner, as if he were offering an embrace. His mouth grinned, exposing black speckled gums and sharp teeth. He danced, slowly, ponderously, tiredly. The music changed tempo. It became gay and lively. The bear began to prance unsteadily. The hot sun beat down on him. A long, glittering thread of saliva fell from his panting mouth on the cinnamon-colored fur of his chest. Dieter, fascinated, tugged and pushed himself through the crowd. The bear hopped heavily from leg to leg. It was pathetic and comic. The pink tip of his penis jiggled up and down in the long hair of his loins. There was a wave of confused sniggering. The trainer played faster and faster. The bear pirouetted wildly. He whirled and whirled, raising a small cloud of dust. The crowd began to clap. The bear spun and spun, his head lolling from side to side, his body tense with the effort of maintaining his human posture. And then he lost his balance and fell blindly, with a bone-wrenching thump onto his back. The scraping of the violin bow stopped. The bear turned lazily onto his feet and bit savagely at his fleas. "Up, Bruno!" The bear whined and sat down. People began to laugh. Some hooted and insulted the bear's master. He flourished the bear's nose-lead and shouted, but the bear refused to budge. In the end, however, he could do nothing except attempt to save face. He bowed deeply, signifying an end to the performance. A few coins, very few, bounced and bounded at his feet. He scooped them up quickly, as if he were afraid they might be reclaimed. The audience began to disperse. Some hurried away to protect their wares, but Dieter had nothing to protect and nowhere to go, and so he stayed. The sight of so many fleeing backs seemed to pique the bear. He got to his feet and began once again to dance. He mocked them, or so it seemed. Of course, there was no music, but the bear danced much more daintily and elegantly than before, to a tune only he could perceive, and he grinned hugely, sardonically. But the trainer reached up, caught his nose-ring, and yanked him down on all fours. He swore and cursed, and the bear breathed high, squeaking protests, feigning innocence. This was unacceptable. This was rebellion. This was treason to the man who fed him, cared for him, taught him. "Hairy bastard, play the fool, will you?" the stranger muttered, wrenching and twisting the nose-ring while the bear squealed with pain. The man punched his head, kicked him in the belly, shook him by the ears. "Traitor! Ingrate!" Dieter held his breath. His mind's eye had seen the bear suddenly strike, revenge himself. Yet nothing happened. Nothing, except the bear was beaten and battered, humiliated, even spat upon. What shame he felt witnessing such an indignity, such complete indifference to the rightful pride of the bear, such flouting of the respect owed him for his size and his power. Couldn't the man realize what he did? Dieter wanted to shout out the secret, to warn him that appearances deceive, that a bear is a man in masquerade, perhaps even a judge. but at the very least a brother. But he couldn't. He ran away instead. The house is still. He hears her footsteps, knows that she is watching him from the doorway. As always, she is judging him, calculating her words and responses, planning. Her plots deny him even the illusion of freedom. He decides he will not turn to look at her. But perhaps she knows this will be his reaction. Petulant, childish. I want to be left in peace. He surprises himself. This giving voice to thought without weighing the consequences is dangerous. But she doesn't catch it. What? I don't chew my words twice, he says. She comes to the side of the Chesterfield. Feeling better now? Yes. Truth? He nods. Now mind, you got to be sure. I'm going down to the store. You need the bathroom? No. All right, then. I'll just be a few minutes. That's all. You'll be okay? He is trying to think. All this talk, these interruptions, annoy him. He burns with impatience. Fine, that's fine, good. Suddenly he feels happy. He can steal a little peace. He'll do it. I must be careful, he tells himself aloud. How do these things slip out? But Mrs. Hacks doesn't understand. With your blood pressure, I should say so. His luck, his good fortune, make him feel strong and cunning. Following her to the front door, he almost pities this fat woman. He watches her start down the street. It is lined with old and substantial homes, most of them painted modestly white, and their yards flourish tall, rough-barked elms. On this street, Mrs. Hacks, in her fluorescent orange rain-slicker, appears ridiculous and inappropriate, like a bird of paradise in an English garden. He waits until he loses sight of her at the first turning of the street. He hurries to his business. His hands fumble with the chain on the front door. At last it is fastened. His excitement leaves him breathless, but he shuffles to the back door and draws the bolt. Safe. Mrs. Hacks is banished, exiled. At first he thinks the noise is caused by the blood pulsing in his temples, but it fades to an insistent, whispering rush. Dieter goes to the window to look out. The rain is falling in a gleaming, thick curtain that obscures the outlines of the nearest house. Striking the roadway, it throws up fine, silvery plumes of spray. He decides to wait for Mrs. Hacks at the front door. He stands there and smells the cocoa matting, the dust and rubber boots. Somehow he has forgotten they smell this way, a scent that can be peculiarly comforting when you are dry and warm, with a cold rain slashing against the windows. And here is Mrs. Hacks, trotting stiff-legged up the street with a shredding brown paper bag huddled to her body. She flees up the walk, past the beaten and dripping Karaganas, and around back to the kitchen door. He hears her bumping and rattling it. Here she comes again, and scurrying along, head bent purposefully, rain glancing off her plastic cap. But as she begins to climb the front steps, he withdraws and hides himself in the coat closet. Her key rasps in the chamber. The spring lock snaps free. The door opens several inches, but then meets the resistance of the chain and sticks. She grumbles and curses. Some fat, disembodied fingers curl through the gap and pluck at the chain. For a moment he is tempted to slam the door shut on those fingers, but he resists the impulse. The fingers are replaced by a slice of face, an eye, and a mouth. "Mr. Bethke, Mr. Bethke, open up!" Bethke stumbles out of the closet and lays his face along the door jamb, eye to eye with Mrs. Hacks. They stare at each other. At last she breaks the spell. "Well, open this door," she says irritably. "I feel like a drowned cat." "Go away. You're not wanted here." "What?" "Go away." Her one eye winks suspiciously. You do know who I am? This is Mrs. Hacks, your housekeeper. Open up. I know who you are. I don't want any part of you, so go away. She shows him the soggy paper bag. I brought you a Jersey milk. Pass it through. Her one eye opens wide in blue disbelief. You open this door. No. It's the cigarettes, I suppose. All right, I give up. You can have your damn cigarettes. Go away. I'm losing my patience, she says, lowering her voice. Now open this door, you senile old fart. Old fart yourself, old fat fart. You wait until I get in there. There'll be hell to pay. He realizes his legs are tired from standing. There is a nagging pain in the small of his back. I've got to go now, he says. Goodbye. And he closes the door in her face. He is suddenly very light-headed and tired, but nevertheless exultant. He decides he will have a nap. But the woman has begun to hammer at the door. Stop it! He shouts. He makes his way to his bedroom on unsteady legs. In fact, one is trailing, and he must support himself by leaning against the wall. What is this? The bedroom lies in half-light, but he can see the red rubber sheet. It must go. He tugs at it, and it resists him like some living thing, like a limpet clinging to a rock. His leg crumples. His mouth falls open in surprise. As he falls, he lands loosely like a bundle of sticks, his legs and arms splayed wide, but feels nothing but a prickling sensation in his bladder. No pain, nothing. There are shadows everywhere in the room. They seem to float and hover and quiver. He realizes the front of his pants is wet. He tries to get up, but the strength ebbs out of his limbs and is replaced by a sensation of dizzying heaviness. He decides he will rest a minute and then get up. But he doesn't. He sleeps. Mrs. Hacks waited under the eaves for the rain to abate. It fell for an hour with sodden fury, and then began to slacken into a dispirited drizzle. When it did, she picked her way carefully through the puddles in the garden to where the hoe lay. With it, she broke a basement window and methodically trimmed the glass out of the frame. Then she settled herself onto her haunches and, gasping, wriggled into the opening. She closed her eyes, committed her injuries in advance to Bethke's head, and then let herself drop. She landed on one leg, which buckled and sent her headlong against the gas furnace, which set every heat vent and duct in the building vibrating with a deep atonal ringing. Uninjured, she picked herself up from the floor. Her dignity bruised, her authority wounded, she began to edge her way through the basement clutter toward the stairs. Dieter Bethke woke with a start. Some noise had broken into his dream. It had been a good and happy dream. The dancing bear had been performing for him under no compulsion, a gift freely given. It had been a perfect, graceful dance, performed without a hint of the foppishness or studied concentration that mars the dance of humans. As the bear had danced, he had seemed to grow, as if fed by the pure, clear notes of the music. He had grown larger and larger, but Dieter had watched this with a feeling of great peace rather than alarm. The sun glinted on his cinnamon fur and burnished his coat with red, winking light, and when the music stopped, the bear had opened his arms very wide in a gesture of friendship and welcome. His mouth had opened as if he were about to speak, and that was exactly what Dieter had expected all along, that the bear would confide in him the truth and prove that under the shagginess that belied it there was something that only Dieter had recognized. But then something had broken the spell of the dream. He was confused. Where was he? His hand reached out and touched something smooth and hard and resisting. He gave a startled grunt. This was wrong. His mind slipped backward and forward, easily and smoothly, from dream to the sharp, troubling present. He tried to get up. He rose, trembling, swayed, felt the floor shift, and fell, striking his head on a chest of drawers. His mouth filled with something warm and salty. He could hear something moving in the house. Then the sound was lost in the tumult of the blood singing in his veins. His pulse beat dimly in his eyelids, his ears, his neck, and fingertips. He managed to struggle to his feet and beat his way into the roar of the shadows which slipped by like surf and out into the hallway. And then he saw a form in the muted light, patiently waiting. It was the bear. "Bear?" he asked, shuffling forward, trailing his leg. The bear said something he did not understand. He was waiting. Dieter lifted his arms for the expected embrace, the embrace that should fold him onto the fragrant, brilliant fur, but, curiously, one arm would not rise. It dangled limply like a rag. Dieter felt something strike the side of his face, a numbing blow. His left eyelid fell like a shutter. He tried to speak, but his tongue felt swollen, and could only batter noiselessly against his teeth. He felt himself fall, but the bear reached out and caught him in the warm embrace he desired above all. And so Dieter Bethke, dead of a stroke, fell gently, gently like a leaf, into the waiting arms of Mrs. Hacks. The Ghost of Firozsha Baag, by Rohinton Mystery, who was born in 1952 in Bombay and immigrated to Canada in 1975. He began writing stories in 1983 while studying at the University of Toronto. In 1985, he won Canadian Fiction Magazine's annual Contributors Prize, and Tales from Firozsha Baag, a collection of short stories, was published in 1987. The Ghost of Firozsha Baag is from that book. Mystery's first novel, Such a Long Journey, 1991, was shortlisted for the Booker Prize, won a Governor-General's Award in Canada, the 1991 Commonwealth Writers' Prize for Best Book of the Year, and the Smith Books Books in Canada First Novel Award. He is the 1995 winner of the Canadian Australia Literary Prize. Mystery's books have been published in the UK and the USA, and in translation in Germany, Japan, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. A new novel, A Fine Balance, is forthcoming. The Ghost of Firozsha Baag. I always believed in ghosts. When I was little, I saw them in my father's small field in Goa. That was very long ago, before I came to Bombay to work as ayah. Father also saw them, mostly by the well, drawing water. He would come in and tell us, "The boot is thirsty again." But it never scared us. Most people in our village had seen ghosts. Everyone believed in them. Not like in Firozsha Baag. First time I saw a ghost here, and people found out how much fun they made of me, calling me crazy, saying it is time for old Ayah to go back to Goa, back to her muluk. She is seeing things. 2 years ago, on Christmas Eve, I first saw the boot. No, it was really Christmas Day. At 10 o'clock on Christmas Eve, I went to Cooperage Stadium for midnight mass. Every year, all of us Catholic ayahs from Firozsha Baag go to mass. But this time, I came home alone. The others went somewhere with their boyfriends. Must have been about 2 o'clock in the morning. Lift in B block was out of order, so I started up slowly, thinking how easy to climb 3 floors when I was younger, even with a full bazaar bag. After reaching first floor, I stopped to rest. My breath was coming fast, like it does nowadays when I grind curry masala on the stone. "Jackalee," my bai calls out. "Jackalee, is masala ready?" Thinks a 63-year-old ayah can make masala as quick as she used to when she was 15. Yes, 15. The day after my 14th birthday, I came by bus from Goa to Bombay. All day and night I rode the bus. I still remember when my father took me to bus station in Panjim. Now it is called Panaji. Joseph Uncle, who was mechanic in Matsagan, met me at Bombay Central Station. So crowded it was, people running all around, shouting, screaming, and coolies with big trunks on their heads. Never will I forget that first day in Bombay. I just stood in one place, not knowing what to do, till Joseph Uncle saw me. Now it has been 49 years in this house as ayah, believe or don't believe. 49 years in Firozsha Baag's B block, and they still don't say my name right. Is it so difficult to say Jacqueline? But they always say Jackalee, or worse, Jackale. All the fault is of the old bai who died 10 years ago. She was in charge till her son brought a wife, the new bai of the house. Old bai took English words and made them Parsi words. Easy chair was igicher. French beans was ferachich, and Jacqueline became Jackalee. Later I found out that the old Parsis did this. It was like they made up their own private language. So then new bai called me Jackalee also, and children do the same. I don't care about it now. If someone asks me my name, I say Jackalee. And I talk Parsi Gujarati all the time instead of Konkani, even with other ayahs. Sometimes also little bits of English. But I was saying, my breath was fast when I reached first floor and stopped for rest, and then I noticed someone, looked like in a white gown, like a man, but I could not see the face, just body shape. "Kaun hai?" I asked in Hindi. Believe or don't believe, he vanished, completely. I shook my head and started for second floor, carefully holding the railing because the steps are so old, all slanting and crooked. Then same thing happened. At the top of second floor he was waiting, and when I said, "Kya hai?" believe it or don't believe, he vanished again. Now I knew it must be a boot. I knew he would be on the third floor also, and I was right, but I was not scared or anything. I reached the third floor entrance and found my bedding, which I had put outside before leaving. After midnight mass, I always sleep outside by the stairs, because Bai and Set must not be woken up at 2 a.m., and they never give me a key. No ayah gets key to a flat. It is something I have learned, like I learned 49 years ago that life as ayah means living close to floor. All work I do on floors, like grinding masala, cutting vegetables, cleaning rice. Food also is eaten sitting on floor, after serving them at dinner table. And my bedding is rolled out at night in kitchen passage on floor. No cot for me. Nowadays, my weight is much more than it used to be, and is getting very difficult to get up from floor, but I am managing. So Christmas morning at 2 o'clock, I opened my bedding and spread out my satarungi by the stairs. Then stopped. The boot had vanished, and I was not scared or anything. But my father used to say some ghosts play mischief. The ghost of our field never did. He only took water from our well. But if this ghost of the stairs played mischief, he might roll me downstairs. Who was to say? So I thought about it and rang the doorbell. After many, many rings, By opened, looking very mean. Mostly she looks okay, and when she dresses in nice sari for a wedding or something and puts on all bangles and necklace, she looks really pretty, I must say. But now she looked so mean, like she was going to bite somebody. Same kind of look she has every morning when she has just woken up, but this was much worse and meaner because it was so early in the morning. She was very angry, said I was going crazy. There was no ghost or anything. I was just telling lies not to sleep outside. Then Set also woke up. He started laughing, saying he did not want any ghost to roll me downstairs because who would make cha in the morning? He was not angry. His mood was good. They went back to their room, and I knew why he was feeling happy when sit, 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 sit sounded of their beds started coming from the dark. When he was little, I sang Konkani songs for him. Mogacha Mary and Hanusaiba. Big man now, he's forgotten them, and so have I. Forgetting my name, my language, my song, but complaining I'm not, don't make mistake. I'm telling you, to have a job I was very lucky because in Goa there was nothing to do. From Panjim to Bombay, on the bus, I cried, leaving behind my brothers and sisters and parents and all my village friends. But I knew leaving was best thing. My father had 11 children and very small field. Coming to Bombay was only thing to do. Even schooling I got first year at night. Then Bai said I must stop, because who would serve dinner when Set came home from work, and who would carry away dirty dishes? But that was not the real reason. She thought I stole her eggs. There were 6 eggs yesterday evening, she would say. Only 5 this morning. What happened to one? She used to think I took it with me to school to give to someone. I was saying it was very lucky for me to become Ayah in Parsi house, and never will forget that, especially because I'm Goan Catholic and very dark skin color. Parsis prefer Mongolian Catholics. They have light skin color. For themselves, also Parsis like light skin, and when Parsi baby is born, that is the first and most important thing. If it is fair, they say, oh, how nice light skin, just like parents. But if it is dark skin, they say, Are, what is this Ayah no Chokro, Ayah's child? All this doing was more in olden days, mostly among very rich Bais and Sets. They thought they were like British only, ruling India side by side. But don't make mistake, not just rich Parsis. Even all Marathi people in low class, Tar Gully, made fun of me when I went to buy grocery from Bunya. Blackie, Blackie, they would call out. Nowadays it does not happen, because very dark skin color is common in Bombay. So many people from south are coming here, Tamils and Keralites, with their funny Ile Popo language. Now people more used to different colors. But still, not to ghosts. Everybody in B Block found out about the boot of the stairs. They made so much fun of me all the time, children and grown-up people also. And believe or don't believe, that was a ghost of mischief. Because just before Easter he came back. Not on the stairs this time, but right in my bed. I'm telling you, he was sitting on my chest and bouncing up and down, and I couldn't push him off, so weak I was feeling. I'm a proper Catholic. I was fasting. Couldn't even scream or anything, not because I was scared. He was choking me. Then someone woke up to go to WC and put on a light in the passage where I sleep. Only then did the rascal boot jump off and vanish. This time I did not tell anyone. Already they were making so much fun of me. Children in Firozsha Baag would shout, "Ayah, boot! Ayah, boot!" every time they saw me. And a new Hindi film had come out, Boot Bungla, about a haunted house. So they would say, like the man on the radio in a loud voice, "See today at Apsarath Cinema, R.K. Anand's new film, Boot Bungla, starring Jackie of Block B," just like that. Oh, they made a lot of fun of me, but I did not care. I knew what I had seen. "Jackie," Bai calls out, "is it ready yet?" She wants to check curry masala. "Too thick," she always says. "Grind it again. Make it smoother." And she is right. I leave it thick purposely. Before, when I did it fine, she used to send me back anyway. Oh, it pains in my old shoulders grinding this masala. But they will never buy the automatic machine, very rich people, my Baiset. He is a chartered accountant. He has a nice motor car, just like a block priest, and like the one Dr. Modi used to drive, which has not moved from the compound since the day he died. Bai says they should buy it from Mrs. Modi. She wants it to go shopping. But a masala machine they will not buy. Jackie must keep on doing it till her arms fall out from her shoulders. How much teasing everyone was doing to me about the boot. It became a great game among boys pretending to be ghosts. One who started it all was Dr. Modi's son, from 3rd floor of C block. One day they call Pessi Padmaru, because he makes dirty wind all the time. Good thing he's in boarding school now. That family came to Firozsha Baag only a few years ago. He was doctor for animals, a really nice man. But what a terrible boy. Must have been so shameful for Dr. Modi. Such a kind man. What a shock everybody got when he died. But I'm telling you, that boy did a bad thing one night. Vera and Dolly, the two fashionable sisters from C Block's 1st floor, went to night show at Eros Cinema, and Pessi knew. After night show was over, talk, they came in, their high-heeled shoes. It was when miniskirts had just come out, and that is what they were wearing, very esky-mesky, so short I don't know how their my-bop allowed it. They said their daughters were going foreign for studies, so maybe this kind of dressing was practice for over there. Anyway, they started up. The stairs were very dark. Then Pessi, wearing a white bedsheet and waiting under the staircase, jumped out, shouting, "Bo-ray!" Vera and Dolly screamed so loudly, I'm telling you, and they started running. Then Pessi did a really shameful thing. God knows where he got the idea from. Inside his sheet he had a torch, and he took it out and shined up into the girls' miniskirts. Yes, he ran after them with his big torch shining in their skirts, and when Vera and Dolly reached the top, they tripped and fell. That shameless boy just stood there with his light shining between their legs, seeing undies and everything, I'm telling you. He ran away when all neighbors started opening their doors to see what is the matter, because everyone heard them screaming. All the men had good time with Vera and Dolly, pretending to be like concerned grown-up people, saying, "It is all right, dears. Don't worry, dears. Just some bad boy, not a real ghost." And all the time petting, squeezing them, as if to comfort them. Pshee, these men. Next day, Pessi was telling his friends about it, how he shone the torch up their skirts and how they fell and everything he saw. That boy, terrible. Afterwards, parents in Firozsha Baag made a very strict rule that No one plays the fool about ghosts because it can cause serious accident if sometimes some old person is made scared and falls downstairs and breaks a bone or something, or has a heart attack. So there was no more ghost games and no more making fun of me. But I'm telling you, the boot kept coming every Friday night. Curry is boiling nicely, smells very tasty. Vi tells me, don't forget about curry, don't burn the dinner. How many times have I burned the dinner in 49 years, I should ask her. Believe or don't believe, not one time. Yes, the boot came, but he did not bounce any more upon my chest. Sometimes he just sat next to the bedding. Other times he lay down beside me with his head on my chest, and if I tried to push him away, he would hold me tighter, or would try to put his hand up my gown or down from the neck. But I sleep with buttons up to my collar, so it was difficult for the rascal. Oh, what a ghost of mischief he was! Reminded me of Cajetan back in Panjim, always trying to do same thing with girls at the cinema or beach. His parents' house was not far from the church of St. Cajetan, for whom he was named, but this boy was no saint, I am telling you. Kalankut and Anjuna beaches in those days were very quiet and beautiful. It was before foreigners all started coming, and no hippy-bippy business with charas and ganja, and no big hotels or nothing. Cajetan said to me once, "Let us go and see the fishermen." And we went, and started to wade a little up to ankles, and Cajetan said, "Let us go more." He rolled up his pants over the knees, and I pulled up my skirt, and we went in deeper. Then a big wave made everything wet. We ran out and sat on the beach for my skirt to dry. Us two were only ones there. Fishermen were still out in boats. Sitting on the sand, he made all funny eyes at me, like Hindi film hero, and put his hand on my thigh. I told him to stop, or I would tell my father, who would give him a solid pasting and throw him in the well, where the boot would take care of him. But he didn't stop. Not till the fisherman came. Shee, what a boy that was! Back to kitchen. To make good curry needs lots of stirring while boiling. I'm telling you that Cajetan. Once it was feast of St. Francis Xavier, and the body was to be in a glass case at Church of Bom Jesus. Once every 10 years is this very big event for Catholics. They were not going to do it any more because, believe or don't believe, many years back some poor crazy woman took a bite from the toe of St. Francis Xavier. But then they changed their minds. Poor St. Francis. It is not his luck to have a whole body. One day Pope asked for a bone from the right arm for people in Rome to see, and never sent it back. That is where it is till today. But I was saying about Cajetan. All boys and girls from my village were going to Bom Jesus by bus. In church it was so crowded, and a long line to walk by St. Francis Xavier's glass case. Captain was standing behind my friend Lily. He had finished his fun with me. Now it was Lily's turn. And I'm telling you, he kept bumping her and letting his hand touch her body like it was by accident in the crowd. Shee! Even in church that boy could not behave. And the ghost reminded me of Cajetan, whom I have not seen since I came to Bombay. What did I say? 49 years ago. Once a week the ghost came, and always on Friday. On Fridays I eat fish. So I started thinking, maybe he likes the smell of fish. Then I just ate vegetarian, and yet he came. For almost a whole year the ghost slept with me every Friday night, and Christmas was not far away. And still no one knew about it, how he came to my bed, lay down with me, tried to touch me. There was one thing I was feeling so terrible about, even to Father de Silva of Baikula Church. I had not told anything for the whole year. Every time in confession I would keep completely quiet about it. But now Christmas was coming, and I was feeling very bad. So, first Sunday in December, I told Father de Silva everything, and then I was feeling much better. Father de Silva said I was blameless because it was not my wish to have the boot sleeping with me. But he gave me 3 Hail Marys and said eating fish again was okay if I wanted. So on Friday of that week I had fish, curry rice, and went to bed. And believe or don't believe, the boot did not come. After midnight, first I thought maybe he is late. Maybe he has somewhere else to go. Then the clock in By's room went 3 times, and I was really worried. Was he going to come in early morning while I was making tea? That would be terrible. But he did not come. Why, I wondered. If he came to the bedding of a fat and ugly ayah all this time, now what was the matter? I could not understand. But then I said to myself, "What are you thinking, Jackie? Where is your head? Do you really want the ghost to come sleep with you and touch you so shamefully?" After drinking my tea that morning, I knew what had happened. The ghost did not come because of my confession. He was ashamed now, because Father de Silva knew about what he had been doing to me in the darkness every Friday night. Next Friday night, also, there was no ghost. Now I was completely sure my confession had got rid of him and his shameless habits. But in a few days it would be Christmas Eve and time for midnight mass. I thought, maybe if he is ashamed to come into my bed, he could wait for me on the stairs like last year. Time to cook rice now. Time for Set to come home. Best quality basmati rice we use, always. Makes us a lovely fragrance while cooking, so tasty. For midnight mass, I left my bedding outside, and when I returned it was 2 a.m., but for worrying there was no reason. No ghost on any floor this time. I opened the bedding by the stairs, thinking about Cajetan, how scared he was when I said I would tell my father about his touching me. Did not ask me to go anywhere after that, no beaches, no cinema. Now, same thing with the ghost, how scared men are of fathers. And next morning, By opened the door, saying, "Good thing Ghost took a holiday this year. If you had woken us again, I would have killed you." I laughed a little and said, "Merry Christmas, By," and she said same to me. When Set woke up, he also made a little joke. If they only knew that in 1 week they would say I had been right. Yes, on New Year's Day they would start believing when there was really no ghost. Never has been since the day I told Father de Silva in confession, but I was not going to tell them they were mistaken. After such fun they made of me, let them feel sorry now for saying Jackie was crazy. By and Set were going to New Year's Eve dance somewhere in Bandra, for first time since children were born. She used to say they were too small to leave alone with Ayah, but that year he kept saying, "Please." Now children were bigger, so she agreed. She kept telling me what to do and gave telephone number to call in case of emergency. Such fuss she made. I'm telling you, when they left for Bandra, I was so nervous. I said special prayer that nothing goes wrong, that children would eat dinner properly, not spill anything, go to bed without crying or trouble. If By found out, she would say, "What did I tell you? Children cannot be left with Ayah," and then she would give poor Set hell for it. He gets a lot anyway. Everything went right, and children went to sleep. I opened my bedding, but I was going to wait till they came home. Spreading out the satarungi, I saw a tear in the white bedsheet used for covering, maybe from all pulling and pushing with the ghost, and was going to repair it next morning. I put off the light and lay down just to rest. Then cockroach sounds started. I lay quietly in the dark, first to decide where it was. If you put a light on, they stop singing, and then you don't know where to look. So I listened carefully, It was coming from the gas stove table. I put on the light now and took my chapal. There were 2 of them, sitting next to cylinder. I lifted my chapal very slowly and quietly, then foot! Must say I am expert at cockroach killing. The poison which Seth puts out is really not doing much good. My chapal is much better. I picked up the 2 dead ones and threw them outside, in Baag's backyard. 2 cockroaches would make nice little snack for some rat in the yard, I thought. Then I lay down again, after switching off light. Clock in Byset's room went 12 times. They would all be giving kiss now and saying Happy New Year. When I was little in Panjim, my parents, before all the money went, always gave a party on New Year's Eve. I lay on my bedding, thinking of those days. It is so strange that so much of your life you can remember if you think quietly in the darkness. Must not forget rice on stove. With rice, especially basmati, 1 minute more or 1 minute less, 1 spoon extra water or less water, and it will spoil. It will not be light and every grain separate. So there I was in the darkness, remembering my father and mother, Panjim and Kajetan, nice beaches and boats. Suddenly it was very sad, so I got up and put a light on. In Byset's room, their clock said 2 o'clock. I wished they would come home soon. I checked children's room. They were sleeping. Back to my passage I went, and started mending the torn sheet. Sewing, thinking about my mother, how hard she used to work, how she would repair clothes for my brothers and sisters. Not only sewing to mend, but also to alter. When my big brother's pants would not fit, she would open out the waist and undo trouser cuffs to make longer legs. Then, when he grew so big that even with alterations it did not fit, she sewed same pants again, making a smaller waist, shorter legs, so little brother could wear. How much work my mother did, sometimes even helping my father outside in the small field, especially if he was visiting a taverna the night before. But sewing and remembering brought me more sadness. I put away the needle and thread and went outside by the stairs. There is a little balcony there. It was so nice and dark and quiet, I just stood there. Then it became a little chilly. I wondered if the ghost was coming again. My father used to say that whenever a ghost is around it feels chilly. It is a sign. He said he always did in the field when the boot came to the well. There was no ghost or anything, so I must be chilly, I thought, because it is so early morning. I went in and brought my white bedsheet. Shivering a little, I put it over my head, covering up my ears. There was a full moon, and it looked so good. In Panjim, sometimes we used to go to the beach at night, when there was a full moon, and Father would tell us about when he was little, and the old days when Portuguese ruled Goa, and about Grandfather, who had been to Portugal in a big ship. Then I saw Byset's car come in the compound. I leaned over the balcony, thinking to wave if they looked up, let them know I had not gone to sleep. Then I thought, no, it is better if I go in quietly before they see me, or By might get angry and say, "What are you doing outside in middle of night, leaving children alone inside?" But she looked up suddenly. I thought, oh my Jesus, she has already seen me. And then she screamed. I'm telling you, she screamed so loudly I almost fell down faint. It was not angry screaming, it was frightened screaming. Boot! Boot! And I understood. I quickly went inside and lay down on my bedding. It took some time for them to come up, because she sat inside the car and locked all doors. Would not come out until he climbed upstairs, put on every staircase light to make sure the ghost was gone, and then went back for her. She came in the house at last, and straight to my passage, shaking me, saying, "Wake up, Jackie, wake up!" I pretended to be sleeping deeply, then turned around and said, "Happy New Year, By. Everything is okay. Children are okay." She said, "Yes, yes, but the boot is on the stairs. I saw him, the one you saw last year at Christmas. He is back. I saw him with my own eyes." I wanted so much to laugh, but I just said, "Don't be afraid, By. He will not do any harm. He is not a ghost of mischief. He must have just lost his way." Then she said, "Jackie, you were telling the truth, and I was angry with you. I will tell everybody in B Block you were right. There really is a boot." I said, "By, let it be now. Everyone has forgotten about it, and no one will believe anyway." But she said, "When I tell them, they will believe." And after that, many people in Firozsha Baag started to believe in the ghost. One was Dostorji in A Block. He came one day and taught By a prayer, "Sekaste, Sekaste, Satan," to say it every time she was on the stairs. He told her, "Because you have seen a boot on the balcony by the stairs, it is better to have a special Parsi prayer ceremony there, so he does not come again and cause any trouble." He said, "Many years ago, near marine lines, where Hindus have their funerals and burn bodies, a boot walked at midnight in the middle of the road, scaring motorists and causing many accidents. Hindu priests said prayers to make him stop, but no use. Boot kept walking at midnight. Motorists kept having accidents. So Hindu priests called me to do a jashan. They knew Parsi priest has most powerful prayers of all, and after I did a jashan right in the middle of the road, everything was all right." By listened to all this talk of Dostorji from A Block, then said she would check with Set and let him know if they wanted a balcony jashan. Now, Set says yes to everything, so he told her, Sure, let Dostorji do it. It will be fun to see the exorcism," he said, some big English word like that. Dostorji was pleased, and he checked his Parsi calendar for a good day. On that morning, I had to wash the whole balcony floor especially. Then Dostorji came, spread a white sheet, and put all prayer items on it, a silver thing in which he made fire with sandalwood and loban, a big silver dish, a lotta full of water, flowers, and some fruit. When it was time to start saying prayers, Dostorji told me to go inside. Later, By told me that was because Parsi prayers are so powerful, only a Parsi can listen to them. Everyone else can be badly damaged inside their soul if they listen. So Jashan was done, and Dostorji went home with all his prayer things. But when people in Firozsha Baag who did not believe in the ghost heard about prayer ceremony, they began talking and mocking. Some said Jackali's By has gone crazy. First the Ayah was seeing things, and now she has made her By go mad. By will not talk to those people in the Baag. She is really angry. Says she does not want friends who think she is crazy. She hopes Jashan was not very powerful, so the ghost can come again. She wants everyone to see him and know the truth like her. Busy eating. By Set are. Curry is hot. They are blowing whoosh, whoosh on their tongues, but still eating. They love it hot. Secret of good curry is not only what spices to put, but also what goes in first, what goes in second and third, and so on. And never cook curry with lid on pot. Always leave it open. Stir it often. Stir it to urge the flavors to come out. So, By is hoping the ghost will come again. She keeps asking me about ghosts, what they do, why they come. She thinks because I saw the ghost first in Firozsha Baag, it must be my specialty or something, especially since I am from village. She says village people know more about such things than city people. So I tell her about the boot we used to see in the small field, and what my father said when he saw the boot near the well. Vi enjoys it, even asks me to sit with her at table, bring my separate mug, and pours a cup for me, listening to my ghost talk. She does not treat me like servant all the time. One night she came to my passage when I was saying my rosary, and sat down with me on the bedding. I could not believe it. I stopped my rosary. She said, "Jackalee, what is it Catholics say when they touch their head and stomach and both sides of chest?" So I told her, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Right, she said. I remember it now. When I went to St. Anne's High School, there were many Catholic girls, and they used to say it always before and after class prayer. Yes, Holy Ghost. Jackalee, you don't think this is that Holy Ghost you pray to, do you? And I said, No, Vi. That Holy Ghost has a different meaning. It is not like the boot you and I saw. Yesterday she said, Jackalee, will you help me with something? All morning she was looking restless, so I said, Yes, Vi. She left the table and came back with her big scissors and the flat cane supra I use for winnowing rice and wheat. She said, My granny showed me a little magic once. She told me to keep it for important things only. The boot is, so I am going to use it. If you help me, it needs 2 parsees, but I'll do it with you. I just sat quietly, a little worried, wondering what she was up to now. First, she covered her head with a white mathubono and gave me one for mine. She said to put it over my head like a scarf. Then the 2 points of scissors she poked through one side of supra, really tight, so it could hang from the scissors. On 2 chairs we sat face to face. She made me balance 1 ring of scissors on my finger, and she balanced the other ring on hers, and we sat like that, with supra hanging from scissors between us, our heads covered with white cloth. Believe or don't believe, it looked funny and scary at the same time. When supra became still and stopped swinging around, she said, Now, close your eyes and don't think of anything. Just keep your hand steady. So I closed my eyes, wondering if Set knew what was going on. Then she started to speak, in a voice I had never heard before. It seemed to come from very far away, very soft, all scary. My hair was standing. I felt chilly, as if a boot was about to come. This is what she said. If the ghost is going to appear again, then supra must turn. Nothing happened. But I'm telling you, I was so afraid I just kept my eyes shut tight, like she told me to do. I wanted to see nothing which I was not supposed to see. All this was something completely new for me. Even in my village, where everyone knew so much about ghosts, magic with supra and scissors was unknown. Then Vi spoke once more, in that same scary voice. If the ghost is going to appear again, upstairs or downstairs, on balcony or inside the house, this year or next year, in daylight or in darkness, for good purpose or for bad purpose, then supra must surely turn. Believe or don't believe, this time it started to turn. I could feel the ring of the scissors moving on my finger. I screamed and pulled away my hand. There was a loud crash, and Vi also screamed. Slowly, I opened my eyes. Everything was on the floor. Scissors were broken, and I said to By, "I'm very sorry I was so frightened, By, and for breaking your big scissors. You can take it from my pay." She said, "You scared me with your scream, Jackalee, but it is all right now. Nothing to be scared about. I'm here with you." All the worry has gone from her face. She took off her mathubanu and patted my shoulder, picked up the broken scissors and supra, and took it back to the kitchen. By was very pleased. She came back and said to me, "Don't worry about broken scissors. Come, bring your mug. I'm making tea for both of us. Forget about supra and ghost for now." So I removed my mathubanu and went with her. "Jackalee, oh Jackalee," she is calling from dining room. "They must want more curry. Good thing I took some out for my dinner. They will finish the whole pot. Whenever I make Goan curry, nothing is left over. At the end, Set always takes a piece of bread and rubs it round and round in the pot, wiping every little bit. They always joke, 'Jackalee, no need today for washing pot, all cleaned out.' Yes, it is one thing I really enjoy, cooking my Goan curry, stirring and stirring, taking the aroma as it boils and cooks, stirring it again and again, watching it bubbling and steaming, stirring and stirring, till it is ready to eat." Sans Souci by Dion Brand, who was born in 1953 in Trinidad and now lives in Toronto, where she studied at the University of Toronto and OISE. She is best known as a writer of poetry that has been published in a number of literary magazines and anthologies, including the Penguin Book of Caribbean Verse. Her most recent collection, No Language is Neutral, 1990, was published by Coach House Press. Dion Brand's short stories have been published in Fireweed, and the anthologies, Stories by Canadian Women, and From Ink Lake. Her collection Sans Souci and Other Stories was published in 1988 by Williams Wallace. She is also the author of No Burden to Carry, Black Working Women in Ontario, 1920s to 1950s, 1991, and Bread Out of Stone, 1994, a personal account by a black woman who is also a writer and an activist trying to come to terms with life in Canada. Dion Brand has been writer-in-residence at the Halifax City Regional Library and the University of Toronto.
Sans Souci. Rough grass asserted itself everywhere, keeping the earth damp and muddy. It inched its way closer and closer to doorsteps and walls until some hand, it was usually hers, ripped it from its tendrilled roots. But it soon grew back again. It kept the woman in a protracted battle with its creeping mossiness, she ripping it out, shaking the roots of earth. It grew again the minute she turned her back. The house, like the others running up and down the hill, could barely be seen from the struggling road, covered as it was by lush immortelle trees, with coarse vines spread among them so that they looked like women with great bushy hair embracing. In Sans Souci, the place was called, they said that the people were as rough as the grass. She may have looked that way, but it was from walking the hills and tearing out the grass which grew until she was afraid of it covering her. It hung like tattered clothing from her hips, her breasts, her whole large body. Even when her arms were lifted to carry water to the small shack, she felt weighed down by the bush. Great green patches of leaves, bougainvillea, almond, carolee vine fastened her ankles to her wrists. She kept her eyes to the floor of the land, her look tracing, piercing the bush, and marking her steps to the water, to the tub, to the fire, to the road, to the land. The woman turning into a tree, though she was not even old yet. As time went on, she felt her back harden like a crab's, like the bark of a tree, like its hard brown meat. A man would come often, but it was difficult to know. When she saw him coming, she would never know him until he said her name, Claudine. Then she would remember him vaguely. A bee near her ear, her hand brushing it away. Sometimes she let the bush grow as tall as it wanted. It overwhelmed her. Reaching at her, each new spore or shoot burdened her. Then someone would pass by and not see the house and say she was minding snakes. Then she would cut it down. She climbed the hill often when the bush was low around the house. Then she went for water, or so it seemed, because she carried a pot. Reaching the top, her feet caking with mud, she would sit on the ground near the edge of the cliff. Then she would look down into the sea and rehearse her falling, a free fall, a dive into the sea. How fast the sea would come toward her, probably not. The cliff was not vertical enough. Her body would hit tufts of grass before reaching the bottom. She could not push off far enough to fall into the water. Musing on whether it would work or not, she would lie down on the ground, confused. Spread out, the pot beneath her head, she would be faced by the sky. Then her eyes would close, tired of the blue of the sky zooming in and out at her gaze, and she would be asleep. She never woke up suddenly. Always slowly, as if someone else was there moving in on her sleep. Even when it rained, a strong rain which pushed her into the ground, or when she slept till the sky turned purple. Her children knew where she was. They would come up the hill when they did not see her, or go to their grandmother's. She never woke up suddenly here, even when the three of them screamed her name, Claudine! The boy with his glum face turning cloudier, and the girl and the little boy looking hungry. 3 of them. In the beginning, she had bathed them and oiled their skins in coconut, and dressed them in the wildest and brightest of colors, and played with them, and shown them off to the other inhabitants of the place. Then they were not good to play with any more. They cried and felt her hands. They cried for the roughness of her hands and the slap. If he was there, he would either say, "Don't hit them," or, "Why don't you hit those children?" His ambiguity caused her to hesitate before each decision on punishment. Then she decided not to touch the children, since either instruction he gave in an angry and distant voice, and for her the two had to be separate thoughts, clear opposites. So, after a time, the children did not get bathed and dressed, and after a time they did not get beaten either. The people around spoke well of him, described his physical attributes, which were in the main 2 keloidal scars on his chin and face. When he came, he told them of his escapades on the bigger island. Like the time he met the famous criminal Weapon, and he and Weapon spent the night drinking and touring the whorehouses and the gambling dens, and Weapon stuck a knife into the palm of a man who touched his drink. He brought new fashions to the place. The wearing of a gold ring on his little finger, and the growing of an elegant nail to set it off. The men, they retold his stories until he came with new ones. They wore copper rings on their little fingers. If she wasn't careful, they would come into the house and tell her what to do again. The shacks up and down the hill were arranged like spiders crawling towards her. One strong rain, and they'd be inside of her house, which was not at the bottom of the hill, so there was no real reason to think that it would actually happen. Looking at them, the other people, they made gestures towards her, as they did to each other, to everyone else. They brought her things, and she gave them things, and they never noticed, nor did she, that she was not her mother's child, nor her sister's sister, nor an inhabitant of the place, but the woman turning into a tree. They had pressed her with their eyes and their talk and their complicit winks, first into a hibiscus switch, then into a shrub, and now this, a tree. He didn't live there. The dirt path beside the house ran arbitrarily up the hill. Whenever he came, he broke a switch with which to scare the children. This was his idea of being fatherly. Coming through the path, he made his stern face up to greet the children and the woman. He came and went, and the people in the place expected him to come for her, and made excuses when he did not. They expected her to be his. They assumed this as they assumed the path up the hill, the steady rain in March. He is a man, you're a woman, that's how it is. Those times, not like the first, he would sit on her bed, a piece of wood, his face blunt in the air, dense and unmoving. He had no memory, almost like the first, his breathing and his sweat smelling the same furry thickness as before. Like something which had walked for miles with rain falling and insects biting, and the bush and trees slapping some green and murky scent onto its body, a scent rough from years of instinct, and horrible. Now he grew his fingernails and splashed himself with cheap scent, but sometimes when he lifted his arm, she recalled and forgot quickly, and sometimes she saw his face as before, always in and out of seeing him and not seeing him, or wondering who he was and disbelieving when she knew. Those times he would sit on her bed and tell her about a piece of land which his maternal grandmother had left him. He was just waiting for the day that they built the road across Sans-Souci, and that was the day he was going to be a rich man. Because it was good agricultural land, and only a road was holding it back. He went on about how he would work the land, and how he was really a man of the earth. She listened, even though she knew that his mouth was full of nonsense. He had said that for the last many years. How many? Was he the same as the first? Somehow she had come to be with him. Not if he was the first, not him. His hands, with their long fingernails, the elegant long nail on the right finger, could never dig into the soil. She listened to him even though she knew that he was lying. But he really wasn't lying to deceive her. He liked to hear himself. He liked to think that he sounded like a man of ideas, like a man going somewhere. Mostly he repeated some phrase which he had heard in a popular reggae song about having the heights of Jah, or something he had heard at the occasional North American evangelist meeting. He had woven these two into 1,000 more convolutions than they already were, and only he could understand them. He, the other men in the place, and Claudine, who couldn't really understand either, but liked the sound of him. The sound confused her. It was different, not like a pig squealing, that sorrowful squealing as it hung in front of the knife, nor its empty sound as it hung for days, years, its white belly bloodless when it hung with no one seeing it. None around except the air of the yard folding and sealing pockets of flesh, dying. The sound covered an afternoon or so for her above the chorus of the pig squeal, at once mournful and brief in its urgency. The startling incidents of its death mixed with commonplaceness and routine. She liked to have him sit with her as if they were husband and wife. 2. She had met Uncle Ranny on the Carenage. She never thought that he would ever get old. He used to be quick and smooth, with golden rings on his fingers. Each time he smiled, or laughed that challenging sweet laugh of his, the sun would catch the glint of his rings and throw it onto his teeth so that they looked yellow. He would throw his head way back, revealing the gold nugget on his thick chain. He was a small man, really, but you would never know, looking at him when he laughed. Then, even when he talked of killing a man, he laughed that sweet laugh, only his eyes were different. They cut across your face for the briefest of moments, like the knife that he intended to use. Once he even threatened to kill his father, and his father believed him and slapped his face and never spoke with him again. She poured everything out to him now, hoping he would kill the man this time. Everything about Prime's exhortations and his lies. It came out of her mouth, and she didn't know who was saying it. Uncle Ranny's laugh only changed slightly. No one in the family ever really believed that he'd ever kill anyone, but no one ever dared not to believe either. Something about his laugh said that he'd never kill a man if he didn't have to, and if he did, it would be personal. With a knife or a machete, never with a gun, but close so that the dying man would know who had killed him and why. She'd caught a glimpse of him once under a tamarind tree, talking about cutting a man's head off and the eyes of the head open as it lay apart from its body in the dirt. He had told it, and the men around, kicking the dust with their toes, had laughed weakly. Claudine told him everything, even some things that she only thought happened, but happened. These didn't make the case against Prime any worse, they just made her story more lyrical, inspiring the challenging laugh from Ranny. "This man don't know who your uncle is, or what?" This only made her say more. Prime had lied to her and left her with 3 children to feed. The new child, the 4th, moved in her like the first. It felt green and angry. Her flesh all around it, forced to hang there protecting this green and angry thing. It reached into her throat, sending up bubbles and making her dizzy all the time. It was not that she hated it, she only wanted to be without it. Out, 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 never to have happened. She wanted to be before it, to never know or have known about it. He had said that the land was in her name. He had even shown her papers which said so, and now he had run off, taken a boat to St. Croix. "St. Croix? It don't have a place that man can hide. He don't know me," Uncle Ranny said. Claudine got more and more frightened and more excited as she talked the story. It would serve Prime right to have Uncle Ranny chop him up with a knife. She would like to see it herself. Uncle Ranny was old now, 64, but when he laughed like that she could see his mouth still full of his white teeth. It surprised her. Her mother's brother. He had looked at her once back then, as if she had made it happen. Looked at her as if she were a woman and contemptible, but it passed quickly like his other looks. She'd only been talking to an old man about her trouble. She had not been paying attention. His old face had lit up briefly with that look, and his teeth were as white as when he was young. His skin was tight and black as she remembered it years ago. He seemed to laugh out of a real joy. She remembered liking to hear him laugh and see his white teeth against his beautiful skin. He would spit afterward, as if there were something too sweet in his mouth. Now, when she'd first seen him on the carronage, she had seen an old man with grey eyelashes and a slight stubble of grey on parts of his skin and face. She had told him everything in a surge of relief and nostalgia, never expecting him to do anything, but it was he, Uncle Ranny, she had told. She almost regretted saying anything, but she needed to say it to someone. The look across her face, as before, cutting her eyes away, cutting her lips, her head, slicing her, isolating sections of her for scrutiny and inevitable judgment. Her hand reached to touch her face, to settle it, dishevelled as it was, to settle it on her empty chest. All that she had said was eaten up by the old man's face and thrown at her in a transient, lacerating look which he gave back. Her eyes sniffed the quickly sealed cut and turned, fell on a wrecked boat in the carronage. A little boy jumped off the end, not submerged in the water. The glum-faced boy at home came to her. She hurriedly made excuses to Uncle Ranny about having to go and ran with a kind of urgency toward the tied-up boat to Cast Island. Disappearing into its confusion of provisions, vegetables, and goats. She did what she always had to do. She pretended to live in the present. She looked at the awful sky. She made its insistent blueness define the extent of what she could see. Before meeting Uncle Ranny, she had walked along, pretending that the boat was not there, that she did not have to go, wishing she could keep walking. that the carronage would stretch out into the ocean, that the water of the ocean was a broad floor, and the horizon a shelf which divided and forgot. An end to things completely, where she did not exist. The line of her eye's furthest look burned her face into the sunset of yellow, descending. The red appearing behind her eyelids, rubbing the line with her head. She had wished that the water between the jetty and the lapping boat was wider and fit to drink, so that she could drink deeply, become like sand, change places with the bottom of the ocean, sitting in its fat-legged deepness and its immutable width. 3. After the abortion, she went to Mamma's bar, even though she was in pain and even though she knew that she should lie down. Mamma's was a wooden house turned into a restaurant and bar, and Mamma was a huge woman who had an excellent figure. Mamma dominated the bar. She never shouted. She raised her eyebrows lazily when challenged. There were other women in the bar, regulars, who imitated Mam's walk and Mamma's eyelids, but deferred to Mamma and faded when Mamma was in the bar. Mamma always sat with her back to the door, which proved just how dangerous she was. The walls of the bar, at unaccounted intervals, had psychedelic posters in fluorescent oranges and blues. One of them was of an Aztec-like mountain, dry, mud-brown, cracked, strewn with human bones. Nothing stood on it except bones of feet and ribs and skulls. It would be a foreboding picture if it weren't so glossy. Instead, it looked sickly and distant. It was printed by someone in California, and one of Mamma's visitors had bought it at a head shop in San Diego. Mamma thought it was high art, and placed it so that people entering the bar could see it immediately. Claudine walked down the steps to the bar, closed her eyes, anticipating the poster, then opened them too soon and felt her stomach reach for her throat. Mamma's eyes watched her walk to the counter, ask for a rum, down it, and turning to leave, bump into the man with the limp. A foamy bit of saliva hung onto the stubble on his face. He grabbed Claudine to save himself from falling, and then they began dancing to Mamma's crackling stereo. They danced until lunchtime, until the saliva from the limping man's face stretched onto the shoulder of Claudine's dress. Mamma had not moved either. She controlled all of it with her eyes, and when they told Claudine to leave, she sat the man with the limp onto a stool and left, going somewhere, averting her stare from the mountain strewn with human bones. 4. She went to the address on the piece of paper someone had given her, 29 Ponce's Road. When she got to the street, there was no number on any of the houses. She didn't know the woman's name. It was best in these situations not to know anyone's name or to ask anyone where. She walked up and down the street, looking at the houses. Some were back from the curb and faced the next street over, so there was no way of telling. Maybe something about the house would tell her. What does a house where a woman does that look like? She asked herself. She walked up and down the street, thinking that maybe it was this one with the blue veranda, or that one with the dog tied to a post. No, she couldn't tell. Maybe this was a sign or something. She gave up, suddenly frightened that it may be just a sign. Holy Mary, Mother of God! And bent her head, walking very fast up the street for the last time. She passed a house with 9 or 10 children in the yard. Most of them were chasing after a half-dressed little boy. They were screaming and pointing at something he was chewing. She hadn't seen the woman on the wooden veranda until one of the children ran towards her, saying something breathless and pointing to the woman on the veranda. Then she saw her as the woman on the veranda reached out into the yard and hit a flying child. It didn't seem as if she wanted to hit this one in particular, or anyone in particular. The group of children gave a common flinch, accustomed to these random attacks on their chasing and rushing around, then continued after the boy. Faced with finally doing this, Claudine didn't know any more. She hesitated, looked at the woman's face for some assurance. but nothing. The woman looked unconcerned, waiting for her, and then turning and walking into the ramshackle house, her back expecting Claudine to follow. Claudine walked toward the yard, not wanting to stand in the street. Now she moved because of the smallest reasons. Now she was trapped by even tinier steps, by tinier reasons. She moved so that her feet would follow each other, so that she could get away from the road, so that she could make the distance to the house, so that it would be over. Nothing had come from the woman's face, no sign of any opinion. Claudine had seen her face, less familiar than a stranger's. Later, when she tried, she would never remember the face, only as a disquieting and unresolved meeting, like waking in between sleep and catching a figure, a movement in the room. 5. He had raped her. That is how her first child was born. He had grabbed her and forced her into his little room and covered her mouth so that his mother would not hear her screaming. She had bitten the flesh on his hand until there was blood, and still he had exploded her insides, broken her. His face was dense against her crying. He did it as if she was not there, not herself, not how she knew herself. Anyone would have seen that he was killing her, but his dense face told her that he saw nothing. She was 13. She felt like the hogs that were strung on the limbs of trees and slit from the genitals to the throat. That is how her first child was born. With blood streaming down her legs and feeling broken, and his standing up and saying, "Nothing is wrong, go home and don't tell anyone." And when she ran through the bush crying that she would tell her mother and stood at the standpipe to wash the blood off her dress and to cool the pain between her thighs, she knew she could tell no one. Up the hill to the top, overlooking the water, she wanted to dive into the sea. The water would hit her face, it would rush past her ears quickly, it would wash her limbs, and everything would be as before, and this would not have happened. A free fall, a dive into the sea. Her body would hit the tuft of grass before reaching the bottom, and it would hurt even more. She could not push off far enough to fall into the water. She said nothing. She became sick and puffy, and her stepfather told her mother that she was pregnant, and she begged her mother not to believe him. It was a lie, and her mother sent her to the doctor and told her not to come back home if it was true. When the doctor explained the rape, he said, "Someone put a baby in your belly." And she could not go home. And when it was dark that night and she was alone on the road, because everyone, her aunt first and then her grandmother, had said, "Go home," she saw her mother on the road coming down with a torchlight. Her mother, rakish and holding her skirt, coming toward her, both of them alone on the road. And she walked behind her all the way home silent, as her mother cursed and told her that she'd still have to do all the work and maybe more. Every day until the birth, her mother swore and took care of her. He denied it when the child was coming, and she screamed, "It was you, you, you!" loud and tearing, so that the whole village could hear that it was he. He kept quiet after that, and his mother bore his shame by feeding her and asking her, "How are things?" From then, everyone explained the rape by saying that she was his woman. In fact, they did not even say it, they did not have to. Only they made her feel as if she was carrying his body around. In their looking at her, and their smiles, which moved to one side of the cheek, and with their eyelids uncommonly demurring, or round and wide, and gazing, she came into the gaze of all of them no longer a child, much less a child who had been raped, now a man's body. All she remembered was his face, as if he saw nothing when he saw her, and his unusual body resembling the man who slaughtered pigs for the village. So gnarled and horrible the way he moved. Closing her eyes, he seemed like a tamarind tree, sour and unclimbable. Her arms could not move, pinned by his knotted hands, and she could not breathe. Her breathing took up all the time, and she wanted to scream, not breathe, more screaming than breathing. That is how her first child with him was born. Much as she tried, her screaming did not get past the bush and the trees, even though she tried to force it through the blades of grass and the coarse vines. Upon every movement of the bush, her thin and piercing voice grabbed for the light between, but the grass would move the other way, making the notes which got through dissonant and unconnected, not like the sound of a killing.
Transfigurations by Janice Kulik Kiefer, who was born in Toronto in 1953 and has been able to combine an academic career with an impressive range of literary activities. She received her doctorate in modern English literature from the University of Sussex. She taught at the Université Sainte-Anne in Nova Scotia, where she lived for several years, and now teaches at the University of Guelph. She has published a collection of poetry, White of the Lesser Angels, 1986, and a novel, Constellations, 1989, but Kiefer is best known for her short stories. They have been collected in the Paris-Napoli Express, 1986, Transfigurations, 1988, and Traveling Ladies, 1990. The title story from Transfigurations is reprinted here. Janice Kulik Kiefer won the first prize for fiction in both the 1985 and 1986 CBC literary competition. She is also the author of two critical works, Under Eastern Eyes, 1987, a study of maritime fiction, which was nominated for a Governor-General's Award, and Reading Mavis Gallant, 1989.
Transfigurations. On the way to Regine's, Angèle waves to the trucks that thunder up the highway from the ferries at Yarmouth or Digby on to maritime cities and towns about which she knows less than she does about Beirut, Bombay, Ethiopia, places she's seen at least on the evening news and in colour. She waves to the potato-faced, genially obscene men behind the wheels, and they toot horns back to her. On a good day, she might get half a dozen blasts in the quarter-mile between her house and the salon. Half a dozen blasts, as good as angel trumpets, crashing cymbals, movie choirs. Assessing her breasts and thighs and bum, finding them good, as if the trucks were an enormous mobile mirror lining the highway, imaging only her, 17, single, a year out of school. Angèle à Omer à Caliche de Vaux. The door into Regine's salon has a knotted cord with bells ringing each customer in, announcing to Regine that their hour has come, the hour spent in company with plastic combs and pins, pink and turquoise hairnets, glass jars full of a heavy, lucent amber syrup, disinfectant, and a circumambient chemical cloud, soothing as the names of the creams and sprays which seed it, Caresse, Silkspun, Désiré. Into this room the rouged or sallow-skinned, the wrinkled or acne-ravaged, the fleshy or shriveled come to be transformed into the images of their desiring. On the plywood coffee table between the rows of dryers are the magazines which Angèle, each morning, racks up the way an attendant in a pool hall racks up balls and cues. People, Us, Look, Life, Cosmopolitan, and Family Circle. Magazines which promise Pearl and Rita, Adele, Aline, Annette, the shade of hair, the heel of shoe to complete the miracle Regine's fingers and the whirs of her dryers will begin. Fix it even better than the can of spray Regine waves like an enchanter's wand over the newborn hairdos of her customers. It is 8:45. Regine is still upstairs sipping tepid coffee and watching a talk show. The salon is in the basement of the A-frame she and her husband constructed from a kit the year they moved down from Chéticamp. Angèle never sees much of Regine's Joe. He's employed by the Department of Highways to hold up an orange sign marked "Slow" on the road they have been building for the last 12 years between Weymouth and Annapolis. Regine drinks her coffee out of a cup as brightly blue as a baby's eyes. Angèle knows this because when things downstairs are slow, Regine sends her up to load the breakfast plates into the dishwasher. Angèle takes special care of, even holds up to her lips as if to kiss, the azure cup which has R-E-G-I-N-E and a little crown with silver balls on its tips stamped into the blue. The same kind of crown printed on Régine's business cards and on the sign outside the shop. Régine's Beauty Salon, Salon Esthétique, cuts, perms, electrolysis, manicure, etc. Come to us for all your beauty needs. Your is spelled Y-O-U''re. Us was Régine herself, though a new customer might assume the term embraced both underlings. Angèle and Eric Saulnier, who had been hired a full 2 years before Angèle, which made the girl only an apprentice's apprentice. Eric had been to Montreal, and went every July down to a beach in Maine, where, he told Angèle, people were cultivated enough to have other ideas of heaven than farting down the beach on mechanized tricycles, or pumping video games at the social club. Eric lived with his grandmother in an unpainted frame house across the road from Régine's. He dressed beautifully from the catalogue, had a long moustache the colour of toffee, and was the gentlest of them all with the old ladies who came in for a tint and a poodle perm, though they'd barely 100 hairs left on their puckered scalps. At first Angèle had sworn she couldn't bear to touch them, until Eric had shown her how, if she pretended it was dough and not skin she were kneading, she'd forget herself and actually begin to enjoy the work. Eric comes in just before Régine leaves the television set upstairs. She never turns it off, liking the muffled crash of commercials and soaps and news to ground the spiky jabber from the AM radio. It plays a chocolate box assortment of tunes, at least one of which every customer from 88-year-old Madame Wagner to 8-year-old Shanda Como can croon to as the neutralizer's being squirted on or the hair net knotted tighter. When Eric comes in late like this, Angèle always turns up the radio so that Régine won't hear the bells and dock him a quarter of an hour's salary. He is supposed to be there early to check over the books and begin call-ups for the next day's appointments, though what he likes doing best when there's no one but Angèle and himself around is to rearrange the giant combs which Régine has hooked up over the wallpaper for decoration. She has collected them on her travels. Régine has been to nearly every state in the Union, even Hawaii, so there are combs in the shapes of pineapples, teepees, sharks, lobsters, 10-gallon hats, southern bells, cobs of corn, and even the President and First Lady. Eric rearranges the combs in shifting patterns, so that each is a knot in the ribbon of a story, he whispers to Angèle, when the clients are under the dryers, and Régine busy combing out a wedding hairdo in the swivel chair. Stories to which Angèle listens in a coconut cream abstraction, stories of escape, of finding your true heart's desire, stories better than those in the harlequins she buys at the Quickway store on the way home from Régine's. Régine is a pair of purple bloated feet in plastic thongs, legs thick and sturdy as the concrete pillars holding up the porch of the A-frame. A nurse's uniform dyed moss green to match the ferns in the wallpaper, a face flat and ashy as the highway over which her husband slows the cars. But most of all, Régine is hair. Hair like meringue on a lemon pie, hair like cotton candy whirled into a sunset cloud around the cone. Hair that each week takes on a different shade and tone, frosted here, darkened there, frizzed at the nape, moussed at the crown, spooled down before her ears, or rolled in waves like barbells held up by straining, rhinestone-studded combs. Each Monday, Régine descends the stairs to her salon, while Eric and Angèle, mute witnesses of an apparition part celestial, part demonic, stare in tribute. Régine walks over to the table on which the appointment books are kept, cocks an eye at today's page, flicks an artificial fingernail at the rayon roses in the crystal vase, which she insists be filled halfway up with water, and then thumps over to the swivel chair. tests it with a spin or two, stills it before the mirror, lights a menthol cigarette, and waits for the first of her customers. When she arrives, the doctor's wife, who's been up to a funeral in Halifax and needs a quick comb-out, Regine does not so much surrender as release her chair. Leaving her cigarette to unravel into smoke in the ashtray Eric has deftly placed beside the combs, she greets the doctor's wife by her first name, for the crown on her business card extends to her social niche and manner, and allows Angèle to tie a vinyl apron around the client's neck. Upon Angèle's retreat, Regine moves in with comb and brush, a general to a chaotic battlefield. And it begins. In and out the golden oldies on the radio, over the rumblings from the television set upstairs, through the clickings of combs and scissors and the rustling of end papers, the squish of shampoo and fumes of permanent solution. All the length of St. Alphonse Bay and beyond, south to Pubnico and north to Chéticamp, across the Bay of Fundy to Moncton and Memramcook, down the Happy Valley to Halifax and back. Each shampooed head full of news or questions offered to Regine like pearls on a platter. Who did, how did, why did, what? Steve Allouy, who married Charlene Hector, who went back to her bed in her mother's house saying Steve couldn't get it up any higher than the nap on the hall carpet. But then Steve had been having it off with Delima before and after the wedding. Delima in the trailer down by the fish plant. Delima, who's had 3 already and is starting her 4th. Not off Steve, but that little shit of a laundry, whose wife most likely wouldn't last out the year. Had it so bad they'd taken her out of Sidmouth Hospital to Halifax, where no one would come to visit. All the more convenient for him, the bastard. So why do we all lie down and spread our legs and take it? Who knows? Who needs it? You listen now, Angèle. You be smart. Steer clear of the buggers. Don't you melt any butter for 'em. Not yet. Plenty of time for that. But it's no use. You'll end up just like the rest of us. Just watch out for them smart asses back from the oil rigs, good for nothing but whoring and drinking and belching through mass, every damn one of 'em. Present company excepted, that means you, Eric. Eric works through it all as if the words are bubbles in the lather he's working up on this scalp or rinsing out of those eyes. He opens his mouth only to compliment Doreen on having finally found a scarf to match the extraordinary deep blue of her eyes, or to assure Jeanette that if the solution were left on a fraction of a moment longer, the curls would be just that much tighter, exactly like the picture in the magazine, though the model hadn't Jeanette's wonderfully thick hair and such a gorgeous color. He wouldn't have her dye a hair of it, honestly he wouldn't. Eric earns as much in tips as he does in salary at Regine's. Each week he comes to work in a new shirt, with rolled or button-down or detachable collar, in new trousers with or without cuffs, pleats at the waist, or else so low across the hips that Angèle finds herself waiting for the pants to drop as he darts back and forth between the chairs or bends under the dryers to make sure some client isn't having her curls scorched. Waiting and wondering if he knows how they talk about him when he's off on holiday in Maine, and Regine elaborates with grossly fluent gestures just what kind of beach it is, the sort of customers it attracts. They would start in then on the absent Eric, plucking and clawing and ripping, until it made Angèle think of the huge crows she saw along the highway, jabbing beaks into the green garbage bags, scattering shreds of rotting meat and bashed-in tins inside the ditch. Until Eric came back, his skin toffee-colored like his moustache, and 8 or 10 new words, he called it Boston slang, he'd drop into his conversation as showily as sugar cubes into tea. He would not need to rearrange the combs or tell her stories for a long time then, at least until the first storms came in autumn, the wind and rain that battered down even his memories of the summer. Angèle is given the job of washing hair, lathering the shampoo that smells fizzily of strawberries or peaches or lime, playing waterfall with the hose attachment at the sink, toweling gently, leading the ladies like blind children from the sink, and patting them into their chairs, taking a long, thick comb out of the glass jar and dragging it through the drenched clumps of hair. As soon as each new head is washed and combed, she calls out to Eric, or sometimes, if it is a special customer, to Regine herself, who takes up the rollers, scrabbling in the tray for the different sizes and colors of plastic, scrolling and twisting the hair, shoving in pins like bayonets. And while the dryers whirl, Angèle takes the broom and sweeps curls, split ends, and ratty ponytails into the soft, dense, dull mat that she will scoop into a garbage bag and place in the shed out back where the crows and dogs will not get at it. Most of the time she waits for something important to do, wishing she could have a cigarette. But Regine doesn't like to see young girls smoking, and watching the women under the dryer, the fluorescent salon lights and torrid heat puffing up the faces, revealing pouchy bags of chins, deltas of wrinkles around mouths and eyes, like little metal bits screwed in too tight. Their bodies soft and swollen as the garbage bags full of their hair, for the women sag in the chairs, relaxing as much as pincer curlers and a braiding heat permit. Relax in the limbo between that first desperate hope of beauty and the ultimate despair, once they have paid Regine and rushed to their own bathroom mirrors, that all the lilac and azure curlers, the snowy mousses, and dizzy-scented sprays have not this time, or any other time, transfigured them into the heart of their desire. They are still what they were, women whose invariable story Angèle has read and reread in the ads placed in the French Shore Shopper. For sale, wedding dress size 5-6, excellent condition. For sale, child's crib and high chair, sturdy make. For sale, woman's fun fur coat, mature size. And finally, words aren't enough to thank our friends for their kindness shown in Mom's last illness. We'll never forget your help in this difficult time. Watching the rows of hopelessly hoping faces, Angèle knows in every pliant bone, in every glinting hair of her sweet-skinned 17-year-old body, that she will never, ever look like these old women under the dryers, never let herself tell or be told such a story. For she is saving not so much herself as that one perfect picture of desire which none of these women know, not even Regine. You had only to find the true picture, and you would have no need of nets and curlers and dizzying heat. You could be like Christ on the high mountain, shining as snow, if you kept it always, like a gold locket over your heart, no matter what was happening, no matter what Regine and her customers told you would happen, had to happen to you. It is summer, and she is walking along a path that leads up from the highway into a grove of trees whose leaves are new green still, without a blotch or tear or hole, and he holds her hand, is tracing her palm with his finger, the way Regine traces a scalp with her comb. Delicately, yet so precisely the skin tingles and reddens to the touch. His eyes are blue as Regine's coffee cup. He wears trousers pleated like Eric's, and tells stories like Eric, but always about her, how she is so beautiful that no one can possibly find words to tell. That the truck drivers from off the ferries at Yarmouth and Digby see her walking along the highway and hoot their horns the whole Trans-Canada long for love of her, telling how she is more shining, sweet, snowy, beautiful than the models on TV or videos or glossy magazines. That her hair is like gold, no, is auburn and rippling down her small shoulders, over her breasts and hips to her toes, that are small, pink as shells half hidden in the sand. Her hair a cape, a cloak all over her, so that she needs no clothes, only her hair and the skin all cool and shadowy beneath. His hands gentle, finely shaped, and she shakes her long bright hair. She is somehow under the water of her hair, watching his hands like lovely lazy fish, parting the waves and coming to her. Air full of angel choirs, clouds pink, moss green and lilac, pillows of new-cut grass as they lie down together. her face flushed as that of the customer she leads from the dryer to the swivel chair, where Regine waits, arms raised, comb quivering, while Eric undoes the rollers as carefully as if he's pulling a bandage from a wound. And Regine rakes a fistful of hair, rinsed the blind blue of fading forget-me-nots, makes it into a tumbling froth above the eyes of the woman who has waited her whole life for this transfiguration to take place. Door ringing open and open, Angèle washing hair, toweling it dry, sweeping up soft, dun-colored mounds into green garbage bags, while Eric fishes for tips and tells his stories. Wanting, waiting, wanting.
Red Plaid Shirt by Diane Chamberlain, who was born in 1954 in Thunder Bay, Ontario. She graduated from Lakehead University there and lived for the next 10 years in Canmore, Alberta, working at various jobs including bank teller and avalanche researcher. She now lives in Kingston, Ontario. Chamberlain has published 4 books of short fiction: Double Exposures, 1984, Frogs and Other Stories, 1986, Hockey Night in Canada, 1987, and The Man of My Dreams, 1990. Frogs and Other Stories won the Writers Guild of Alberta Award for Excellence in Short Fiction in 1986, and the title story from Hockey Night in Canada has been made into a 30-minute television play. Her first novel, In the Language of Love, 1994, was published by HarperCollins. It will be published in the U.S. in 1996 by Viking Penguin and in Sweden. Red Plaid Shirt was first published in Saturday Night and is included in The Man of My Dreams.
Red Plaid Shirt. Red plaid shirt that your mother bought you one summer in Banff. It is 100% pure virgin wool, itchy but flattering against your pale skin, your black hair. You got it in a store called Western Outfitters, of the sort indigenous to the region, which stocked only real, as opposed to designer, blue jeans, Stetson hats, and $300 hand-tooled cowboy boots with very pointy toes. There was a saddle and a stuffed deer head in the window. Outside, the majestic mountains were sitting all around, magnanimously letting their pictures be taken by 10,000 tourists wielding Japanese cameras and eating ice cream cones. You had tricked your mother into leaving her camera in the car so she wouldn't embarrass you, who lived there and were supposed to be taking the scenery for granted by now. You liked the red plaid shirt so much that she bought you 2 more just like it, one green, the other chocolate brown. But these 2 stayed shirts, never acquiring any particular significance, eventually getting left unceremoniously behind in a Salvation Army drop box in a grocery store parking lot somewhere along the way. The red plaid shirt reminded you of your mother's gardening shirt, which was also plaid, and which you rescued one winter when she was going to throw it away because the elbows were out. You picture her kneeling in the side garden, where she grew only flowers, bleeding hearts, roses, peonies, poppies, and a small patch of strawberries. You picture her hair in a bright babushka, her hands in the black earth with her shirt sleeves rolled up past the elbow. The honeysuckle hedge bloomed fragrantly behind her, and the sweet peas curled interminably up the white trellis. You are sorry now for the way you always sulked and whined when she asked you to help, for the way you hated the dirt under your nails and the sweat running into your eyes, the sweat dripping down her shirt front between her small breasts. You kept her old shirt in a bag in your closet for years, with a leather patch half sewn onto the left sleeve, but now you can't find it. You were wearing the red plaid shirt the night you met Daniel in the tavern, where he was drinking beer with his buddies from the highway construction crew. You ended up living with him for the next 5 years. He was always calling it your magic shirt, teasing you, saying how it was the shirt that made him fall in love with you in the first place. You would tease him back, saying how you'd better hang on to it then, in case you had to use it on somebody else. You've even worn it in that spirit a few times since, but the magic seems to have seeped out of it, and you are hardly surprised. You've gained a little weight since then, or the shirt has shrunk, so you can't wear it any more, but you can't throw or give it away either. Red. Crimson, carmine, cochineal, cinnabar, sanguine, scarlet red, ruby, rouge, my birthstone red, and blood red, brick red, beet red, bleeding hearts, queen of fire, god of war, Mars, the color of magic, my magic, the color of iron flowers, and fruit, the color of meat, dripping lobster, cracking claws, lips, nipples, blisters, blood, my blood, and all power. Blue cotton sweatshirt that says, "Why be normal?" in a circle on the front. This is your comfort shirt, fleecy on the inside, soft from many washings, and 3 sizes too big, so you can tuck your hands up inside the sleeves when they're shaking or cold. You like to sit on the couch with the curtains closed, wearing your comfort shirt, eating comfort food. Vanilla ice cream, macaroni and cheese, white rice with butter and salt, white toast with cheese whiz and peanut butter. Sometimes you even sleep in it. This is the shirt you wore when you had the abortion 3 days before Christmas. They told you to be there at 9 in the morning, and then you didn't get into the operation room until nearly 12:30. So you wore it in the waiting room with the other women also waiting, and the weight you had already gained was hidden beneath it while you pretended to read Better Homes and Gardens, and they wouldn't let you smoke. After you came to, you put the shirt back on and waited in another waiting room for your friend Alice to come and pick you up because they said you weren't capable yet of going home alone. One of the other women was waiting there, too, for her boyfriend who was always late, and when he finally got there, first she yelled at him briefly, and then they decided to go to McDonald's for a hamburger. At home, Alice pours you tea from the porcelain pot into white china cups like precious opaque stones. None of this has diminished, as you feared it might, the comfort this shirt can give you when you need it. Alice always puts her arms around you whenever she sees you wearing it now. She has one just like it, only pink. Blue. Azure, aqua, turquoise, delft and navy blue, royal blue, cool cerulean, peacock blue, ultramarine, cobalt blue, Prussian blue, cyan, the sky and electric, a space the color of the firmament, and sapphire sleeping silence the sea, the blues, my lover played the saxophone, cool blue he plays the blues. Pale grey turtleneck that you bought when you were seeing Dwight, who said one night for no apparent reason that grey is a mystical color. You took this judgment to heart, because Dwight was more likely to talk about hockey or carburetors, and you were pleasantly surprised to discover that he might also think about other things. You spotted the turtleneck the very next day on sale at Maggie's for $9.99. You took to wearing it on Sundays, because that was the day Dwight was most likely to wander in unannounced, on his way to or from somewhere else. You wore it while you just happened to put a bottle of good white wine into the fridge to chill, and a chicken, a roast, or a pan of spinach lasagna into the oven to cook slowly, just in case he showed up hungry. You suppose now that this was pathetic, but at the time you were thinking of yourself as patient, and him as worth waiting for. 3 Sundays in a row you ended up passed out on the couch, the wine bottle empty on the coffee table, and supper dried out, and a black-and-white movie with violin music flickering on the TV. In the colored morning, the pattern of the upholstery was imprinted on your cheek, and your whole head was hurting. When Dwight finally did show up, it was a Wednesday, and you were wearing your orange flannelette nightie with all the buttons gone, and a rip down the front, because it was 3 in the morning, he was drunk, and you had been in bed for hours. He just laughed and took you in his arms when you told him to get lost. Until you said you were seeing someone else, which was a lie, but one that you both wanted to believe, because it was an easy answer that let both of you gingerly off the hook. You keep meaning to wear that turtleneck again sometime, because you know it's juvenile to think it's a jinx, but then you keep forgetting to iron it. Finally, you get tough and wear it, wrinkled, grocery shopping one Saturday afternoon. You careen through the aisles like a crazed hamster, dodging toddlers, old ladies, and other carts, scooping up vegetables with both hands, eating an apple you haven't paid for, leaving the core in the dairy section. But nothing happens, and no one notices your turtleneck, the color, or the wrinkles. Sure enough, Dwight calls the next day, Sunday, at 5 o'clock. You say you can't talk now, you're just cooking supper. Prime rib, wild rice, broccoli with hollandaise. You have no trouble at all hanging quietly up on him while pouring the wine into the crystal goblet before setting the table for one, with the Royal Albert china your mother left you in her will. Grey. Oyster, pewter, slate, dull, lead, dove-grey, pearl-grey, brain, my brain's silver, or simple gone into the mystic, a cool grey day overcast with clouds, ashes, concrete, the aftermath of aeroplanes, gunmetal grey, granite and gossamer whales, elephants, cats in the country, the colour of questions, the best camouflage, the opaque elegance, an oyster. White embroidered blouse that you bought for $80 to wear with your red-flowered skirt to the Christmas party with Peter, who was working as a pizza cook until he could afford to play his sax full-time. You also bought a silken red belt with gold beads and tassels, a pair of red earrings with dragons on them, and ribbed red stockings which are too small, but you wanted them anyway. This striking outfit involves you and Alice in a whole day of trudging around downtown in a snowstorm, holding accessories up in front of mirrors like talismans. You spend an hour in the bathroom getting ready, drinking white wine, plucking your eyebrows, dancing like a dervish, and smiling seductively at yourself. Peter calls to say he has to work late, but he'll meet you there at midnight. By the time he arrives, you are having a complex anatomical conversation with an intern named Fernando, who has spilled a glass of red wine down the front of your blouse. He is going to be a plastic surgeon. Your blouse is soaking in the bathtub, and you are wearing only your white lace camisole. Fernando is feeding you green grapes and little squares of cheese, complimenting you on your cheekbones, and falling in love with your smooth forehead. You are having the time of your life, and it's funny how you notice for the first time that Peter has an inferior bone structure. White. Ivory, alabaster, magnolia, milk, the moon is full, and chalk white, pure white, snow white, moonstone, limestone, rime, and clay marble, May seashells, and my bones are china bones, precious porcelain, lace, white magic, white feather, the immaculate conception of white lies, wax-white wine is a virtue. Yellow evening gown that you bought for your New Year's Eve date with Fernando. It has a plunging neckline and a dropped sash which flatteringly accentuates your hips. You wear it with black hoop earrings, black lace stockings with seams, and black high heels that Alice forced you to buy even though they hurt your toes, and you are so uncoordinated that you expect you will have to spend the entire evening sitting down with your legs crossed, calves nicely flexed. You spend an hour in the bathroom getting ready, drinking pink champagne, applying blusher with a fat brush according to a diagram in a women's magazine that shows you how to make the most of your face. You practice holding your chin up so it doesn't sag and look double. Alice French braids your hair and teaches you how to waltz like a lady. Fernando calls to say he has to work late, but he'll meet you there before midnight. You go to the club with Alice instead. They seat you at a tiny table for two, so that when you sit down, your knees touch hers. You are in the middle of a room full of candles, fresh flowers, lounge music, and well-groomed couples staring feverishly into each other's eyes. The meal is sumptuous. Green salad, a whole lobster, homemade pasta, fresh asparagus, and warm buns wrapped in white linen in a wicker basket. You eat everything, and then you get the hell out of there, leaving a message for Fernando. You go down the street to a bar you know, where they will let you in without a ticket, even though it's New Year's Eve. In the lobby, you meet Fernando in a tuxedo with his arm around a short, homely woman in black who, when you ask, "Who the hell are you?" says, "His wife." In your black high heels you are taller than both of them, and you know your gown is gorgeous. When the wife says, "And who the hell are you?" you point a long finger at Fernando's nose and say, "Ask him." You stomp away with your chin up and your drop sash swaying. Out of sight, you take off your high heels and walk home through the park, and the snow with them in your hands dangling. Alice follows in a cab. By the time you get there, your black lace stockings are in shreds, and your feet are cut, and you are laughing and crying, mostly laughing. Yellow. Jonquil, jasmine, daffodil, lemon, and honey-colored, corn-colored, corn-silk, canary, crocus, the egg yolk in the morning, the color of mustard, bananas, brass, cadmium yellow is the color of craven chicken, cat's eyes, I am faint-hearted, weak-kneed, lily-livered, or the sun, lucid, luminous, means caution or yield. Black leather jacket that you bought when you were seeing Ivan, who rode a red Harley-Davidson lowrider with a suicide shift, his black beard blowing in the wind. The jacket has rows of diagonal pleats at the yoke, and a red leather collar and cuffs. Ivan used to take you on weekend runs with his buddies and their old ladies to little bars in other towns where they were afraid of you, especially of Ivan's best friend, Spy, who had been hurt in a bike accident 2 years before, and now his hands hung off his wrists at odd angles, and he could not speak, could only make guttural growls, write obscene notes to the waitress on a serviette, and laugh at her like a madman, his eyes rolling back in his head, and you could see what was left of his tongue. You would come riding up in a noisy pack with bugs in your teeth, dropping your black helmets like bowling balls on the floor, eating greasy burgers and pickled eggs, drinking draft beer by the jug, the foam running down your chin. Your legs, after the long ride, felt like a wishbone waiting to be sprung. If no one would rent you a room, you slept on picnic tables in the campground, the bikes pulled in around you like wagons, a case of beer and one sleeping bag between 10 of you. In the early morning there was dew on your jacket, and your legs were numb with the weight of Ivan's head on them. You never did get around to telling your mother you were dating a biker. She thought you said baker, which was just as well since Ivan eventually got tired, sold his bike, and moved back to Manitoba to live with his mother, who was dying. He got a job in a hardware store and soon married his high school sweetheart, Betty, who was a dental hygienist. Spy was killed on the highway, drove his bike into the back of a tanker truck in broad daylight. There was nothing left of him. You wear your leather jacket now when you need to feel tough. You wear it with your tight blue jeans and your cowboy boots. You strut slowly with your hands in your pockets. Your boots click on the concrete and you are a different person. You can handle anything, and no one had better get in your way. You will take on the world if you have to. You will die young and in flames if you have to. Black. Ebon, sable, charcoal jet, lamp black, blue black bruises in a night sky, ink black, soot black, the color of my hair, and burning rubber, dirt the color of infinite space, speeding, black ball, black list, black sheep, blackberries, ravens eat crow, black as the ace of spades, and black is black, I want my baby back before midnight, yes, of course, midnight, that old black dog behind me. Brown cashmere sweater that you were wearing the night you told Daniel you were leaving him. It was that week between Christmas and New Year's, which is always a wasteland. Everyone was digging up recipes called turkey grape salad, turkey soufflé, and turkey almond noodle bake. You kept vacuuming up tinsel and pine needles, putting away presents one at a time from under the tree. You and Daniel sat at the kitchen table all afternoon, drinking hot rum toddies, munching on crackers and garlic sausage, playing Trivial Pursuit, asking each other questions like, "What's the most mountainous country in Europe? Which is more tender, the left or right leg of a chicken? What race of warriors burned off their right breasts in Greek legend?" Daniel was a poor loser, and he thought that Europe was a country, maybe somewhere near Spain. This night you have just come from a party at his friend Harold's house. You are sitting on the new couch, a love seat, blue with white flowers, which was Daniel's Christmas present to you, and you can't help thinking of the year your father got your mother a coffee percolator, when all she wanted was something personal. Earrings, a necklace, a scarf, for God's sake. She spent most of the day locked in their bedroom, crying noisily, coming out every hour or so to baste the turkey, white-lipped, tucking more Kleenex up her sleeve. You were on her side this time, and wondered how your father, who you had always secretly loved the most, could be so insensitive. It was the changing of the guard, your allegiance shifting like sand from one to the other. You were sitting on the new couch eating cold pizza and trying to figure out why you didn't have a good time at the party. Daniel was accusing you alternately of looking down on his friends or sleeping with them. He is wearing the black leather vest you bought him for Christmas, and he says you are a cheapskate. When you tell him you are leaving, which is a decision you made months ago, but it took you this long to figure out how you were going to manage it, and it has nothing to do with the party, the couch, or the season, Daniel grips you by the shoulders and bangs your head against the wall until the picture hung there falls off. It is a photograph of the mountains on a pink spring morning, the ridges like ribs, the runoff like incisions or veins. There is glass flying everywhere in slices into your face, into your hands pressed over your eyes, and the front of your sweater is spotted and matted with blood. On the way to the hospital, he says he will kill you if you tell them what he did to you. You promise him anything. You promise him that you will love him forever and that you will never leave. The nurse takes you into the examining room. Daniel waits in the waiting room, reading magazines, buys a chocolate bar from the vending machine, then a Coke and a bag of Ripple chips. You tell the nurse what happened, and the police take him away in handcuffs with their guns drawn. In the car on the way to the station, he tells them he only did it because he loves you. The officer who takes down your report tells you this, and he just keeps shaking his head and patting your arm. The police photographer takes pictures of your face, your broken fingers, your left breast, which has purple bruises all over it, where he grabbed it and twisted and twisted. By the time you get to the women's shelter, it is morning and the blood on your sweater has dried, doesn't show. There is no way of knowing. There, the other women hold you, brush your hair, bring you coffee and cream and mushroom soup. The woman with the broken cheekbone has 2 canaries in a gold cage that she carries with her everywhere like a lamp. She shows you how the doors are steel, 6 inches thick, and the windows are bulletproof. She shows you where you will sleep, in a room on the 3rd floor with 6 other women, some of them lying now fully dressed on their little iron cots, with their hands behind their heads, staring at the ceiling as if it were full of stars or clouds that drift slowly westward in the shape of camels, horses, or bears. She shows you how the canaries will sit on your finger if you hold very still and pretend you are a tree or a roof or another bird. Brown, ochre, cinnamon, coffee, copper, caramel, the color of my Christmas cake, chocolate, mocha, walnut, chestnuts, raw sienna, my suntan, burnt umber, burning toast, fried, fricasseed, sautéed, grilled. I baste the turkey the color of stupid cows, smart horses, brown bears, brown shirt, brown sugar, apple brown Betty, brunette the color of thought, and sepia the color of old photographs, the old earth and wood. Green satin quilted jacket in the Oriental style with mandarin collar and 4 red frogs down the front. This jacket is older than you are. It belonged to your mother, who bought it when she was the same age you are now. In the black and white photos from that time, the jacket is gray but shiny, and your mother is pale but smooth-skinned, smiling with her hand on her hip or your father's thigh. You were always pestering her to let you wear it to play dress-up, with her red high heels and that white hat with the feathers and the little veil that covered your whole face. You wanted to wear it to a Halloween party at school where all the other girls would be witches, ghosts, or princesses, and you would be the only mandarin, with your eyes, you imagined, painted up slanty and 2 sticks through the bun in your hair. But she would never let you. She would just keep on cooking supper, bringing carrots, potatoes, cabbages up from the root cellar, taking peas, beans, broccoli out of the freezer in labeled, dated parcels, humming, looking out through the slats of the Venetian blind at the black garden and the leafless rose bushes. Each year, at least one of them would be winter-killed, no matter how hard she had tried to protect them. And she would dig it up in the spring by the dead roots, and the thorns would get tangled in her hair, leave long bloody scratches all down her arms. And the green jacket stayed where it was, in the cedar chest with the handmade lace doilies, her grey linen wedding suit, and the picture of your father as a small boy with blonde ringlets. After the funeral, you go through her clothes while your father is outside shoveling snow. You lay them out in piles on the bed, one for the Salvation Army, one for the second-hand store, one for yourself because your father wants you to take something home with you. You will take the green satin jacket, also a white mohair cardigan with multicolored squares on the front, a black and white striped shirt you sent her for her birthday last year that she never wore, an imitation pearl necklace for Alice, and a dozen unopened packages of pantyhose. There is a fourth pile for your father's friend Jack's new wife, Frances, whom your mother never liked, but your father says Jack and Frances have fallen on hard times on the farm since Jack got the emphysema, and Frances will be glad of some new clothes. Jack and Frances drop by the next day with your Aunt Jean. You serve tea and the shortbread cookies Aunt Jean has brought. She makes them just the way your mother did, whipped, with a sliver of maraschino cherry on top. Jack, looking weather-beaten or embarrassed, sits on the edge of the couch with his baseball cap in his lap and marvels at how grown-up you've got to be. Frances is genuinely grateful for the 2 green garbage bags of clothes, which you carry out to the truck for her. After they leave, you reminisce fondly with your father and Aunt Jean about taking the toboggan out to Jack's farm when you were small, tying it to the back of the car, your father driving slowly down the country lane, towing you on your stomach, clutching the front of the toboggan which curled like a wooden wave. You tell him for the first time how frightened you were of the black tires spinning the snow into your face, and he says he had no idea. He thought you were having fun. This was when Jack's first wife, Winifred, was still alive. Your Aunt Jean, who knows everything, tells you that when Winifred was killed in that car accident, it was Jack, driving drunk, who caused it. And now, when he gets drunk, he beats Frances up, locks her out of the house in her bare feet, and she has to sleep in the barn, in the hay with the horses. You are leaving in the morning. Aunt Jean helps you pack. You are anxious to get home, but worried about leaving your father alone. Aunt Jean says she'll watch out for him. The green satin jacket hangs in your front hall closet now, between your black leather jacket and your raincoat. You can still smell the cedar from the chest, and the satin is always cool on your cheek, like clean sheets or glass. One day you think you will wear it downtown, where you are meeting a new man for lunch. You study yourself in the full-length mirror on the back of the bathroom door, and you decide it makes you look like a different person, someone unconventional, unusual, and unconcerned. This new man, who you met recently at an outdoor jazz festival, is a free spirit who eats health food, plays the dulcimer, paints well, writes well, sings well, and has just completed an independent study of Eastern religions. He doesn't smoke, drink, or do drugs. He is pure and peaceful, perfect. He is teaching you how to garden, how to turn the black soil, how to plant the seeds, how to water them, weed them, watch them turn into lettuce, carrots, peas, beans, radishes, and pumpkins, how to get the kinks out of your back by stretching your brown arms right up to the sun. You haven't even told Alice about him yet, because he is too good to be true. He is bound to love this green jacket, and you in it, too. You get in your car, drive down the block, go back inside because you forgot your cigarettes, and you leave the green jacket on the back of a kitchen chair because who are you trying to kid? More than anything, you want to be transparent. More than anything, you want to hold his hands across the table, and then you will tell him you love him, and it will all come true. Green viridian, verdigris, chlorophyll, grass, leafy, jade, mossy, verdant, apple green, pea green, lime green, sage green, sea green, bottle green, emeralds, avocados, olives, all leaves the color of Venus, hope and jealousy, the color of mold, mildew, envy, poison, and pain, and snakes the color of everything that grows in my garden, fertile, nourishing, sturdy, sane, and strong.
White Shoulders by Linda Svensson, who was born in 1954 and raised in Vancouver. She studied at the University of British Columbia, Columbia University, Stanford University, where she was a Stegner Fellow, and Radcliffe College. Her stories have been published in The Atlantic, Saturday Night, Canadian Fiction Magazine, and Vanity Fair, and in her first collection, Marine Life, HarperCollins, 1992, which contains White Shoulders. She now lives in Vancouver, where she teaches creative writing at the University of British Columbia.
White Shoulders. My oldest sister's name is Irene DeHaan, and she has never hurt anybody. She lives with cancer in remission, and she has stayed married to the same undemonstrative Belgian-Canadian, a brake specialist, going on 30 years. In the family's crumbling domestic empire, Irene and Peter's union has been, quietly and despite tragedy, what our mother calls the lone success. Back in the late summer of 1984, before Irene was admitted into hospital for removal of her left breast, I flew home from New York to Vancouver to be with her. We hadn't seen each other for 4 years, and since I didn't start teaching ESL night classes until mid-September, I was free at loose ends, unlike the rest of her family. Over the past months, Peter had used up vacation and personal days, shuttling her to numerous tests, but finally had to get back to work. He still had a mortgage. Their only child, Jill, who just turned 17, was entering her last year of high school. Until junior high, she'd been one of those unnaturally well-rounded kids, taking classes in the high dive, water ballet, drawing, and drama, and boy hunting in the mall on Saturdays with a posse of dizzy friends. Then, Irene said, overnight she became unathletic, withdrawn, and bookish, an academic drone. At any rate, for Jill and Peter's sake, Irene didn't intend to allow her illness to interfere with their life. She wanted everything to proceed as normally as possible, as who wouldn't? In a way, and this will sound callous, the timing had worked out. Earlier that summer, my ex-husband had been offered a temporary teaching position across the country, and after a long dinner at our old Szechuan dive, I'd agreed to temporarily revise our custody arrangement. With his newfound bounty, Bill would rent a California townhouse for 9 months and royally support the kids. Dine and Disney, he'd said. I'd blessed this, but then missed them. I found myself dead asleep in the middle of the day in Jane's lower bunk, or tuning in late afternoon to my 6-year-old son's and Bill's obsession, People's Court. My arms ached when I saw other women holding sticky hands, pulling frenzied children along behind them in the August dog days. So I flew west, to be a mother again, I jokingly told Irene over the phone, to serve that very need. Peter was late meeting me at the airport. We gave each other a minimal hug, and then he shouldered my bags and walked ahead out into the rain. The Datsun was double-parked, hazards flashing, with a homemade sign taped on the rear window that said, Stud. Driver. Jill, he said, loading the trunk. Irene's been teaching her so she can pick up the groceries, help out for a change. I got in. He turned on easy listening, and we headed north towards the grey mountains. Irene had been in love with him since I was a child. He'd been orphaned in Belgium during World War II, which moved both Irene and our mother. He'd also reminded us of Emile, the Frenchman in South Pacific, because he was greying, autocratic, and seemed misunderstood. But the European charm had gradually worn thin. Over the years, I'd been startled by Peter's racism and petty tyranny. I'd often wished that the young Irene had been fondled off her 2 feet by a breadwinner more tender, more local. Nobody else in the family agreed, and Mum even hinted that I'd become bitter since the demise of my own marriage. "So how is she?" I finally asked Peter. "She's got a cold," he said, "worrying herself sick. And other than that, it's hard to say." His tone was markedly guarded. He said prospects were poor, the lump was large, and she had the fast-growing, speedy sort of cancer. "But she thinks the packy quack will get it when he cuts," he said. I sat with that. "And how's Jill?" "Grouchy," he said. "Bitchy." This gave me pause, and it seemed to have the same effect on him. We pulled into the garage of the brick house they'd lived in since Jill's birth, and he waved me on while he handled the luggage. The house seemed smaller now, tucked under tall Douglas firs and fringed with baskets of cutely pink geraniums and baby's breath. The back door was open, so I walked in. The master bedroom door was ajar, but I knocked first. She wasn't there. Jill called, "Aunt Adele?" and I headed back down the hall to the guest room and stuck my head in. A wan version of my sister rested on a waterbed in the dark. When I plunked down, I made a tiny wave. I really almost smiled. She was thin as a fine chain. In my embrace, her flesh barely did the favour of keeping her bones company. Her blondish hair was quite short, and she looked ordinary, like a middle-aged matron who probably worked at a bank and kept a no-fail punch recipe filed away. I had to hold her, barely, close again. Behind us, the closet was full of her conservative garments, flannel, floral, and I understood that this was her room now. She slept here alone. She didn't frolic with Peter anymore, have sex. "Don't cling," Irene said slowly, but with her old warmth. "Don't get melodramatic. I'm not dying. It's just a cold." "Aunt Adele?" Jill said. I turned around. I'd forgotten my niece was even there, and she was sitting right on the bed, wedged against a bolster. We kissed hello with loud smooch effects, our ritual, and while she kept a hand on Irene's shoulder, she stuttered answers to my questions about school and her summer. Irene kept an eye on a mute TV, the US Open, although she didn't have much interest in tennis. I sensed, really, that she didn't have any extra energy available for banter. This was conservation, not rudeness. Jill looked different. In fact, the change in her appearance and demeanour exceeded the ordinary drama of puberty. She seemed to be another girl, sly, unsure, and unable to look in the eye. She wore silver wire glasses, no makeup, jeans, and an oversized Kelly-green sweatshirt and many extra pounds. Her soft, straw-coloured hair was pulled back with a swan barrette, the swan's eye downcast. When she passed Irene a glass of water and a pill, Irene managed to swallow, then passed it back, and Jill drank too. To me it seemed she took great care, twisting the glass in her hand, to sip from the very spot her mother's lips had touched. Peter came in, sat down on Jill's side of the bed, and stretched both arms around to raise the back of his shirt. He bared red, hairless skin and said, "Scratch." "But I'm watching tennis," Jill said softly. "But you're my daughter," he said, "and I have an itch." Peter looked at Irene, and she gave Jill a sharp nudge. "Do you, poor Dad," she said. "You don't even have to get up." "But aren't I watching something?" Jill said. She glanced around, searching for an ally. "Vroo," Peter spoke up. "This girl, she doesn't do anything except mope, eat, mope, eat." Jill's shoulders sagged slightly, as if all air had suddenly abandoned her body, and then she slowly got up. "I'll see you after, Aunt Adele," she whispered, and I said, "Yes, sure," and then she walked out. I really looked dismally at Peter. He made a perverse sort of face, skewing his lips south. Then she reached over and started to scratch his bare back. It was an effort. "Be patient with her, Peter," she said. "She's worried about the surgery." "She's worried you won't be around to wait on her," Peter said, then instructed, "Go a little higher." Irene's fingers crept obediently up. "Tell Adele what Jill said." Irene shook her head. "I don't remember." Peter turned to me. "When Irene told her about the cancer, she said, 'Don't die on me, Mum, or I'll kill you.' And she said this so serious. Can you imagine?" Peter laughed uninhibitedly, and then Irene joined in, too, although her quiet accompaniment was forced. There wasn't any recollected pleasure in her eyes at all. Rather, it seemed as if she didn't want Peter to laugh alone, to appear as odd as he did. "Don't die, or I'll kill you," Peter said. Irene had always been private about her marriage. If there were disagreements with Peter, and there had been, I'd once dropped in unannounced and witnessed a string of Christmas lights whip against the fireplace and shatter. They were never rebroadcast to the rest of the family. If she was ever discouraged or lonely, she didn't confide in anyone, unless she kept a journal or spoke to her God. She had never said a word against the man. The night before Irene's surgery, after many earnest wishes and ugly flowers had been delivered, she asked me to stay late with her at Lionsgate Hospital. The room had emptied. Peter had absconded with Jill, and she'd gone reluctantly, asking to stay until I left. And our mother, who'd been so nervous and sad that an intern had fed her Valium from his pocket. "Why is this happening to her?" Mum said to him. "To my only happy child." Irene, leashed to an IV, raised herself to the edge of the bed and looked out at the parking lot and that kind Pacific twilight. "That Jill," Irene said. She allowed her head to fall, arms crossed in front of her. She should lift a finger for her father. "Well," I said, watching my step, aware she needed peace, "Peter's not exactly the most easy-going." "No," she said weakly. We sat for a long time, Irene in her white gown, me beside her in my orange and avocado tracksuit, until I began to think I'd been too tough on Peter and had distressed her. Then she spoke. "Sometimes I wish I'd learned more Dutch," she said neutrally. "When I met Peter, we married not speaking the same language, really, and that made a difference." She didn't expect a comment. She raised her head and stared out the half-open window, but I was too shocked to respond anyway. I'd never heard her remotely suggest that her and Peter's marriage had been less than a living storybook. "You don't like him, do you?" she said. "You don't care for his Belgian manner?" I didn't answer. It didn't need to be said aloud. I turned away. "I'm probably not the woman who can best judge these things," I said. Out in the hall, a female patient talked on the phone. Irene and I both listened. "I left it in the top drawer," she said wearily. "No, the bedroom." There was a pause. "The desk in the hall. Try that." Another pause. "Then ask Susan where she put it, because I'm tired of this and I need it." I turned as she hung up the phone and saw her check to see if money had tumbled back. The hospital was quiet again. I really did not move, but she was shaking. I found it difficult to watch this and reached out and took her hand. "What is it?" I said. "Irene." She told me she was scared. Not for herself, but for Peter. That when she had first explained to him about the cancer, he hadn't spoken to her for 3 weeks, or touched her, or kissed her. He'd slept in the guest room until she'd offered to move there, and he'd been after Jill to butter his toast, change the sheets, iron his pants. I really had speculated about this, she said, until she'd realized he was acting this way because of what had happened to him when he was little. In Belgium, Bruges, the war. He had only confided in her once. He'd said all the women he'd ever loved had left him. His mother killed, his sister. And now me, Irene said. The big C, which leads to the big D. If I move on, I leave 2 children, and I've told Jill they have to stick together. I got off the bed. But Irene, I said, she's not on earth to please her father, who can be unreasonable, in my opinion. By this time a medical team was touring the room. The junior member paused by Irene and said, "Give me your vein." "In a minute," she said to him. "Please." And he left. There were dark areas, the colour of new bruises under her eyes. "I want you to promise me something." "Yes?" "If I die," she said, "and I'm not going to, but if I do, I don't want Jill to live with you in New York, because that's what she wants to do. I want her to stay with Peter. Even if she runs to you, send her back." "I can't promise that," I said, "because you're not going to go anywhere." She looked at me, pale, fragile. She was my oldest sister, who'd always been zealous about the silver lining in that cloud, and now it seemed she might be dying, in her 40s, too soon, and she needed to believe I could relieve her of this burden. So I nodded. Yes. When I got back by cab to Irene and Peter's that night, the house was dark. I groped up the back steps, ascending through a hovering scent of honeysuckle, stepped inside and turned on the kitchen light. The TV was going, some ultra-loud camera commercial in the living room. Nobody was watching. "Jill?" I said. "Peter?" I wandered down the long hall, snapping on switches. Irene's sick room, the upstairs bathroom, the master bedroom, Peter's domain. I did a double take. He was there, naked, lying on top of the bed, his still hand holding his penis as if to keep it warm and safe, the head shining. The blades of the ceiling fan cut in slow circles above him. His eyes were vague and didn't turn my way. He was staring up. "Oh, sorry," I whispered. "God, sorry," and flicked the light off again. I headed back to the living room and sat for a few seconds. When I'd collected myself, I went to find Jill. She wasn't in her downstairs room, which seemed typically adolescent in decor. Boy George poster, socks multiplying in a corner, until I spotted a quote from Rilke in careful purple handwriting taped for her long mirror. "Beauty is only the first touch of terror we can still bear." I finally spotted the light under the basement bathroom door. "Jill," I said, "it's me." "I'm in the bathroom," she said. "I know," I said. "I want to talk." She unlocked the door and let me in. She looked tense and peculiar. It looked as if she'd just thrown water on her face. She was still dressed in her clothes from the hospital, from the day before, the Kelly Green sweat job, and she'd obviously been sitting on the edge of the tub, writing. There was a papermate, a pad of yellow legal paper. The top sheet was covered with verses of tiny, backward-slanting words. There was also last night's pot of Kraft dinner on the sink. "You're all locked in," I said. She didn't comment, and when the silence stretched on too long, I said, "Homework?" and pointed to the legal pad. "No," she said. Then she gave me a look and said, "Poem." "Oh," I said, and I was surprised. "Do you ever show them, or it?" "No," she said. "They're not very good." She sat back, down on the tub. "But maybe I'll show you, Aunt Adele." "Good," I said. "Not that I'm a judge." I told her Irene was tucked in and that she was in a better, more positive frame of mind, more like herself. This seemed to relax Jill so much, I marched the lie a step further. "Once your mom is out of the woods," I said, "your father may lighten up." "That day will never come," she said. "Never say never," I said. I gave her a hug. She was so much bigger than my daughter, but I embraced her the same way I had Jane since she was born, a hand and a held kiss on the top of the head. She hugged me back. "Maybe I'll come and live with you, Auntie A." "Maybe," I said, mindful of Irene's wishes. "You and everybody," and saw the disappointment on her streaked face. So I added, "Everything will be all right. Wait and see. She'll be all right." And Irene was. They claimed they'd got it, and 10 days later she came home, earlier than expected. When Peter, Jill and I were gathered around her in the sick room, Irene started cracking jokes about her further prosthetic fitting. "How about the Dolly Parton, hun?" she said to Peter. "Then I'd be a handful." I was surprised to see Peter envelop her in his arm. I hadn't ever seen him offer an affectionate gesture. He told her he didn't care what size boob she bought, because breasts were for the hungry babies, not so much for the husband. "I have these," he said. "These are mine. These big white shoulders." And he rested his head against her shoulder and looked placidly at Jill. He was heavy, but Irene used her other arm to bolster herself, hold him up, and she closed her eyes in what seemed to be joy. Jill came and sat by me. Irene took it easy the next few days. I stuck by, as did Jill when she ventured in after school. I was shocked that there weren't more calls or cards or visitors except for Mum, and I realized my sister's life was actually very narrow, or extremely focused. Family came first. Even Jill didn't seem to have any friends at all. The phone never rang for her. Then Irene suddenly started to push herself. She prepared a complicated deep-fried Belgian dish. In the afternoon she sat with Jill in the Datsun while Jill practiced parallel parking in front of the house and lobbied for a mother-daughter trip to lovely downtown Brooklyn for Christmas. And then, after a long nap and little dinner, I really insisted on attending the opening house at Jill's school. We were sitting listening to the band rehearse, a flash dance medley, when I became aware of Irene's body heat. She was on my right, and asked if she might not want to head home. She was burning up. "Let me get through this," she said. Then Jill, on my other side, suddenly said in a small, tight voice, "Mum." She was staring at her mother's blouse, where a bright stitch of scarlet had shown up. Irene had bled through her dressing. Irene looked down. "Oh," she said, "Peter." On the tear to the hospital, Peter said he'd sue Irene's stupid, packy bugger doctor. He also said he should take his stupid wife to court for loss of sex. He should get a divorce for no nookie, for supporting a one-tit wonder. And on and on. Irene wasn't in shape to respond. I doubt she would have anyway. Beside me in the back seat, Jill turned to stare out the window. She was white, sitting on her hands. I found my voice. "I don't think we need to hear this right now, Peter," I said. "Oh, Adele," Irene said warningly, disappointed. He pulled over smoothly into a bus zone. Some of the people waiting for the bus weren't pleased. Peter turned and faced me, his finger punctuating. "This is my wife, my daughter, my Datsun." He paused. "I can say what the hell I want, and you're welcome to walk." He reached over and opened my door. The 2 women at the bus shelter hurried away, correctly sensing an incident. "I'm going with Aunt—" Jill was barely audible. "No," said Irene. "You stay here." I sat there, paralyzed. I wanted to get out, but didn't want to leave Irene and Jill alone with him. Irene was very ill. Jill seemed defenseless. "Look," I said to Peter, Forget I said anything. Let's just get Irene there, okay? He pulled the door shut, then turned front, checked me in the rear view one last time, cold, intimidating, and headed off again. Jill was crying silently. The insides of her glasses were smeared. I shifted over beside her, and she linked her arm through mine, tight, tight. Up front, Irene did not move. They said it was an infection which had spread to the chest wall, requiring antibiotics and hospital admission. They were also going to perform more tests. Peter took off with Jill, saying they both had to get up in the morning. Before I left Irene, she spoke to me privately in a curtained cubicle in emergency, and asked if I could stay at our mother's for the last few days of my visit. I really didn't want to hurt me, but she thought it would be better for all concerned if I cleared out. And then she went on. Her fever was high, but she was lucid and fighting hard to stay that way. Could I keep quiet about this to our mother, and stop gushing about the East to Jill, going on about the Statue of Liberty and the view of the water from the window in the Crown, and worry a little more about my own lost children and less about her daughter, and try to be more understanding of her husband, who sometimes wasn't able to exercise control over his emotions? I really said Peter needed more love, more time, more of her, God willing. After that she couldn't speak, and frankly, neither could I. I gave in to everything she asked. Jill and Peter dropped in together during the evening to see her. I visited Irene with Mum during the day when Peter was at work. Our conversations were banal and strained. They didn't seem to do either of us much good. After I left her one afternoon, I didn't know where I was going, and ended up at my father's grave. I just sat there, on top of it, on the lap of the stone. The day before my New York flight, I borrowed my mother's car to pick up a prescription for her at the mall. I was window shopping on my way back to the parking lot when I saw somebody resembling my niece sitting on a bench outside a sporting goods store. At first the girl seemed too dishevelled, too dirty-looking, actually to be Jill, but as I approached it became clear it was her. She wasn't doing anything. She sat there, draped in her mother's London fog raincoat, her hands resting on her thickish thighs, clicking a barrette open, closed, open, closed. It was 10 in the morning. She should have been at school, in English. For a moment it crossed my mind that she might be on drugs. This was a relief. It would explain everything. But I didn't think she was. I was going over and simply say, "Yo, Jill, let's do tea." And then I remembered my sister's frightening talk with me at the hospital and thought, fuck it, butt out, Adele, and walked the long way round. I turned my back. One sultry Saturday morning in late September, after I'd been back in Brooklyn for a few weeks, I was up on the roof preparing the first lessons for classes when the super brought a handful of mail up. He'd been delivering it personally to tenants since the box had been ripped out of the entrance wall. It was the usual stuff, and a thin white business envelope from Canada, from Jill. I opened it. "Dearlingest, Aunt Adele. These are my only copies. Love, your only niece, Jill. P.S. I'm going to get a job and come see you at Easter." There were two. The poems were carefully written, each neat on their single page, with the script leaning left as if blown by a stiff breeze. Black Milk was about 3 deaths. Before her beloved husband leaves for war, a nursing mother shares a bottle of old wine with him, saved from their wedding day, and unknowingly poisons her child and then herself. Dying, she rocks her dying child in her arms, but her last conscious thought is for her husband at the front. Jill had misspelled wedding. She'd put weeding. Belgium described a young girl skating across a frozen lake. Jill had been to Belgium with her parents 2 times, fleeing an unnamed pursuer. During each quick, desperate glide, the ice melts beneath her until at the end she is under water. In the deep cold, face to face, look, he comes now, my father, my maker. The girl wakes up. It was a bad dream. And then her earthly father appears in her bed, and he makes night come again, all night, by covering her eyes with his large, heavy hand. I read these, and read them again, and I wept. I looked out past the steeples and the tar roofs, where I thought I saw the heat rising toward the green of Prospect Park, and held the poems in my lap, flat under my two hands. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do right away. I thought I should wait until I knew clearly what to say, and whom to say it to. In late October, Mum phoned, crying, and said that Irene's cancer had not been caught by the mastectomy. Stray cells had been detected in other areas of her body. Chemotherapy was advised. Irene had switched doctors. She was seeing a naturopath. She was paying big money for an American miracle gum, among other things. Mum also said that Jill had disappeared for 32 hours. Irene claimed that Jill had been upset because of a grade, a C in phys ed. Mum didn't believe it was really that. She thought Irene's condition was disturbing Jill, but hadn't said that to Irene. She didn't volunteer any information about the other member of Irene's family, and I did not ask. In November, Bill came east for a visit and brought the children, as scheduled. He also brought a woman named Cheryl Oak. The day before Thanksgiving, the two of them were invited to a dinner party, and I took Graham and Jane, taller and both painfully shy with me, to Central Park. It was a crisp, windy night. We watched the ginormous balloons being blown up for the Macy's parade, and bought roasted chestnuts, not to eat but to warm the palms of our hands. I walked them back to their hotel and delivered them to the quiet, intelligent person who would probably become their stepmother and be good to them, as she'd obviously been for Bill. Later, back in Brooklyn, I was still awake, wondering how another woman had succeeded with my husband, and, now, my own little ones, when Irene phoned at 3 a.m. She told me Jill was dead. "There's been an accident," she said. A few days later, my mother and stepfather picked me up at the Vancouver airport on a warm, cloudy morning. On the way to the funeral, they tried to tell me, between breakdowns, what had happened. She had died of hypothermia. The impact of hitting the water had most likely rendered her unconscious. She probably hadn't been aware of drowning, but she'd done that too. She'd driven the Datsun to Stanley Park. She told Irene she was going to the library, left the key in the ignition, walked not quite to the middle of the bridge, and hoisted herself over the railing. There was one eyewitness, a guy who worked in a video store. He'd kept saying, "It was like a movie. I saw this little dumpling girl just throw herself off." The chapel was half empty, and the director mumbled that was unusual when a teenager passed on. Irene had not known, and neither had Mum, where to reach Joyce, our middle sister, who was missing as usual. Ray, our older brother, gave a short eulogy. He stated that he didn't believe in any God, but Irene did, and he was glad for that this day. He also guessed that when any child takes her own life, the whole family must wonder why, and would probably do that forever. The face of my sister was not to be borne. Then we all sang "The Water is Wide," which Jill had once performed in an elementary school talent show. She'd won honourable mention. After the congregation dispersed, Peter remained on his knees, his head in his hands, while Irene approached the casket. Jill wore a pale pink dress and her other glasses, and her hair was pinned back, as usual, with a barrette, this time a dove. Irene bent and kissed her on the mouth, on the forehead, then tugged at Jill's lace collar, adjusting it just so. It was the eternal mother's gesture, that finishing touch, before your daughter sails out the door on her big date. I drank to excess at the reception. We all did, and needed to. Irene and I did not exchange a word. We just held each other for a long minute, from a distance, and that distance was necessary. I heard Peter talking about Belgium and memories of his childhood. On his 5th birthday, his sister Christian had sent him a pencil from Paris, a new one, unsharpened, and he had used it until the lead was gone, and it was so short he could barely hold it between his fingers. On the morning his mother was shot in cold blood, he'd been dressing in the dark. The last thing she had said to the Germans was, "Don't hurt my little boy." This was when Mum and I saw Irene go to him and take his hand. She led him down the hall to his bedroom and closed the door behind them. "Thank God," Mum said. "Thank God they have each other. Thank God she has him." And for that moment I forgot about the despair that had prompted Jill to do what she did, and my own responsibility and silence, because I was alive and full of needs, sickness, and dreams myself. I thought, no, I will never tell my sister what I suspect, because life is short and very hard. And I thought, yes, a bad marriage is better than none. And I thought, Adele, let the sun go down on your anger, because it will not bring her back. And I turned to my mother. "Yes," I said, "thank God."
Digging Up the Mountains by Neil Basundath, who was born in 1955 in Trinidad and now lives in Montreal. He comes from a literary family. His grandfather, Sipersad Naipaul, was a journalist on the Trinidad Guardian for most of his working life and published a collection of short stories in Trinidad in 1943. Two of his sons became well-known writers, V.S. Naipaul and Shiva Naipaul, who died suddenly at the age of 40 in 1985. Basundath emigrated to Canada in 1973, partly on the advice of his uncle V.S. Naipaul. He studied French at York University, Toronto, and afterwards taught in a language school in that city. He has published 2 collections of short stories, Digging Up the Mountains, 1985, the title story has been reprinted here, and On the Eve of Uncertain Tomorrows, 1990, and 2 novels, A Casual Brutality, 1988, and The Innocence of Age, 1993. In 1994, he published a controversial work of non-fiction, Selling Illusions, The Cult of Multiculturalism in Canada. Digging Up the Mountains. 1. Hari Bahari lived a comfortable life until, citing the usual reasons of national security, the government declared a state of emergency. "National security, my ass," Hari mumbled. "Protecting their own backsides is all." His wife, anguished, said, "Things really bad, hun." "Things really bad, hun," Hari mimicked her. He sucked his teeth. "Looking after their own backsides." "The milk gone sour, and the honey turned sugary." She gave a wry little smile. Hari sucked his teeth once more. "Don't give me none of that stupid nonsense. Land of milk and honey, my ass." "You used to call it that." "That was a long time ago." "Ranji used to blame it on independence. He used to blame the British for—" "I know what Ranji used to say. It ain't get him very far, eh? Shut up about Ranji. Anyway, I don't want to talk about him." "Again? Still? Faisal? They tried to help you." "Why you like to talk about dead people so much?" he demanded irritably. "Because you don't. You ain't mentioned their names once in the last 2 weeks." "Why should I?" "Because you might be next." "Don't talk nonsense." "Because we might be next, me and the children." "Shut up, woman." Hari stalked angrily out to the back porch. The evening air, cooled by the higher ground which made the area so desirable to those who could afford it, tempered the heat of the day. The bulk of the mountains, cutting jagged against the inky sky, allowed only the faintest glow of the last of the sunset. In those mountains Harry had once found comfort. His childhood had been spent in the shadow of their bulk, and it was through them, through their brooding permanence, that he developed an attachment to this island, an attachment his father had admitted only in later life, when, as strength ebbed and distances grew larger, inherited images of mythic India dipped into darkness. The island, however, was no longer that in which his father had lived. Its simplicity, its unsophistication had vanished over the years, and had been replaced by the cynical politics of corruption that plagued all the urchin nations scrambling in the larger world. Independence, written ever since with a capital I, small I being considered a spelling mistake at best, treason at worst, had promised the world. It had failed to deliver, and the island, in its isolation, blamed the world. Harry's father had died on Independence Night, and Harry had sought consolation in the mountains. He'd received it that night, and continued to receive it many nights after. Now things had changed. The mountains spoke only of threat. He didn't know if he could trust them any more. The emergency legislation had shut his stores. Harry was idle, and the sudden idleness made him irritable. If only he had someone with whom he could discuss the situation, someone who would make him privy to state secrets, as his old friends used to do. But the government had changed. His friends were no longer ministers, and the new ministers were not his friends. He could no longer say, Hey, you know what the Minister of National Security told me yesterday? The former Minister of National Security was in prison, put there by the new Minister for State Security. No one was left to show Harry the scheme of things. He was left to grapple, alone, his wife useless, whining, demanding escape. The darkness of the evening deepened. Harry felt a constriction in his throat. In the sky, the first stars appeared. Harry reached into his back pocket and took out a large grey revolver. Its squared bulk fit nicely into his hand. Its weight intimated power. He raised his arm with deliberation, keeping the elbow locked, and fired a shot at the sky. His arm, still locked, moved rapidly down and left. He fired another shot at the mountains. The reports mingled and echoed away into the depths of the hidden gully. "Come, you bastards! Just try and come!" Only the barking of the German shepherds answered him. 2. It had started when? 5, 6, 7 months before? He couldn't be sure. So much had happened, and in so short a time, event superseding grasp, comprehension exhausted, and it had all begun quietly, with rumour, a whisper that had rapidly bred of itself, engendering others, each wilder, more speculative, and so more frightening than the last. Rumour of trouble in the Ferdinand Pale, the shanty area to the east of the town. Harry had dismissed the rumours. Trouble, my ass! Shoot 2 or 3 of them and bam, no more trouble. But it hadn't worked out that way. The police had shot several people, and had arrested dozens more, yet the rumours and the troubles persisted. Harry had obtained a pistol from his friend, the Minister of National Security. Harry said to the minister, "To protect the shops, you know, boy." And to his wife, Harry said, "Let them come here. This is my land and my house. Let them come. It's bullet in their backside." But no backsides presented themselves. Occasionally Harry would go out to the back porch and brandish his pistol. "Let them see what they walking into," he would say to his children, who stood in the doorway staring wide-eyed at him. And to the darkness he would say, "Come and try." Unexpectedly the rumours dried up. tension abated, and fears were packed away. Life resumed. Harry called in the contractor and gardeners, dark, sullen men of the pale, started putting the yard in order, tugging out rocks and stones and laying out the drainage, preparing the ground for the topsoil. Harry spent much of his free time overseeing this activity. Constantly followed by the children, he stalked around the yard, nodding and murmuring and giving the occasional order, his tall rubber boots sinking deep into the convulsed earth. Slowly, at intervals less frequent than promised by the contractor, trucks arrived with loads of topsoil. Harry railed at the contractor. "But at this rate, man, it's going to take 5 years to cover the whole yard." The contractor, a fat man with red, wet eyes and a shirt that strained at the buttons, replied with exasperation, "But what I going to do, boss? The boys don't want to work. Half of them ain't even show their face around the office since the little trouble in the pail." The soil that did arrive was dumped into one corner of the yard under Harry's direction. He had it furrowed and combed, and had holes dug for the small grove of shade trees he would plant. He started thinking about giving the place a name, like a ranch. Middlemarch, Rancho Rico, Golden Bough. He tossed the names about in his mind, playing with them, trying to picture how each would look on the personal stationery he was having printed up. He asked his wife's opinion. She suggested Bombay Alley. He stomped away, angry. Twice he beat his son for playing with the gardener's tools. "Look here, boy," he said, "I have enough troubles without you giving me more." Still, the progress of the lawn pleased Harry. The contractor managed to hire additional men. Trucks dumped their loads of topsoil at regular intervals. In less than a month, there swept from the base of the house to the base of the wrought-iron fence neatly raked stretches of an opulent brown. Harry, pleased, decided to order the grass. He was on the phone, arguing with the contractor about the price of the grass. It would mean sending 3 men and a truck to the country to dig up clumps of shoots. The contractor wanted more money than Harry was offering, when the music on the radio was interrupted by the announcement of a sudden call to elections. Harry understood immediately. The government, taking advantage of the apathy that followed the troubles, hoped to catch the opposition, such as it was, off balance. Harry told the contractor he would call him back. He poured himself a large whisky and listened to the Prime Minister's deep, bored voice as he spoke of a renewed mandate, of the confidence of the people. Harry thought the use of the island accent a little overdone. Did this election switch from Oxford drawl to island lilt really fool those at whom it was aimed? Did they really believe him to be one of them? He dialed the number of his friend, the Minister of National Security. "Since when all you care about mandate, boy? Is a new word you pick up in New York, or what?" Harry laughed. "Or maybe the Americans want a little reassurance before they hand over the loan check." Harry laughed again, and his friend laughed with him. But things went wrong. It was not a matter of political miscalculation. It was simply the plight of the small country. Nothing went as planned. The foreseen never came into sight, and possibilities were quickly exhausted. The government lost. The opposition, on the verge of illegality only weeks before, took power. Harry was untroubled. Life continued. He had, through it all, remained a financial contributor to both parties, and he liked the new Prime Minister, the scion of an old, respected island family that, adapting itself to the times, often publicly decried its slave-owning roots. The new Prime Minister considered himself a man truly of the people, for in him flowed the blood of master and slave alike. The Americans handed over the check. The Prime Minister, serious and handsome, with a sallow island whiteness, went on television. "The land of milk and honey, new loans from the World Bank, stimulation of industry and agriculture, a socialist economy. This became known as the Milk and Honey speech. It was printed in pamphlet form and distributed to all the schools in the island. It was reported on the BBC World Service News. The rumours started once more about a month later. Trouble in the Ferdinand Pale. There were reports of shootings. Death threats were made against the new Prime Minister. Harry, without knowing why, sensed the hand of his friend, the former Minister of National Security. Pamphlets began appearing in the streets, accusing several businessmen of collusion with imperialists. Harry's name cropped up time and time again. Letters typed askew on good-quality paper, words often misspelt, began arriving at the house. Occasionally the phone would ring in the middle of the night, giving Harry the fearful vision of sudden death in the family. But always the same voice, with the lazy island drawl, would say in a conversational tone, "Damned exploitationist, Yankee slave." Harry complained to the police. The sergeant was apologetic. There was nothing they could do. Their hands were full with the Ferdinand Pale. The letters, less accusatory, more threatening, continued. The phone calls increased to 3 and 4 a night. Harry bought a whistle and blasted it into the phone. The next night the caller returned the favour. Harry's wife said, "You asked for that, you damn fool." Harry complained directly to the Minister for State Security. He was called in. The minister wanted to see him. Harry had never met the minister, and the new title, more sinister, less British, worried him. Before he entered the cream-coloured colonial building on Parliament Square, Harry noticed that his shirt was sticking to his back with perspiration. He wished he could dash back home to change it. The minister was cordial, a big black man with a puffy face and clipped beard. He explained that his men were investigating the threats. A man of Mr. Bahari's standing deserved the full attention of the security forces, but that it was a slow process. It would take time. "Processes," the minister said, and Harry noticed he seemed to smack his lips when he pronounced the word, as if relishing it. "Processes take a long time. They are established by law. There's paperwork, you understand?" Harry nodded. He thought, "How can I trust this man?" The minister used to be what was called a fighter for social justice. He had studied in the United States and Canada, until he was expelled from Canada for his part in the destruction of the computer centre at Sir George Williams College in Montreal. He had returned to the island as a hero. The papers had said he'd struck a blow for freedom and racial equality. In Harry's circle, he'd been considered a common criminal. The former Minister of National Security had said at a party, "We have a cell reserved for that one." Now, here he was, Minister for State Security, growing pudgy, wearing a suit. The minister offered a drink. Harry asked for scotch, straight. "Imported or local?" "Imported." Then he changed his mind. "Local." The minister buzzed his secretary. "Pour us some whiskey, Charlene." "Local for Mr. Bahari. Imported for me." The minister smiled. He said to Harry, "I never drink the local stuff. Disagrees with my stomach." Harry said, "Too bad. It's good." And he knew instantly that he was grovelling. The minister swung his chair around and stood up. A big man, he towered over Harry. "Mr. Bahari, you are a well-known man here in our happy little island. You are an important man. You own a chain of stores. The Good Look boutiques, not so? You are a rich man. You have a nice family. In short, Mr. Byam, you have a stake in this island." He paused as the secretary came in with the drinks. As Harry took his glass, he noticed a tremble in his hand, and he was aware that the minister, too, had noticed it. The minister smiled, raised his glass briefly at Harry, and sipped at the whiskey. Then he continued, "It is because of all this, Mr. Byam, that I want you to trust me. I am responsible for the security of this island. Trust between people like us is vital. And that is why, right now, I am going to reveal to you a state secret. In a few days, we are going to ask everybody to turn in their guns, you included. It's the best way we know how to clean up the island. This violence must stop." Harry's palm became sweaty on the glass. He said, "But is my gun? There's no law." "The law will be pushed through Parliament tomorrow. No one can stop us, you know that." Harry, suddenly emboldened by the minister's smugness, said, "You know better than me. I never went to university." The minister, unchastened, said, "That's right, Mr. Byam." Then they drank their scotch and talked soccer. Harry knew nothing about soccer. The minister talked, Harry listened. A few days later, Harry turned in his gun. Before handing it over at the police station, he jammed a piece of wood down the barrel. The letters and phone calls were still coming. Harry threw the letters out, unopened, and put the telephone into a drawer. His wife, constantly worried, asked him, "How are we going to defend ourselves now, hon?" Harry said, "Don't worry." That night, he went to his parents' old house, locked up and deserted. He hadn't been there in months. The place hadn't changed. The furniture was where it had always been. His parents' clothes still hung in the closets. Dust lay everywhere. Thieves, assuming the house contained nothing, had never bothered to break in. The air was musty, the familiar smells of childhood gone forever. Those smells of food frying, of milk boiling, of his mother's perfumes and powders had lingered several months after his mother's death and given Harry a haunted feeling. It was because of them that he'd stayed away so long, leaving the house and its ghosts to their own devices. He went into his parents' bedroom. The bed had never been stripped, and the sheets, now discolored by dust, lay as they had been thrown by the undertakers who'd taken his mother's body away. He wondered if the impression left by the body in its attitude of death could still be seen. He rejected the thought as morbid, but couldn't help taking a look. He saw only dusty, rumpled sheets. Ignoring the dust, he lowered himself to the floor and felt around under the bed with his hand. He found what he was looking for, a rectangular wooden box the size of a cookie can. He opened it and took out a large gray revolver, the kind worn by American officers during the war. His father had bought it off an American soldier stationed on the island in 1945. After so many years of lying around, of being considered a toy, it would finally find a use. Harry slipped the revolver into his pocket. It was bigger and heavier than the one he'd turned in, and didn't fit as snugly into his pocket, and left the house. He didn't bother to lock the door. Later that same night, Ranji, Harry's closest friend, telephoned. Harry was in bed, the revolver on the headboard just above him, and the ring of the telephone, startling in the semi-darkness, caused him to reach first for the revolver. Ranji said, "Listen, Harry, things really bad in the Pale, but watch out. Is not the Ferdinand Pale you have to fear, is the other Pale." Before Harry could ask what he was talking about, the phone went dead. Harry assumed it was another of the frequent malfunctions of the telephone system. Ranji was found the next day, shot twice in the head, the receiver still clutched in his hand. The police said it had been a robber. Ranji's watch and wallet were missing. Nothing else in his house had been touched. Harry returned from the morgue. So many had already left, gone to lands unfamiliar beyond the seas, that he took Ranji's death as just another departure. He froze Ranji in his mind, as he'd done with the others. He was determined never to mention them again. They were like a challenge to him. He sat at the kitchen table, his son and daughter large-eyed across from him, and cleaned and oiled the American's revolver. It needed little work. The mechanism clicked sharply, precisely, the magazine full. Harry marveled at American ingenuity. About a week after Ranji's death, later Harry would have difficulty separating events, which came first, which second, Faisal, another friend and business partner, came to see Harry. Faisal had connections in the army and liked to show off his knowledge of things military. Once after a dinner party, Harry had told his wife, "Faisal went on and on. I feel as if I just finished planning the whole D-Day invasion." Seated in the darkened black porch, glass poised between restless fingers, Faisal appeared nervous. He talked about the weather, about business, about the Ferdinand Pale. His eyes, agitated, traced the bulky silhouette of the mountains against the star-strewn sky. He related the story of the Battle of Britain and explained the usefulness of the Dieppe raid. Harry felt that Faisal was trying to say something important, but that he had to work up the courage. He didn't push him. Faisal left without saying anything. Despite all the alcohol he had consumed, he left as nervous as he'd arrived. Harry assumed he was just upset over Ranji's death, and he was thankful that Faisal had said nothing about it. Faisal was shot 3 days later. He'd received 2 bullets in the head. His watch and wallet were missing. The police concluded it was another case of robbery. Harry, steeled, said, "Damn strange robbers. All they take is watches and wallets when they could empty the house." The night after Faisal's death, one of Harry's stores was destroyed by fire. The fire department, an hour late in responding to the call, said it was arson. Then the fire marshal changed his mind. The final report spoke of old wiring and electrical shorts. It was after this that Harry obtained 2 German shepherds and started firing his warning shots into the evening sky. The troubles in the Ferdinand Pale erupted into riots. 2 policemen were killed. The government declared a state of emergency and sent the army into the streets. Harry said, Faisal would have been thrilled. It was the last time he mentioned Faisal's name. Members of the former government, including Harry's friend, the former Minister of National Security, were arrested for agitation, for treason. Stores and schools were closed, the airport and ports cordoned off. It was only after watching the Prime Minister announce the emergency on television that the meaning of Ranji's strange last words clicked in Harry's mind. The announcement had included news of an offer, at once accepted, of fraternal aid from Cuba. The Prime Minister, exhausted, had looked very, very pale. 3. The day after the emergency proclamation, the labourers didn't turn up, as was to be expected. Harry, restless, walked around the yard pretending to inspect the progress of the lawn. There had been problems obtaining the grass. The contractor once more complained of the workmen, their laziness, drunkenness. But Harry guessed at the real problem. Whatever was seething in the pail had seized them. Only 1 load of grass had been delivered, and the soil was beginning to harden in spots, to bind to itself. Harry, feeling the heaviness of the revolver in his back pocket, let his eyes roam over the few rows of grass that had been planted, scraggly little shoots, not quite in straight lines. Looking at them, he found it difficult to picture the thick, carpet-like lawn he'd envisaged. His eyes moved on, past the ugliness of incomplete lawn, past several piles of wood left over from the construction of the house and not yet carted away, to the deep gully where his wife, if she got the chance, would start to plant her nursery, to the wall of forest, dank and steamy, to the mountains beyond, a great distance away, yet ever present, like a dead loved one. Just let them try to take it away. Let them try. "Harry," his wife called from the kitchen window, "we need milk. You better go to the plaza." "For sour milk?" "We need milk, Harry." She sounded tired. Her anxiety had distilled to fatigue. She had given up dreams of a nursery. She wanted only flight to Toronto, Vancouver, Miami. He looked at her and said, "This is my island. My father born here. I born here. You born here. Our children born here. Nobody can make me leave. Nobody can take it away." "All right, Harry, but we still need milk." His son came to the door. He was so small that Harry, when drunk, doubted his parentage. His son said, "I want chocolate milk." His daughter, plump, more like Harry, echoed, "I want chocolate milk, too." Harry sucked his teeth and brushed roughly past them into the house. He snatched up the car keys from the kitchen counter and started to remove the revolver from his pocket. Then he paused and let it fall back, an ungainly lump in his trousers. It was a calculated risk. What if the police stopped him? They could shoot him and announce that Mr. Hari Bahari, well-known businessman, had died of a heart attack during a roadblock search. An illegal revolver had been the source of his anxiety. Bullet holes? If the government said he'd died of a heart attack, he'd died of a heart attack. Harry had lived here too long, been too close to the former government to delude himself. He knew the way of the island. Nowhere was truth more relative. It occurred to him only afterwards that they might have simply shot him, then claimed he had shot first. But this was too simple. The island didn't seek simplicity. With the obvious evidence, it would have been smarter to claim a heart attack. It was more brazen. It would be admired. He braked at the driveway and glanced into the rear-view mirror. The house, white, brilliant in the sun, the windows and doors of mahogany, lending a touch of simple elegance, filled the glass. His wife had surprised him with her suggestion of mahogany. He hadn't thought her capable of such taste. With all the trimmings, he'd ended up sinking over $100,000 into the house. It was the investment of a lifetime, and one that would have caused his father both pride and anguish. Pride that the family could spend so vast a sum on a house, anguish that they would. It was in this house that Harry planned to entertain his grandchildren and their children. To this house that he would welcome future Bahari hordes. From this house that he would be buried. The house spoke of generations. But now, as he drove along the serpentine road, verges broken and nibbled by wild grass, his dreams all managed to elude him. Those scenes of future familial joy that he had for so long caressed had, almost frighteningly, become like a second parallel life. And now they had gone out of reach. He could no longer conjure up a future, and what did come to him, in little snippets, like wayward pieces of film negative, caused him to shudder. It wasn't yet 10 o'clock, but the sun was already high, radiating a merciless heat. Harry could feel the mounting degrees pressing down on him from the car roof. He could see waves rising like insubstantial cobras from the asphalt paving. He dripped with perspiration. The wind rushing in through the window did little to relieve his discomfort. He wiped away a drop of perspiration that had settled in the deep cleft between his nose and upper lip, and shifted in his seat, trying to get used to the feel of the revolver under him. The plaza was only a short distance away, but already Harry could sense the change of atmosphere. At the house the heat was manageable. It suggested comfort, security. It was like the heat of the womb. Outside, away from the house, under the blue of a sky so expansive, so untrammeled that it seemed to expose him, to strip him, the heat became tangible, held menace, was suggestive of physical threat. It conjured not a desire for beach and sea, but an awareness of the lack of cover, a sense of nothing to hide behind. The familiar of the outside world had undergone an irrevocable transformation. The revolver, he realized with a twinge of disappointment, gave no comfort. He used to be able to picture himself blazing away at blurry figures, but his image had been the result of too many paperback westerns. The blurry figures had unexpectedly taken on more substance. What had once seemed epic now seemed absurd. He drove past several empty lots, wild grass punctuated occasionally by the rusting hulks of abandoned cars. In the distance, on both sides, beyond the land that had been cleared for an aborted agricultural scheme, money had disappeared, as had the minister responsible. He could see the indistinct line of forest, recalling a smudged green watercolor, government land, guerrilla land. And far away to the left, beyond and above forest, the mountains, sturdy, mottled green, irregularly irrigated by vertical streams of white smoke, signs, some said, of guerrilla camps, signs, others said, of the immemorial bushfires. At last the plaza came into sight. Low stucco buildings with teak paneling and light fixtures imported from Switzerland. The fixtures were broken, and in several places were marked only by the forlorn ends of electrical wire. The teak had been scratched and gouged, some pieces ripped from the wall for a bonfire that had been lit at the entrance to the bookstore. The stucco, unrecognizable, had been defaced by slogans, both sexual and political, and crude paintings and election posters, and askew copies of the emergency proclamation, unglued corners hanging limply in the hot air. In front of the barricaded shops, in the shadow of the overhang, lounged a line of black youths, wool caps pulled down tightly over their heads, impenetrable sunglasses masking their eyes. Harry couldn't separate his fear from his quick anger. "We need milk, must have milk, chocolate milk," he muttered, vexed, as he pulled into the parking lot. He could hear their voices, his wife, his son, his daughter, and they were like mockery, demanding and insistent, ignorant of his problems and worries. He pulled carefully into a parking space, stopping neatly in the middle, equidistant from the white lines on either side of the car. An unnecessary vanity, the lot was deserted. He sucked his teeth with irritation and tugged the keys out of the ignition. With the engine dead, an anticlimactic silence fell over the plaza. None of the youths moved, and Harry couldn't tell whether they were looking at him. He wished he knew. He opened the door. It squeaked a little, disturbing the quiet like a fingernail scraping a blackboard, and put one leg out onto the scorching asphalt. Heat waves tickled up his pant leg, sending a spasm through him. Faintly, from the shadow of the overhang, came the sound of a radio, disturbingly gay, the music local, proud, threatening. Harry let his foot rest on the asphalt and sat still, trying to discern where the music was coming from. As he looked around, it occurred to him that the milk store would be closed. Everything was closed by the emergency. It was a wasted trip. He noted, as if from a distance, a curious lack of emotion within him. It was as if all feeling had dried up. "What you doing here, boss?" The voice startled Harry. 4 black faces were at his door, sunglasses scrutinizing him. He could see his reflection in the black lenses, his strained face 8 times, each a caricature of himself. He heard his voice reply, "I come to get milk, Breda. For the children, you know, they need milk. They just small." He wondered if the men were hot under those wool caps, but they were part of the uniform. "Look like you out of luck, boss. The milk store close." He was the leader. The others deferred to him. "Yeah, I just remember that myself." Another of the men said, "You better get out of the car, boss." Harry didn't move. The leader said, "My friend like your car, boss." Harry didn't hear him. He was wondering if the leader had bought his pink dashiki at his store. Harry said, "You buy that dashiki at the Good Look boutique?" One of the men said, "What business that is of yours?" Harry said, "I own the Good Look." Fingering the dashiki, the leader said, "I know that, boss. And no, my wife make the dashiki for me. You like it? How much you'd sell that for, boss?" Harry's heart sank. "Get out of the car." "Look, all you know who I am?" "Yes, Boss Bahari, we know you. Get out of the car." "What you want, Breda?" "Get out. I'm not going to ask you again." Harry stumbled out. The men crowded in. Harry reached for the revolver, leveled it at the leader, and pulled the trigger. The hammer clicked emptily. Harry's vision fogged. The world went into a tilt. He had drained the clip at the sky and mountains. The leader said, "Well, well, boss, so the Americans supplying you with guns now, eh?" He knocked the revolver from Harry's hand with an easy, fluid blow. "What you want, Breda?" "The keys." Harry gave the car keys to the leader. Harry noticed he was wearing a large silver ring marked U.S. Air Force Academy, the kind advertised in comic books. "The money." "Money?" A sudden presence of mind gripped Harry. The heat scorched his skin. The asphalt solidified beneath his feet. The world righted itself. Harry said, "Give me room, Breda. I'll give you the money." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick wad of bills. With a quick movement of the wrist, he flung it high and away. The bills scattered like confetti. The leader looked perplexed. No one moved. Then suddenly everyone was running. The youths from the shadow of the overhang to the money, the robbers from the car to the money. Only the leader remained. Harry pushed him hard. The man stumbled and fell. Harry started to run. At the corner of the farthest building, he looked quickly back. No one was following him. The leader, standing casually by the car, was dusting himself off and smoothing the creases in his pink dashiki. It was a strangely domestic sight. Harry had just finished watering the little patch of lawn when the police came to return his car. All the windows had been smashed into tiny crystal diamonds. Glittering in the sunlight, they littered the seats and floor like so many water droplets. The body had been badly dented in several places, and the paint maliciously gouged with an ice pick. Harry could make out the letters C.A., but only deep gouges followed, as if the vandal had gotten into a sudden rage. This more than anything frightened Harry. It was an elegant, hieroglyphic statement. "We find it on a back road," the policeman said, cocking his military-style helmet to one side. In the old days, Harry might have pulled him up for sloppiness. Now he said nothing. "We didn't find no money. The keys was in the ignition." Harry said, "You didn't find the—" He stopped short, remembering he had had the revolver illegally. The policeman said, "What?" Harry said. "Nothing. The men, you know." The policeman said, "No, nothing. We'll call if we find anything." Harry took the keys and thanked him. The policeman turned and walked away up the driveway into a waiting jeep. 4 men were sitting in the back of the jeep. They all wore police uniforms and sported impenetrable sunglasses. As the jeep pulled away, one of the men waved at Harry. Harry waved back. A second man raised his arm. In his hand fluttered a pink dashiki. The man shouted, "Thanks, boss." Harry pulled the children inside and bolted the door. That evening, the Minister for State Security telephoned. He said, "Mr. Bahari, I hear you are leaving our happy little island. That's too bad." Harry said, "Well, The Minister said, "Are you going to visit your American friends?" Harry said nothing. The Minister said, "You know, if you are out of the island for more than 6 months, your property reverts to the people who are its rightful owners." Harry put the phone down. Flight had become necessary, and it would be a penniless flight. The government controlled the flow of money. Friends had been caught smuggling. Some had had their life savings confiscated. He could leave with nothing. It was the price for years of opulent celebrity in a little place going wrong. His wife, stabbing at her eyes with a tissue, said, "At least we're not dead." Harry said, "We're not?" He went out into the backyard. The sun was beginning to set behind the mountains, and random dark clouds diffused the light into a harsh yellowness. It would probably rain tomorrow. Harry went to the tool shed and got a fork. The earth around the patch of lawn was loose and damp. The grass shoots had not yet begun to root. They popped out easily under the probing prongs. In a few minutes, the work was done. Harry looked up. The sun had already sunk behind the mountains. Harry wished he could dig them up, too. The Schmarnick, by Caroline Adderson, who was born in 1963 in Edmonton, Alberta, and now lives in Vancouver, where she teaches at Vancouver Community College. She has written a feature-length film and a radio play for Morningside, but has been most active as a writer of short stories. She has twice won prizes for fiction in the CBC Literary Competition, and was published in the Journey Prize Anthology No. 5. Her first story collection, Bad Imaginings, 1993, was published by the Porcupine's Quill and was nominated for the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the Governor-General's Award. She won the Ethel Wilson Fiction Award in 1994. Adderson's story, The Schmarnick, is from Bad Imaginings.
The Schmarnick. In 1906, after scorching the Dakota sky, an asteroid fell to Earth and struck and killed a dog. Only a mutt, but Baba said, "Omen." It was her dog. They crossed the border into safety, into Canada, but the next spring was strange in Manitoba, alternating spells of heat and cold. One bright day, Mama went to town, stood before a shop window admiring yard goods, swaddled infant in her arms. From the eaves above, a long, glimmering icicle gave up its hold, dropped like a shining spear. The baby was impaled. These misfortunes occurred before I was born. I learned them from tongues in awe as warnings. My brother, Theo, said, "Every great change is wrought in the sky." Grieving, they fled Manitoba, just another cursed place. Open wagon, mattresses baled, copper pots clanking. Around the neck of the wall-eyed horse 2 things: cardboard picture of the Sacred Heart, cotton strip torn from Baba's knickers. Every morning, as she knotted the cloth, she whispered in the twitching ear, "As drawers over buttocks cover those evil eyes." Thus protected, that old horse carried them right across Saskatchewan. In Alberta, it fell down dead. So they had to put voice to what they had feared all along. The land wasn't cursed. They were. More exactly, Papa. A reasonable man most of the time, he had these spells, these ups and downs. Up, he could throw off his clothes and tread a circular path around the house knee-deep through snow, or he would claim to be speaking English, when in fact he was speaking in tongues. English, the language of angels, but no one understood him. Down he lay on the hearth, deathly mute, Baba spoon-feeding him, Teo and Mama saying the rosary. I was just a baby when he died. But this is a story about Teo, dead so many years. I remember him stocky and energetic, his streaky blonde hair. If they had stayed in Galicia, he would have been a charnik, a rain man. In the Bible, Pharaoh had a dream that 7 gaunt cows came out of the river to feed on cattails. He dreamed of 7 ears of corn on a single stalk, withered and blighted by east wind. But Teo never relied on the auguries of sleep. He could read the sky. Rain on Easter Day, and the whole summer is wet. If you see stars in the morning from 1 to 3, the price of wheat rises. He told me this in a field still bound by old snow. He had stood out there the whole night, and I was calling him to Easter Mass, 1929. What'll it be this year, then, smarty? Drought. He pronounced the word like he was already thirsty. Little sister, listen. The sky is only as high as the horizon is far. Well, la-di-da. Teo was 19, I 12, and the skin of my own dry lips cracked as I echoed, drought. All that spring, smoke rose straight out of chimneys, and every evening the sky flared. That's dust in the air already. That's dry weather, he said. Always reading, he got an idea about the cattail. 10 times more edible tubers per acre than a crop of potatoes. Just before a storm, he said, you can see the farthest. Since the price of wheat was not going to rise, Teo sold our farm and bought the store in town. There I learned our other names, Bohunk and Garlic Eater. People didn't like owing us money, but the fact that they did never stopped them writing in the newspaper that we couldn't be loyal subjects of the British Empire, that we would never learn to put saucers under our cups. I refused to wear my embroidered blouses, and sometimes even turned to the wall the cardboard picture of the Sacred Heart. It embarrassed me, the way our Saviour bared his sweet breast, as if he didn't care what people thought of him. Teo was unperturbed. There was work to be done, and I could be his little helper. At Mud Lake, by then half receded, ringed by white alkali scum, he asked me to remove my clothes. Covering my breasts with spread-open hands, I waded in, then clung to a snag slippery with algae, while Teo on shore named clouds. Cumulus, cumulus, cumulus. Why me? I shouted. Needs a virgin, he called. A smooth thigh. I came out festooned with leeches, arms, legs, shoulder even. He chose the halest one and burned the rest off with his cigarette. All the way home I wore that guzzling leech sheltered in a wet handkerchief. Like a doting mother I nursed it. Then we put it in a mason jar with water and a little stick. Leech barometer, Teo said. Fair weather when the leech stays in the water, unless the leech is dead. The next year, Mud Lake had disappeared, rising out of what once was water, a secret charnel house. Old, glowing buffalo bones. Already farms were being seized. Some families had been paying us in chits since 1929. To one farmer, Teo made a gift, an idea expressed to hide the giving. If he wanted, a man might collect and sell those bones as fertilizer. We saw the farmer working every day. On first sight of the bones, his horse had spooked. Now it had to be blindfolded, led like a reluctant bride through the sweltering town, and antimacassar the veil on its head. It strained with the cart, load white and rattling. Vertebrae fell in puffs of dust on the road, provoking feud amongst the forsaken dogs. I never knew there could be so much death in one place, or that the labour of removing it could be so gruelling. Finally, all the bones in a dry heap at the train station, ready to be loaded. Women could go down and have their photograph taken with a huge skull in their lap. Boys swung at each other with the leg bones. Strangest railway robbery anybody ever heard of. Overnight, it all vanished. Not even a tooth left on the platform. The exhausted farmer lost his remuneration. After that, he posted himself in front of the store, warning those who entered that Teo was not as stupid as he looked. Declaring revenge was a man's right when he thirsted for justice. He spat so often on our window I made a routine of cleaning it off. The pattern of saliva on the dusty glass was like a cloudburst. It was so dry in the Palliser Triangle, dunes of dust stopped the trains. We tucked rugs around doors and window-sills, blue-black when we blew into our handkerchiefs. In Galicia, Teo would have been a charnik, a rainman. He took me with him, driving where roads were passable, farm to farm. Waiting in the car, I watched him point at the sky. Children circled, staring in at me. They thumbed their noses and wrote garlic in the dust on the windscreen. I kept my gaze on Teo as he exhorted skeletal-faced farmers to send their wives and daughters into the fields. Send them into the fields on Sunday morning and have them urinate, for a woman's urine has power to cause rain. Brandishing brooms, they drove him off their porches. They kicked him in the seat of the pants. "Why are we doing this?" I cried. His every good deed bred animosity. Teo said, "They didn't know our Saviour either." To give me faith, he made a drop of water appear at the end of his nose, glistening like a glass rosary bead. "That's without even trying," he said. Nobody went into the fields, of course, just Mama and Baba and me, squatting, skirts hoisted. I saw my urine pool in the dust, ground too parched to drink. High in a tree a crow was watching me. It shouted down that rain comes at a cost, and even then might not come for good. In the Bible, Pharaoh dreamed of 7 gaunt cows. By 1932, I must have seen 700 so much worse than gaunt, angular with starvation, or dead and bloated, legs straight up in the air. 10 times more edible tubers per acre in a crop of cattails than a crop of potatoes. Who told you that? And the fluff? That's good insulation, mattress stuffing, quilt batting. From the stalks, wallboard and paper. The leaves, baskets, clothing. I laughed. Who would wear a cattail? How come nobody ever thought of this before, Smarty? Lots nobody ever thought of. Every great change is wrought in the sky. God made the cattail. His tongue raced, arms circled in the air. But the big idea was cheap cattle feed, deliverance from famine. Teo the deliverer. Is a cow going to eat a cattail root? I wanted to know. Cows eating pieces of tractors. Cows eating gate latches. Hardware disease. And the next morning he drove away from the Palliser Triangle, northward, looking for a cattail slough. I waited. Baba sucked on her bare gums all day, as if that way she could wet her throat. Mama, always the same stories. Dakota, 1906. A good doggy. She raised her fist in the air, swept it down with a loud smack into her outstretched palm. Weeping, she mimed the baby in her arms. That lance of ice, it dropped right out of heaven. Then this, another sorrow, how Papa died. As a child I thought he'd been plucked from the plough and raptured straight on high. Mama used to tell us how she had clutched his ankle and dangled in mid-air, trying to hold him back. Nothing could be further from the truth. He threw himself on a pitchfork. So much blood, it was like when they killed a pig. This she confessed in the back room of the store, as I sat on a lard pail. Suicide triples a curse. On a red background I appliqued a cattail. The words, "The Everything Plant." For batting, I planned to use the brown and gold pollen of the cattail flower. We were going to string it across the back of our car when we, brother and sister, did our tour of the drought towns, made our presentation at the feed stores. We were going to sleep under it at night. I was Teo's little helper. In the corner of every eye a plug of dust. I was afraid of crying, of someone licking the water off my face. I urinated again in the field. There were no clouds to name. Now they said we were worse than Jews, almost as bad as Chinamen. I had never seen either. On the counter they scattered handfuls of raisins, railing, "Stones, stones," as if they actually paid us. What could we do about fly-infested flour, rancid bacon, the desiccated mouse in the sugar? When the cash register opened, chips flew out like 100 moths. On all these accusing faces the dirty lines were a map of the roads Teo had gone away on. Now we wanted Teo to take us away. Baba said she could smell hatred. It smelled like gunpowder. In Galicia, Mama said, Drought is a beautiful woman. She persuades a young peasant to carry her on his back. Wherever he goes, crops wither and die, ponds evaporate, birds' songs stuck in their throats drop out of trees. Horrified, he struggles to loosen the cinch of her legs round his waist, her grappling hands at his neck. In the end, to be rid of his burden, he leaps from a bridge. Drought dries up the river instantly, and crashing on the rocks below, our young peasant breaks open his head. Finally, a package. Inside, a big tuberous finger, hairy and gnarled. We marvelled it was still wet. "What is it?" Mama asked. "A cattail root." When Baba touched it, she started to cry. What did it mean? Would Teo come for us? Alive, it was holding the rain. That night, to keep it moist, I brought it to bed and put it inside me. To cure fever, drink whiskey with ground garlic. Eat bread wrapped in cobwebs. But I did not think it was fever. Overnight my hair had curled like vetch tendrils, and my head throbbed where a horse had kicked me 7 years before. Beside my bed, the leech barometer. So many years in the jar I had thought the leech was dead. Now it shimmered out of the water and halfway up the stick. Mamma said, looking over the town, "Smoke from all these chimneys curling down." When I would not take the bread and whiskey, she pulled my hair. Just before a storm you can see the farthest. We saw you coming miles away, dust-maker. You were weaving all over the road, horn-pressed. By the time we got Baba down the stairs and into the street, a crowd had gathered round the car. You were standing on the hood, almost naked, wet skirt of cattail leaves pasted to your thighs. Mama gasped, "Teo has his father's curse." The sear voice of a crow. "Rain costs." And I was part to blame. I had given my innocence to a cattail root, while you held its power. From the beating part of your chest, your brow, water had begun to trickle, ribboning downward, the sheen of moisture all across you. Motionless, arms open, fingers spread and dripping, you were sowing rain. We were sweating too, the day dry and searing, but soon you were dissolving, hair saturated, nostrils and eyes streaming culverts. Then you turned, spun round and spattered the silent crowd, turned again, kept spinning, faster. Whirling, whirling on the slippery hood, you drenched and astounded us, became a living fountain, and then, amazing, a nimbus 7-coloured, shimmering all around you. And Galicia, when thunder sounds, prostrate yourself to save your soul. That day thunder discharged, a firearm reverberating. Mama and Baba dropped to the ground. A dark curtain was drawn across the Palliser Triangle. Black Giza sky. You bowed forward and vomited a river. The crowd fell back. They had never seen a Chernik. After Teo made it rain, the whole town was filled with steam, water evaporating off the streets and wet backs of the men who carried Teo's body away. Dogs staggered out of cover to drink from temporary puddles, and in all the fields green shoots reared, only to wither later in the reborn drought. They carried Teo's body away and wouldn't let us see him. Struck by lightning, they said. How could we argue? I was only 15, and neither Mama nor Baba could speak English. The moment he was taken, we had been rolling on the ground, but I remember clearly the presence of that farmer, the one robbed of his charnel house, his smile like lightning. The English word shotgun never had a place on my tongue. Years later, Teo came to Mama in a dream. In the dream he had a hole in his chest big enough to climb into, gory as the Sacred Heart. I have seen the face of our Saviour, he told her. He lets me spit off the clouds. As for me, 2 things at least I know. The cattail root holds more than water. Every great change is wrought in the sky.
This concludes the New Oxford Book of Canadian Short Stories in English, selected by Margaret Atwood and Robert Weaver. Narrated by Mike Morrison, with Martha Keener, Nonnie Elkins, Kathleen Miller, Barbara Byam, Anne Saunders, and Eva Jarmicka. Monitored by Eva Jarmicka, Barbara Byam, Mike Morrison, Anne Saunders, Barbara Grant, Henry Lacroix, Martha Keener, Marguerite Redman, Joyce Clark, Kitty McGrath, Nonnie Elkins, and Margaret Miller. Completed in July 1996,